Chapter 2547. Buzz. As expected, Lin Xian was swallowed by the black hole in the next moment. Countless berserk energies kept surging, wanting to destroy him. What? He was swallowed up? That kid didn't dodge. The surrounding people were shocked. The disciples of the Yin Yang sect even sneered. What a mortal haul! How dare he compete with me, the Yin Yang saint, with such strength? He's courting death. They thought he was a powerful figure after all the boasting. They didn't expect him to be so weak. That kid would be seriously injured even if he didn't die from this attack. Countless mocking voices were heard. The Yin Yang saint sneered. He exerted more force in his palm, and the Yin and Yang Qi in his body exploded. He wanted to take advantage of the situation and kill Lin Xian completely. The violent energy lasted for a long time before it gradually disappeared. The sky regained its clarity, and light reappeared. It was as if the dark clouds had left. Everyone turned their gazes forward. But the next moment, they were stunned. What? Impossible. I don't believe it. Everyone was shocked. The eyelids of the saints and saintesses were also twitching. The Yin Yang saint's expression was even worse. He realized that Lin Xian's figure was floating in the black hole in front of him. However, Lin Xian was unscathed. How could this be? His attack could even seriously injure a powerful figure, let alone Lin Xian. He could understand if Lin Xian had used some kind of treasure or secret technique. After all, they were all saints, who didn't have their own trump cards. But Lin Xian stood in the void and didn't seem to have used anything. This was unacceptable. Lin Xian didn't have a sacred body. How could he have such a strong physique? Even a sacred body wouldn't be so terrifying. Is this your strength? Just as everyone was stunned, a cold and disdainful voice was heard. Lin Xian stood with his arms crossed as he walked out of the black hole. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes shone like stars. He walked forward step by step. His ancient Taoist robe fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal. What Yin Yang saint? You're so powerful. I thought it was some kind of world-shaking figure, but I didn't expect that your attack was so weak that it was pitiful. Lin Xian sneered again. Damn it, kid, don't be arrogant. The Yin Yang saint roared. The members of the Yin Yang sect turned pale and trembled. They really couldn't imagine what was going on. Could it be that his physique had surpassed that of a saintly being? No, it was his Taoist robe. Damn it, this is a treasure. In the distance, the first prince of the Tai dynasty screamed. The people of the Tuoba family and the Nangong family also exclaimed. At this moment, everyone stared at the ancient Taoist robe. After the Yao Guang saintess's reminder, they realized that this might be the new treasure that the other party had obtained. However, to their surprise, the power of the treasure far exceeded their expectations. Such a terrifying attack had actually been completely blocked by the defense of the Taoist robe. This was at least a heaven-step treasure. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary heaven-ranked defensive artifact. Damn it, this brat actually has such a treasure. How could his luck be so good? He had to snatch it. Many saints were envious. If they could get their hands on this Taoist robe, their defensive power would not be weaker than a saint physique. To them, this was definitely a huge temptation. The Yin Yang saint was also tempted. Two balls of black and white flames danced in his eyes, exuding a mysterious power. As expected, it was the effect of this Taoist robe. Humph, brat, what are you so arrogant for? You're just borrowing the power of a heaven-step treasure. Without this Taoist robe, you won't even be able to withstand a single blow. However, so what if you have this Taoist robe? Do you think that I can't defeat you? Speaking of this, his eyes shone with a cold light. Such a good thing. You're just a piece of trash. You don't deserve to have it. As he spoke, an unparalleled light exploded from his body. It was like a sun, making it hard for people to open their eyes. The black and white light flashed in the sky, illuminating the entire palace. The space collapsed and shattered. It couldn't withstand this power at all. So powerful. Everyone exclaimed. The saints also looked solemn. It seemed that the Yin Yang saint was going to use his true power. The Yin Yang sect had the mysterious and terrifying power of Yin and Yang. They were the two most ancient powers in the world. They couldn't be underestimated. The Yin-Yang Saints' power was probably beyond their imagination. Sounds of discussion could be heard. These people looked solemn. Even Yi Wudao, the Alcade Saint, No Flower, the twin kings of Middle State, and the others looked on with flickering eyes. Indeed, the power of Yin and Yang was mysterious and unfathomable. The Yin-Yang Saint strode forward. The entire sky trembled. Everyone felt suffocated. It was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on them. Buzz. Yin and Yang Qi exploded, turning into a Yin-Yang image. It circled in the sky, trying to suppress everything. It was obvious that the Yin-Yang Saint was really angry. Boom. Boom. Everywhere it passed, the space shattered. It couldn't withstand it at all. Lin Xian also felt a great pressure. He channeled his power into his Taoist robe. Suddenly, flames danced on the ancient Taoist robe, resisting the bone pressure. The power of a mid-grade heaven-step treasure wasn't a joke. After doing all this, Lin Xian looked up at the sky. The Yin-Yang sect? Just nice. Today, I'll experience the power of Yin and Yang and see if it's as the legends say. Lin Xian's sword qi became more and more terrifying. As the sword streaked across the sky, heaven and earth lost their color. The sun and moon dimmed, accompanied by the roar of a dragon. It was too terrifying. At this moment, the saints felt as if their qi and blood had frozen. It was as if their bodies had been cut in half by the sword. They had never felt such a thing before. Many people retreated frantically. Clang. Boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The yin-yang image in the sky vibrated violently. A huge sword light slashed on it. The two collided. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless cracks appeared on the yin-yang image. With the sword light as the center, the cracks spread in all directions. It was about to cover the entire yin-yang image. Damn it! Suppress it. The yin-yang saint's pupils constricted. He didn't expect his opponent's sword to be so powerful. The sword was about to shatter his yin-yang image. Roar. With a roar, the power of yin and yang in his body spun rapidly. The yin-yang image spun, releasing two streams of qi. They were like two huge black and white dragons. The entire space trembled. This was an earth-shattering battle. Both of them were peerless prodigies. Now that they were attacking, they were using terrifying mystiques. It was truly a battle between a dragon and a tiger. It was too terrifying. The yin-yang saint lived up to his reputation. That kid was even more terrifying. He actually blocked the yin-yang image. Legend had it that the yin-yang image came from heaven and earth and contained unparalleled power. But at this moment, it couldn't suppress its opponent. The saints and saintesses discussed quickly. Yi Wudao, the Alcade Saint, and the others watched with rapt attention. Boom! Streams of sword qi swept across. Suddenly, an even more dazzling sword light lit up in the sky. It was like a peerless divine light. Boom! Crack! Finally, the yin-yang image couldn't take it anymore and shattered. It was split in half by the sword. The yin-yang saint was sent flying. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. The yin-yang saint had actually lost in this competition. All the prodigies exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 25:48. Damn it! Damn it! The yin-yang saint roared in anger. He did not expect that the other party could really injure him. This was a great humiliation. He snorted and wanted to use his trump card to fight the other party. However, at this moment, several other figures walked up to him. Wait, brother Yin-Yang. A cold sneer was heard. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look. Even the yin-yang saint frowned. A man in a dragon robe walked over from behind. It was the first prince of the Tai dynasty. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were extremely puzzled. What was the other party doing here at this time? But they also knew that he seemed to have a grudge against Lin Xian. Could it be that he wanted to join forces with the yin-yang saint to attack him? What do you want? The yin-yang saint asked coldly. The first prince smiled. Brother Yin-Yang, why do you have to fight? There are many ways to get the robe. As he spoke, he sent a message to the yin-yang saint. We've already joined forces with the Twin Kings, 5 Elements Palace, 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground, and the Tuoba family. We're going to attack together with the Nangong family to kill this guy. We're holding him back. When he lets down his guard, we'll kill him." The yin-yang saint was stunned. Then his eyes shone with a terrifying light. He did not expect so many people to want to kill him. It seemed that he had really angered everyone. But this was good. The yin-yang saint suppressed his excitement and did not attack again. The first prince of the Tai dynasty smiled and said, "Brother Lin, we really like the robe you're wearing. Why don't you name a price? How about one divine crystal?" Hearing this, everyone exclaimed in surprise. What a joke. How could one divine crystal buy such an ancient robe? The first prince of the Tai dynasty clearly did not want to buy it. It seemed that he was here to mess things up. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as his lips curled into a cold smile. This first prince really did not know what was good for him. He did not have a chance to teach him a lesson. Who would have thought that he would take the initiative to do so? Did he really think that Yi Futian did not know what he was planning? He had heard everything when the first prince transmitted the yin-yang saint's life. This was because his soul power far surpassed these people, and even surpassed them by an entire level. Therefore, Lin Xian was well aware that these people were planning to kill him. This first prince was truly courting death. It seemed like there was a need to kill him. Lin Xian looked ahead, his heart filled with killing intent. At this moment, the yin-yang saint laughed coldly. "I'll give you 2 divine gems. Brother Lin, can you sell it to me?" The two of them were extremely arrogant, as if they did not put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. The other holy sons and holy daughters frowned. They didn't know what the two of them were up to. I took out 3 crystals. At this moment, the central state twin king stepped forward and strode forward. At the same time, he named a price. I took out 4 of them. I have 5. The Tuoba family, Nangong family, Myriad Lightning Sacred Ground, 5-element palace, and 9 firmament divine emperors people stepped forward. Place the bid. It seemed like he really wanted to fight for this ancient Taoist robe. However, the price made people's mouths twitch. Not to mention 10, even 50, or 100 gems. They wouldn't be able to buy it. These people were clearly provoking the other party by offering such a low price. Not good. What were these people trying to do? Brother Lin seemed to be in danger. In the distance, No Flower frowned when he saw this scene. This was because he realized that the people who had gone forward to report the price had unknowingly surrounded Lin Xian. "Brother Lin, look at how many of us are bidding. Why don't you give us a response? Who do you intend to sell this ancient Taoist robe to?" As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding experts who had made a bid attacked together. Their attacks were very sudden, and they were decisive in their attacks. All sorts of great mystiques and killing moves instantly shot towards Lin Xian. The sky was covered, and the void in front of him was instantly blasted apart. Boom, boom, boom. The violent energy made people tremble, and many people fell to the ground. Not good. Yi Wudao, No Flower, and the others cried out in alarm. In the distance, Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others cried out in alarm. The warriors of the Immortal Palace shouted crazily. "Palace Master!" They didn't expect these people to be so despicable. So many people attacked together, and it was a sneak attack. It's over. That kid is dead for sure. With so many powerful saints attacking, even a peerless almighty would be blasted to pieces. That was for sure. Let him be arrogant again. This time, let's see how he dies. In the distance, the dark red dragon, Xing Tian, Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others quickly flew over. No Flower and Yi Wudao also wanted to attack. However, the Twin Kings, the Crown Prince, the yin-yang saint, and the others sneered. They joined hands, and the two sides confronted each other. "Damn it, get out of the way. How dare you attack Brother Xian?" The dark red dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others roared angrily. Their bodies were filled with biting cold killing intent. "Humph, you want to save him? Stop dreaming. Today is the day this kid dies." The yin-yang saint sneered. The crown prince's expression was even more ferocious. He dared to go against the Tai dynasty. It's already a miracle that he's still alive. Do you think he can still live? How dare he kill my saint? He deserves to die. That's right. It's too easy to kill him. The people of the 5 Elements Palace, the 1,000 Thunder Sacred Ground, and the 9 Firmaments Saint Emperor also sneered. They had finally avenged their saint. However, amidst the laughter, a cold voice sounded. So many people attack together. You are indeed despicable and shameless. However, do you think you can hurt me like this? What a joke. Ignorant. This voice floated clearly into everyone's ears. What? The eyelids of those who attacked were twitching wildly. The surrounding people were also stunned. They all turned their heads to look. A figure appeared in the void in the distance. Was it Lin Xian? His ancient Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. He didn't look injured at all. He wasn't injured? That's impossible. The twin kings of the middle ground were shocked. The yin-yang saint, the crown prince, and the crown prince were also crazed. No, even if it was a heaven-grade treasure robe, it couldn't withstand the joint attack of so many people. Indeed, they were crazy. How could Lin Xian resist them? They didn't know that the moment they attacked, Lin Xian had already used the teleportation black jade platform to break through the void and teleport out. He didn't receive any energy impact at all. Humph, you're courting death. How dare you attack me together? Get ready. Kneel down obediently and accept your death. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He wouldn't spare any of them. Whoosh! Lin Xian's body swayed as he charged forward. His target was the crown prince of the Tai dynasty. The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. As soon as he was out of danger, he launched a strong counterattack. The chosen jumped in fright, and the first prince's pupils constricted. However, he soon revealed a sinister smile. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, Lin Xian was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and stabilized his body. The ancient Taoist robe on his body burned fiercely, neutralizing most of the power. What happened? That kid was sent flying. And he was injured? Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? When did the crown prince become so powerful? His strength has already surpassed that of a saint. Exclamations of surprise were heard. The dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others were also nervous again. Originally, they were relieved that Lin Xian had escaped, but now they were nervous again. Damn it! Who the hell is he? How can the crown prince be so powerful? Could it be that he swallowed some kind of pill? Yi Wudao, No Flower, and the Alcade Saint were also focused. They didn't understand what had happened. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. Chapter 2549. It was an old man with a head full of white hair and an aged face. A royal elder. Everyone exclaimed, and their eyelids twitched. So that was the case. It was not the first prince of the Tai dynasty who could force the other party to retreat with one palm. It was the royal elder who did it. The royal elder's aura was too terrifying. His eyes were like a magic lamp, shining in all directions. Obviously, he was a powerful being whose cultivation had reached the late-stage 8-star king realm. All the saints had grave expressions on their faces. Such a peerless expert posed a great threat to their lives. However, the first prince, the yin-yang saint, the twin kings, and the others sneered. This time, the other party was dead for sure. Damn it! The dark red divine dragon appeared. Murong Qingcheng and the others roared angrily. Xing Tian even roared. They wanted to attack, but the twin kings and the others stopped them. You want to save me? Stop dreaming. I'll definitely die today. No one can save me. Cold laughter could be heard. Xing Tian roared angrily and was about to attack. However, at this moment, loud laughter could be heard from afar. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. As soon as this voice was heard, everyone was stunned. Xing Tian did not attack, and the two sides faced each other. For a moment, countless people looked into the distance. They realized that the person who laughed was Lin Xian. Lin Xian stopped, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stood up. A late-stage 8-star king. Lin Xian said coldly, I've underestimated your shamelessness. You sent a late-stage 8-star king to kill me. Kid, no matter what you say, you'll definitely die today. The royal elder's voice was cold. You're already doing me a great favor by asking me to kill you. What last words do you have? Leave them all. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. You're just a late-stage 8-star king. You want to kill me? You're too naive. Lin Xian stopped smiling, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. A terrifying aura rose from his body. No way. This kid wants to fight a late-stage 8-star king? What a joke. Although he was powerful, the difference between them was too great. This kid seemed to have an incredible trump card. That's right. Didn't he say that he had something belonging to a saint? Voices of discussion could be heard, and the royal elder at the front sneered. Brat, so what if you have a trump card? Do you think that as members of the royal family, we don't? He shouted coldly, and a heaven-grade saber instantly appeared on his body, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Heaven-rank wrap blade. It seemed that the Tai dynasty was well prepared. That's right, the imperial family's elders should have many other trump cards. However, a late-stage 8-star expert could easily kill his opponent with a heaven-grade saber. He didn't even need to use his other trump cards. The imperial family elder held the treasured saber in his hand and revealed a ferocious smile as he walked forward step by step. For me to kill you is no different from crushing an ant. Now, kneel down and kowtow to my Tai dynasty and admit your wrongs. I can give you a quick death. You want me to kowtow and admit my mistake? Dream on. Old man, you will soon regret this. Lin Xian sneered as killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Acting recklessly. In front of absolute power, you can't resist at all. The imperial family elder was unmoved. So what if his opponent had a treasure? He was not strong enough to unleash the power of the treasure, and he was a late-stage 8-star expert. His strength was absolutely terrifying and unimaginable. He slashed out with his saber, and an incomparably terrifying power pierced through heaven and earth, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Damn it! Stop it! Xing Tian, the dark red dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Shun Jingqiu attacked crazily at this moment. However, the twin kings of Zhongzhou were not to be trifled with. With so many saints joining forces, they blocked the attacks of Xing Tian and the others for a while. Boom, 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 boom. Then, a scream was heard. A figure was sent flying, crashing through the void. What? Those who were watching the battle from afar were stunned. That was because they realized that the person who flew backward was not Lin Xian, but the imperial family elder. How was that possible? How could the imperial family elder fly backward? He was a late-stage 8-star expert, and he was invincible. Everyone was stunned. Even the Yin-Yang Saint, the Twin Kings, and the Crown Prince did not attack. They retreated frantically and turned their heads to look behind them. The imperial dynasty's martial artists screamed even louder. Xing Tian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Although they did not know what had happened, it seemed that Lin Xian should be fine. Brother Xian, Brother Lin Xian. Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu also shouted softly. In front of them, the light that filled the sky disappeared. Lin Xian stood in the void, unharmed. In front of him stood a blood-red figure, exuding a terrifying aura. What is that? Everyone looked over and was so frightened that their scalps went numb. Bat King. Damn it, it was actually Bat King. Everyone went crazy. They quickly retreated, their faces full of horror. Even Yi Wudao, the Alcade Saint, No Flower, and the others were facing a formidable enemy. It couldn't be helped. Bat King had left a deep impression on them. Thinking back, how much effort had they expended and how many trump cards had they used before they were able to kill him? But they did not expect him to appear again. For a moment, everyone was in danger. However, Murong Qingqing and the others breathed a sigh of relief, because they knew what was going on. But the others screamed, "That's not right. Why is Bat King standing there and not attacking that kid? Damn it, why does it look like he's protecting that kid?" When this voice came out, everyone's eyes popped out. How was this possible? Bat King was such a terrifying tomb guardian. He did not even care about the people of Demon Imperial Palace and killed them mercilessly. How could he protect a human kid? Everyone could not believe it. In the distance, the people of Demon Imperial Palace were also stunned when they saw this scene. Impossible. How did this kid do it? The powerhouses of Demon Imperial Palace were shocked. Hua Tiandu's face was gloomy. Yen Ruyu, however, narrowed her eyes. Just now, even she wanted to lend a hand and help. Who would have thought that the other party would turn the tables so quickly? But soon, Yen Ruyu's lips curled into a smile. Ah! An angry roar rang out, and the endless void shattered. An old figure quickly charged over. He carried a murderous aura that filled the sky, as if he was a peerless demon. Damn kid! This figure was naturally the imperial family grand elder. He had just been sent flying by a huge force. He was injured and spat out blood. But what was even more shocking was his soul. He was about to go crazy. How could the other party send him flying? Could it be that the other party still had some shocking trump card? Or was there a hidden peerless expert on Immortal Palace's side? When he flew nearby, he was stunned. He realized that his guess was right. It was indeed not Lin Xian who did it, but it was not an expert from Immortal Palace either. It was Bat King. Bat King. The imperial family grand elder's body trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Not long ago, they had been hunted down by the Bat King. They had spent a great deal of effort to kill him. Chapter 2550. Why would the Bat King appear here? Why didn't it attack the opponent? Why did it only attack him? This puzzled the royal family elder. No one could understand. For a moment, countless eyes looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Go and kill him. Whoosh! The Bat King's body flickered, turning into a red flash and rushing forward. What? This guy can control the Bat King. Seeing this scene, everyone went crazy, especially those from the Tai dynasty. They were so scared that their scalps went numb. Impossible. How did he do it? Isn't the Bat King the guardian of the ancient tomb? This is something that was personally refined by a saint. How can it control it? Exclamations and discussions sounded. Whether it was the Yi family, the Gu family, or the demon imperial palace, they were all stunned. Damn it, die! The Tai dynasty's elder roared and slashed forward with a huge saber light. The Bat King did not dodge at all and faced the attack head-on. His body flickered with a blood-red light, and he did not suffer any impact. Roar! The Bat King did not waste any time and directly used the deprived divine power to forcefully seize it. Oh no! The elder's blood! The royal elder screamed. He felt the blood in his body churning and wanting to leave his body. This scene scared him out of his wits. Suppress! He roared crazily, and his Dragon Dao aura surged, trying to suppress it. However, other than Lin Xian's Dragon Sword Soul, who could easily destroy it, no one else could do so. Even with the Dragon Dao aura, it was difficult to resist for a while. Streaks of blood stained his skin and rushed into the sky. No! The royal elder screamed. He detonated the Dragon Dao aura on his body and exploded in the sky, forming countless terrifying black holes. Only then did he cut off the mysterious connection. The royal elder's face turned pale. In just an instant, 1/3 of his blood had been taken away. This mystique was simply too terrifying. Damn it! How can this be? How can he control the rotary Bat King? The royal elder's face was ferocious. The others felt their scalps go numb and retreated. The Yin-Yang Saint, the twin kings of Zhongzhou, the crown prince, and the others' faces twitched. They were terrified. If the Bat King targeted them, it would be difficult for them to escape. But the only thing that made them feel at ease was Bat King. If there were a few more, they wouldn't be able to escape. Wong! The royal elder gritted his teeth and took out a large bronze bell from the void. Dragons were crawling all over it. This was one of his secret treasures, called the Wandering Dragon Bell. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he was going to use it to fight against the Bloodwing Bat King. No one made a move. He didn't ask anyone to help because Bat King was too scary. Die for me. After the imperial family elder swallowed the recovery pill, he once again erupted with power. He controlled the Wandering Dragon Bell and charged forward. There was a dragon bell that released 10,000 streaks of light, continuously becoming larger. It was like a great mountain as it rampaged through the sky, smashing through the void. It fiercely pressed forward. Wong! The Bat King roared. His body swayed, and he disappeared in the air. When he reappeared, he was already next to the first prince. The first prince was so scared that his scalp went numb. He screamed again and again. Elder, save me. As he screamed, he retreated. Brother Yin Yang, Brother Gemini, save me. He looked to both sides for help. However, the Yin-Yang Saint, Zhongzhou's Gemini kings, and the others instantly left, ignoring him. What a joke. They didn't dare to fight against the Bloodwing Bat King. Damn it, a bunch of bastards. The first prince screamed crazily. He didn't expect that the team that had originally joined forces would scatter at this moment. No one helped him. This made him feel a sense of despair. The first prince. Behind him, the people of the Tai dynasty screamed crazily. The royal elder exclaimed in shock. Damn it. He controlled the wandering dragon bell to change direction and fly down to rescue the first prince. However, it was too late. The Bat King opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the first prince in an instant. In the sky, the blood-red mouth made cracking noises. When it opened again, only a human skin was left. What? The first prince was killed. Everyone cried out in alarm. Their eyes were wide open and filled with fear. The Bat King was too terrifying. Everyone retreated crazily. Even Yi Wudao, No Flower, and the others retreated with their people. Damn it. Go to hell. The royal elder went crazy. The first prince had been killed. How was he going to explain it to the empress when he returned? He couldn't explain it at all. He could only kill the monster in front of him. Clang. The Bat King didn't dodge at all. Its body was comparable to a heaven-grade treasure, so it slapped out with its palm. With a bang, it collided with the wandering dragon bell. The two collided with an earth-shattering sound. The wandering dragon bell was sent flying. The royal elder also screamed and spat out blood as he retreated. Damn it! The royal elder roared like a madman. He turned around and charged at Lin Xian. Since he couldn't kill the Bat Kings, he had to kill this kid. He would use this kid's head to avenge the first prince. He launched a crazy attack. The terrifying energy could even kill a saint. However, Lin Xian didn't resist at all. The demigods and semi-devils flashed in the sky at extreme speed. Lin Xian's speed wasn't slower than the royal elder's. Therefore, the royal elder couldn't catch him at all. I'm so angry. Damn kid. Don't run if you have the guts. The royal elder was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He didn't expect the other party to be so fast. Behind him, the people of the Tai dynasty had red eyes. They roared angrily, "Kill them!" Those martial artists charged out as if they had gone mad. However, in the next moment, they screamed in pain. The Bat King roared and rushed into the midst of those martial artists, killing in all directions. It was too terrifying. No one could stop it. Blood mists burst open, and human skins fell one after another. In an instant, more than 10 martial artists of the Tai dynasty were killed. No, that scene made the royal elder scream. Many of their elders were outside fighting against the Big Dipper coffin. Most of the people there were young disciples. He was secretly following them. Other than him, there were only 2 other elders in the group. However, he couldn't fight against it at all, so there weren't that many people. Thinking of that, he screamed and charged back again. He swore that he would kill that bat. Otherwise, the people of Tai dynasty would have been killed by the other party. Damn it! Everyone, attack together! The Yin-Yang Saint roared angrily. He pulled out a Yin-Yang blade and roared crazily. Sure enough, the others also responded. Among them, the people of the 5 Elements Palace, the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Land, and the 9 Firmaments Divine Emperor stood out without hesitation. The people of the Nangong family and the Tuoba family also had sinister smiles on their faces. The twin kings of Zhongzhou stared at Lin Xian like lightning. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Xing Tian, the dark red dragon, and Murong Qingqing also stepped out with cold expressions. Extremely terrifying auras surged from their bodies. Do you want to fight? Come, come, come. Grandpa Dragon will teach you how to behave. The dark red dragon roared, and countless immortal palaces flew over from the distance. In addition, the people of the Purple Dawn Sacred Land and the Jade Lake Sacred Land also flew over. They stared ahead angrily. Previously, when they cooperated with Lin Xian and the others, they were very happy and obtained many treasures. Chapter 2551. On the other side, Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and No Flower also walked up. Their eyes shone with a cold light. There were conflicts and alliances between the sacred grounds. At this moment, They chose to side with Lin Xian. This scene made the twin kings and the others of Zhongzhou change their expressions. The Yin-Yang saint also looked gloomy and gritted his teeth. Damn it! Why are the clan of the ancients helping him? Damn it! This is too despicable. While they were in a stalemate, on the other side, the royal elder was screaming in agony. This was because he was being mercilessly chased by the Bat King and was in a miserable state. Although he was a late-stage 8-star expert with a heaven-grade treasure, powerful armor, and royal superpowers, the Bat King was even more terrifying. It was a mutated species and was very powerful. Now that it had been refined by the ancient saint of the shifter race, its body was engraved with Tao patterns. It also had the superpowers of draining blood. These superpowers were impossible to defend against. The royal elder was at a disadvantage again. Moreover, his attacks could not hurt the Bat King at all. Even if he was hurt, the Tao patterns in his body could be restored. Last time, the Tai dynasty had gathered a lot of forces to kill the blood-robed Bat King. Now that he was alone, it was already a great fortune for him to be able to resist and not be killed. However, this could not go on. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. He wanted to escape and ask for help from his royal family companions. Seeing this, the Tai royal family members also looked terrible. Damn it, go and help him. This was an elder of their royal family. They would not allow any accidents to happen to him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Tai dynasty martial artists could not wait any longer. Hearing Cige's order, they flew out like crazy. But soon, they screamed in agony. They were no match for the Bat King at all. Screams rang out one after another as blood mist exploded. In front of the Bat King, they could not fight back at all. Not to mention the royal elder who was helping them. Damn it, run. The royal elder's eyes were red. Other than him, no one else could fight back. Therefore, for a moment, the royal family martial artists did not dare to go forward. They retreated in horror. Damn it! The Yin-Yang saint roared. Everyone, let's kill Bat King together. Otherwise, we will all be in danger. Hearing this, the twin kings of the Central Plains and the people of the Tuoba family nodded in agreement. Indeed, as long as Bat King was not eliminated, it would be difficult to ensure their safety. If Lin Xian used the Bat King to deal with them, it would be difficult for them to resist. So now, although they were still safe and sound, they were still determined to get rid of this terrifying Bat King. Boom! In the next moment, these Chosens all moved out and charged forward. If you want to fight, I'll play with you. Lin Xian let out a long roar, the dragon sword domain flew out, and countless sword lights flew in all directions. On the other side, Murong Qingqing, Xin Jingqiu, Xing Tian, and An Hong attacked together. Terrifying light exploded in all directions as the dark red divine dragon opened its mouth and spat out array formations. It enveloped a part of the world. In addition, Gu Santong, Yu Wudao, No Flower, and the others also made their moves. Damn it! The Yin-Yang saint and the others roared in anger. They were about to go crazy. Yu Wudao, No Flower, Xin Jingqiu, and Murong Qingqing were all peerless geniuses with terrifying trump cards. They were not weaker than them at all. In an instant, they were greatly obstructed. Damn brat, get out of my way. The Yin-Yang saint roared in anger. He struck out with both hands and charged forward. However, all his attacks were split apart by Lin Xian's sword. Lin Xian sneered. What? You can't stand this little bit of attack? Humph. Your nightmare is yet to come. Lin Xian sneered, a piercing light in his eyes. He quickly charged forward and killed the Yin-Yang saint with one strike. Although the Yin-Yang saint was powerful, he was not Lin Xian's match. So he spat out a mouthful of blood, and a crack appeared on his armor. Ah! The Yin-Yang saint roared in anger. He pulled out his Yin-Yang saber and swung it quickly. A huge black and white saber radiance swept across the sky, slashing towards Lin Xian's Dragon Abyss ancient sword. The two collided, making a clanging sound. Boom! Violent energy blasted in all directions, causing everyone to tremble. With a clang, the Yin-Yang saber radiance was shattered. However, the Dragon Rock ancient sword was also blocked in midair. Light appeared on the Yin-Yang saint's body, enveloping his body. Yin and Yang aura roared, and he swallowed all sorts of treasures. Finally, he suppressed his injuries. Damn brat! The Yin-Yang Saint's face was cold. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Because his opponent was too terrifying. He had injured him with one strike. How could this be? He could not believe it. He was very powerful, and he was very confident in his yin and yang power. In his opinion, he could definitely kill his opponent with his yin-yang saber. But he did not expect it to be blocked. Brat, I won't let you go. The yin-yang saint sneered in front. He held the yin-yang saber in his hand, and the yin and yang qi on his body circulated rapidly. He was filled with murderous intent. He could not defeat his opponent previously because he did not use his trump card. Now that he had used his trump card, he did not believe that he could not kill his opponent. Yin-yang slash, yin-yang split. A huge saber radiance swept across the sky, and the yin and yang qi swirled, forming a terrifying force. At this moment, everyone trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. They felt as if their bodies were being torn apart. There seemed to be a force of life and a force of death in their bodies. This scene was too terrifying. Many people vomited blood and were sent flying. The people from Immortal Palace were also affected. Brat, go to hell. The yin-yang saint sneered, and his yin-yang saber enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He also felt that the two forces were trying to pull him into heaven and hell. Brat, be careful. The yin and yang power is very strange. The dark red divine dragon warned him, but he did not dare to get close. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. The yin-yang sect was indeed a great sect that had been passed down since ancient times. The yin and yang power was indeed terrifying and could not be underestimated. However, although the yin and yang power was powerful, the yin-yang saint was not very powerful. He was indeed a peerless prodigy and a powerful saint, but that was only in the eyes of ordinary geniuses. In Lin Xian's eyes, the other party's strength was not enough. The yin and yang power. Sure enough, he was strong enough, reaching the acme of perfection, unmistakable even to gods and ghosts. But it's a pity that you're useless. You can't fully display the power of the yin and yang power. So, you can't do anything to me. A cold voice came from the terrifying light, and everyone's expression changed. Chapter 25:52. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The other party was looking down on him. He could not tolerate it. He was the saint. He was usually high and mighty. When had he ever been looked down on like this? 1 against 1. €7%, damn it. I will definitely kill you. I'll let you know how much harm Miley gave I #8. You gave Yin. The other party acknowledged the yin-yang sect's strength, but did not acknowledge his strength. He was completely mad. The yin-yang power in his body exploded rapidly. The yin-yang blade became even more terrifying. The power of life and death tore the void apart, forming a heaven and a hell that floated in the sky. In heaven, City wanted to tell everyone. They were extremely white and had wings on their backs. Their bodies shone brightly, and they had the most serene smiles on their faces. Their eyes were pure. Behind them were countless palaces surrounded by all kinds of rare beasts. It was like a paradise on earth. This was the world's best pure land. The space below kept tumbling. It was pitch black and filled with the power of death. It formed 18 levels of hell. Every floor was surrounded by extremely terrifying evil spirits, and there were no vengeful spirits. One look at it would make one's scalp tingle and one's body tremble. It was impossible to resist. The yin-yang power completely enveloped Lin Xian, trying to tear him in half. Lin Xian felt the impact. He snorted, and his flame blade burst into flames. Endless flames surrounded him, resisting this terrifying power. However, this power was too strange. Even though the Flame Taoist robe was a medium-grade heaven-class artifact, it could not completely block the yin-yang power. Kid, stop struggling. You can't resist the yin-yang power at all. The yin-yang saint stood in the sky and looked down. At this moment, he was like the divine king who controlled time. His cold and emotionless eyes stared at Lin Xian. Can't resist? You think too highly of yourself. Lin Xian sneered. If it was the yin-yang sect leader, I might not be able to resist. But you are not qualified. Today, I will destroy your heaven and hell. Lin Xian roared. Sword light exploded from his body and slashed in all directions. Dream on. You're underestimating the power of yin and yang. Today, you will definitely die. The yin-yang saint revealed a look of disdain. He did not think that Yi Futian could escape from his ultimate move. He had already used this god to kill many powerful kings. Among them were many elders and peerless geniuses. Although the other party was strong, in the face of his sure kill ability, he still couldn't resist. Humph! Lin Xian didn't say anything. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword soul in his body erupted. The sharp sword light on his body grew brighter and brighter, as if it was going to break through the clouds. With a roar, a dragon-shaped sword shadow soared into the sky, transforming into a huge dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws as it charged towards heaven in the sky. Roar! The cries of dragons and swords reverberated in all directions, tearing the void apart. Many of the weaker martial artists in the surroundings were smashed into pieces, causing them to lie flat on the ground. Even the other inceptive sages, experts, and elders who were engaged in battle also turned their heads to look at Zhang Xian in horror. Heavens! This brat's sword skill was really too terrifying. They were incomparably shocked, but at the same time, they rejoiced. That was because they weren't the ones fighting the other party. With this thought, these peerless geniuses were all stunned. They had never had such fearful thoughts about anyone before. But now, they actually felt fear towards a young man. Boom! Boom! Intense collisions sounded in front of them. The huge dragon shadow charged towards heaven. Its huge body crashed into those angels and immortal palaces, instantly erupting with a fierce light. The terrifying power blasted everything in all directions. The illusions of the angels and celestial palaces were quickly shattered. Damn it! Kill him for me! The yin-yang saint roared. Those shattered angels and immortal palaces reformed once again. They were the same, emitting a bright light like the sun. The dragon-shaped sword shadow wanted to completely destroy them. An intense battle erupted. The two forces clashed in the sky. The terrifying energy impact made everyone despair. But in the end, the sky full of palaces and countless angels turned into endless spirit chi with a boom. They dissipated in all directions, never to appear again. Puff! The yin-yang saint took a step back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. Damn it! How could it be? Damn it! He actually broke my yang power. He was really too shocked. But what made him even more terrified was yet to come. That was because another sword will burst out from Lin Xian's body. This time, it was a huge sword that reached the heavens, with ancient patterns surrounding it. It emitted a terrifying sword intent. This sword seemed to fly out of time and space from ancient times. It directly slashed towards the 18 levels of hell below. The 18 levels of hell were extremely dark. It was the power of death. It was very evil. It could take away anyone's life. Now that it felt threatened, the 18 levels of hell shone brightly. Countless vengeful spirits and evil spirits rushed out. They rushed into the sky, emitting a cold aura that made everyone tremble. Countless vengeful spirits and evil spirits rushed into the sky, wanting to destroy the heavenly sword. But in an instant, they screamed. It was as if their bodies were made of ice that had encountered a raging fire. They emitted sounds time and time again, and even emitted white smoke. Destroy! Damn it! Go to hell! The yin-yang saint roared. 18 extremely strange demon faces appeared in the 18 levels of hell. They opened their bloody mouths and crazily devoured the power of the heavenly sword. Oh no! Retreat! Everyone around went crazy and screamed. They felt the life force in their bodies rapidly draining away. Many of them even began to age, and their hair turned white. This made them extremely terrified. The saints stopped attacking and protected the disciples of their sacred grounds to prevent their lives from being taken by the power of death. Humph! Yi Wudao snorted coldly. His golden chi surged into the sky. He waved his golden fist and smashed it in all directions, directly shattering the power of death. Amitabha! No flower formed a Buddhist seal. Countless rays of Buddhist light appeared on his body. They flickered in the sky, and blocked the power of death. Humph. Shin Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing also used their ultimate techniques to block. The dark red dragon roared, and the dragon blood on its body surged. The Alcade Saint's body flickered with 108 god fiends. The great Xia Prince's sword slashed across the sky. Every expert was using their ultimate techniques to defend themselves, but no one was relaxed, and no one was happy. Because they knew that this was just the aftermath of the power of death. Just the aftermath emitted such terrifying power and energy. They had to be careful. They had to admit that the Yin-Yang Saint's strength was too terrifying. It seemed that they had underestimated the Yin-Yang Saint. The Yin-Yang Saint revealed a ferocious expression. Damn brat, now you know my power of Yin and Yang. You have no chance to regret it. Go to hell for me. His expression was ferocious. The Yin-Yang sect martial artists behind him also exclaimed excitedly. That's great. As expected of a saint. He's really powerful. That's for sure. When has the power of Yin and Yang ever been defeated? No one can resist it. Chapter 25:53. The disciples of the Yin-Yang sect were too excited. Lin Xian's strength had made them despair. Now that their holy son was able to suppress such a powerful enemy, this was definitely something that they were very excited about. The people of the Tai dynasty, 5 Elements Palace, 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, and 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground were also excited. Even if they couldn't kill Lin Xian, they would be thrilled to see him fall into the 18th level of hell with their own eyes. They knew that the 18th level of hell was extremely terrifying. Once they entered, they wouldn't be able to die just because they wanted to. They would be subjected to the cruelest punishment in the world. They would definitely experience what it meant to live a life worse than death. Murong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu were worried again. They couldn't help but want to help. Lin Xian also felt great danger. He felt that the life in his body was being taken away. His lifespan was being drained. This phenomenon was very similar to the Bat King's blood deprivation superpower. However, it was far more terrifying than the blood deprivation superpower. This was because the Bat King was taking away his lifespan. If he lost his blood, he could still regenerate it. However, if he lost his lifespan, he wouldn't be able to recover it. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless. With a cold shout, the great dragon sword soul in his body exploded. The dragon-shaped sword shadow destroyed the surrounding death energy. Instantly, he felt that his life was no longer draining away. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the great dragon sword soul could also destroy the death energy. What's going on? What happened? The Yin-Yang Saint was stunned. As the one who attacked, he was the most shocked. Previously, he saw Lin Xian's face turn pale and his lips curl into a hideous smile. He knew that Lin Xian couldn't resist his death energy. However, in just an instant, Lin Xian stopped. His face was no longer pale. It seemed that his life wasn't draining away. But how was this possible? Could it be that the death energy had lost its effect? What a joke. His death energy could definitely take away everything. It was even more terrifying than the Bat King's superpower. Didn't he see that the saints and saintesses were all hiding far away? He had to be careful. One could imagine how terrifying it was to be enveloped by the death energy. Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that this brat used some kind of secret technique? The Yin-Yang Saint's face darkened. He knew that it was unrealistic to kill the other party like this. After all, as a mortal palace's lord, the other party definitely had many trump cards. But so what? He did not believe his opponent's land card could resist his force of death. Thinking of this, a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. He once again unleashed a powerful force and poured it into the 18 levels of hell. He even took out 2 secret pills from his storage ring and swallowed them, causing the spiritual energy in his body to erupt like a vast ocean. Roar, roar, roar. As expected, after swallowing the Buddha's secret pill, the 18 levels of hell became even more eerie and sinister. The 18 faces of the devils were extremely ferocious as the power of death exploded out. Lin Xian was once again in danger. Absorbing energy? I'll let you absorb as much as you want. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A dragon-shaped sword shadow rushed out from his body and rushed downwards. It's useless. Stop struggling. Nothing can resist the power of death. The yin-yang saint sneered disdainfully. Lin Xian did not answer him. This time, he did not slash the power of death at all. Instead, he continued to unleash it. The great dragon sword soul exploded, and waves of terrifying energy swept across the land. It was like a vast ocean, crashing down in all directions. The surrounding space collapsed rapidly, and black holes appeared one after another. No one could see what was happening inside. The 18 faces of the devils in the 18 levels of hell revealed greedy expressions. They had never encountered such a powerful force of life before. Such powerful force. They devoured crazily like beggars who had been hungry for a long time and had once again found delicious food. Indeed, to them, the great dragon sword soul was delicious food that could make up for their greed. But after absorbing for a while, the 18 ghost faces widened their eyes in shock. Damn it, stop. Enough. They were full. They could not take it anymore. Although their yin energy could devour everything, there was a limit to it. After all, they were summoned by the yin-yang saint, not the yin-yang sect leader. No matter how strong the yin-yang saint was, he was only a prodigy of the younger generation. Therefore, the power they could devour was also very limited. But now, they had devoured enough life force and power. However, the life force and power above them continued to surge. They could not devour it at all. But as the element of the power of death, they could not stop it. Moreover, the yin-yang saint had also gone crazy and was using it recklessly. Therefore, the 18 faces expanded more and more. The entire 18 levels of hell also swelled up as if they had become balloons. Whoosh, 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 boom. Finally, when it reached its limit, there was an earth-shattering boom. The 18 layers of hell exploded and shattered into pieces. The evil demon's face inside was instantly turned into ashes. Boom, boom, boom. This force was too terrifying. After all, the 18 levels of hell formed by the power of death were already extremely powerful. Moreover, they had also absorbed the endless power of the great dragon sword soul. Therefore, this explosion was extremely terrifying. A huge crack appeared in the sky and spread in all directions. Heaven and earth shook. Everyone was pushed back. The weaker ones spat out mouthfuls of blood and fainted. The stronger ones also activated their king's domains to defend themselves. The entire palace shook. Heaven and earth shook as if it was about to be destroyed. Damn it, what happened? Could it be that the brat fought back? Impossible. That brat could not destroy the 18 levels of hell at all. Could it be that he had been devoured and refined? Screams rang out. However, the yin-yang saint spat out blood and flew back. This time, he suffered a very serious backlash. 3 cracks appeared on his body and almost split his body into pieces. His face had become incomparably pale, without a trace of blood, and even his eyes had dimmed. He had no choice. His ultimate technique had been destroyed. Naturally, he was severely injured. Saint. Seeing this, the yin-yang sect members screamed. They flew out crazily and caught the yin-yang saint. They consumed all kinds of heavenly treasures without any regard for their lives. What happened? What happened? Why was the saint injured? Oh my God. Could it be that the brat fought back? Damn it. Could it be that the brat used the power of a saint? Impossible. Screams and cries rang out one after another. They really couldn't understand what was going on. The Tai dynasty, the Middle Ground Twin Kings, the 5 Elements Palace, and the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground were all stunned. They were also very surprised. Their faces instantly became extremely ferocious. They approached the yin-yang saint and quickly asked, "Brother Yin-yang, what happened? Could it be that you failed? That brat is already so powerful?" Screams rang out. Chapter 25:54. Impossible. I don't believe it. How could he have broken through my ultimate divine power? The yin-yang saint went crazy. He saw heaven being destroyed with his own eyes. But why was hell also destroyed? How did he do it? He didn't know because the black hole had completely isolated everything. He didn't see it at all, nor did his soul capture it. He wasn't the only one. The others were the same. Is your ultimate divine power that powerful? You want to kill me? You're overestimating yourself. A cold voice was heard. It was like a sharp sword that cut through the void. The sky full of light was mercilessly torn apart, and then a figure walked out. He was surrounded by sword halos, and a dragon shadow appeared under his feet. It was like a peerless immortal light that made people tremble. Damn it, it's that kid. He's not injured at all. How is that possible? Everyone went crazy because they realized that the aura on their bodies didn't weaken. Instead, it became even more violent than before. They didn't know that after the 18 levels of hell exploded, the power of the divine power was released. The absorbed power of the great dragon sword soul was completely released. Not only that, after being refined in the 18 levels of hell, the power became purer than before. Therefore, the power of the great dragon sword soul increased. This made Lin Xian very happy. He didn't expect that a battle could increase the power of the great dragon sword soul. This was really an unexpected surprise. So when he came out, he looked at the Yin Yang Saint and smiled. To be honest, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, my strength wouldn't have increased again. So don't worry, I'll give you a quick death later. Hearing this, the Yin Yang sect martial artists trembled. Their faces were full of fear. The Yin Yang Saint was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Damn kid, I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you. He was really angry. The next moment, he waved his hand, and an ancient drum appeared in his hand. The drum was white on one side and black on the other. It was very strange. This was a secret treasure of his called the Yin Yang drum. Once the drum sounded, it could instantly kill a strong enemy. Kid, go to hell. The Yin Yang Saint roared. He waved his hand and was about to use the Yin Yang drum. However, he didn't have the chance. A piercingly cold sword light flew out and instantly chopped off his arm. The Yin Yang Saint had just grabbed the Yin Yang drum when his arm broke. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the Yin Yang drum and the void red. The Yin Yang Saint screamed and flew backward. He covered his wound and kept rolling in the air. The others sucked in a breath of cold air as their scalps went numb. Crack! Yin and Yang Qi flowed around the Yin Yang Saint's body. Instantly, his severed arm grew back. He kept gasping for breath, and his face was filled with malevolence. He wanted to attack again. However, he discovered that the Yin Yang Valley was enveloped by countless sword lights. For a moment, it was hard for him to break free. As for him, he was once again sent flying by a sword light. The Yin Yang Saint still wanted to use his trump card, but Lin Xian did not give him the chance. Sword after sword, he swung out in succession. For a time, countless sword lights crisscrossed, forming a sea of swords that enveloped the area. The Yin Yang Saint was forced to retreat continuously. He had no chance to attack again. The armor on his body shattered, and the Yin and Yang energies grew dim. His body split apart, and an arm was hacked off. Not only that, but the sword strike that followed was even more devastating, directly splitting him into two halves. Half of his body was completely shattered by the sword light. Buzz! The other half of the Yin Yang Saint's body rushed out. Countless rays of light formed a Yin Yang shield that enveloped him and brought him back. Stay here. 5 elements sword. 5 elements as one. Lin Xian swung his ancient sword, and the 5 elements sword danced in the sky. They quickly combined to form an even sharper divine sword shadow that directly shattered the Yin Yang escape. It even cut the Yin Yang Saint's remaining half of his body into two. Boom! Blood mist exploded. It was a tragic sight. A saint. The Yin Yang sect members screamed. They looked at this scene with despair. Could it be that their holy son had also been killed? The others were also extremely shocked. Those peerless prodigies and powerful cultivators were extremely terrified. Could it be that another saint had died? Boom! Whoosh! Just as everyone was shocked, a figure appeared in the void in the distance. It was the Yin Yang Saint. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. He looked extremely weak. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the Yin Yang drum shattered the sword light that filled the sky. It arrived around the Yin Yang Saint and completely enveloped him. He was not killed. The surrounding people exclaimed. However, The Yin-Yang sect martial artists cried out crazily. They were too excited. Their holy son had not been killed, which made them completely relieved. Lin Xian frowned. That was because he was very surprised by this scene. The other party was actually able to survive after such a fierce attack. It was really surprising. Yin-Yang talisman of life and death. Yi Wudao said solemnly. Hearing this, many martial artists were puzzled. However, the eyelids of the powerful saints twitched violently. Yin-Yang talisman of life and death. Damn it, it's actually that thing. They did not expect the Yin-Yang sect to be so cautious this time. Yes, the Yin-Yang saint was really lucky. He actually obtained the Yin-Yang talisman of life and death. It seemed that his life was saved this time. What was the Yin-Yang talisman of life and death? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed to be a very terrifying thing. Otherwise, Yi Wudao and the other saints would not be so shocked. Behind him, Xing Tian quickly transmitted his voice. Young master, the Yin-Yang life and death talisman is a very terrifying talisman. It could have been refined by a supreme king or even a saint. It is an exceptional mystique of the Yin-Yang sect. It was not an offensive mystique, but a life-saving one. After being refined, it would be placed in the Yin-Yang saint's body. At a critical moment, it would come out and replace the original body. This was equivalent to having an extra chance of survival. Previously, the Yin-Yang saint had been able to escape the sword light that filled the sky. He must have activated the Yin-Yang life and death talisman. There was such a magical thing. After hearing this, Lin Xian was very envious. To be able to replace one death. This was an extremely precious item. After all, using this item was equivalent to having a second life. One more life than others. He had to admit that the Yin-Yang saint was really lucky to have such an item on him. Damn brat, I will not let you off. The Yin-Yang saint trembled with anger. He did not expect the other party to make him use the Yin-Yang life and death talisman. This was indeed planted in his body by the Yin-Yang sect leader. It was equivalent to having a second life. However, he could not use it on his own. It could only take effect automatically when he was threatened with death. That was why he was still alive. However, this item was extremely rare. It was a treasure of heaven and earth. He did not want to waste it like this. He had originally thought that he would use the Yin-Yang life and death talisman to save his life when he encountered extreme danger in the ancient tomb. But now, he had used it in advance. Moreover, he had fallen at the hands of a young martial artist like him. The Yin-Yang life and death talisman was indeed a good item. Do you have any more on you? Chapter 25:55. Being stared at, the Yin-Yang saint shuddered and almost wet himself. He did not expect Lin Fan to attack him. The members of the Yin-Yang sect also surrounded the Yin-Yang saint tightly. They were extremely nervous, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. If not for the Yin-Yang life and death talisman, their saint would have been killed. And now, Lin Xian still wanted to attack. How could they not be nervous? The Yin-Yang saint's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, just you wait. I will not let you off." As soon as he finished speaking, he led the Yin-Yang sect members away without looking back. He even used a secret technique to transform into Yin-Yang Qi, shattering the void and disappearing. The 5 Elements Palace, 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground, Tai Dynasty, and Tuoba family were all stunned. The others were also stunned. Their scalps went numb. The Yin-Yang saint had actually escaped. The Yin-Yang sect had been defeated. No one could believe it. The Yin-Yang sect was a powerful sect in middle ground. They were extremely powerful. Together with their Yin-Yang Qi, they were extremely terrifying. The Yin-Yang saint was one of the top talents of the younger generation. But this terrifying young talent had fled. He fled like a stray dog. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. What a piece of trash. So weak. How could he escape so quickly? Lin Xian did not chase after them. He looked at the shattered void in disdain. The other party was no longer a threat to him, so he ignored them. Instead, he turned around and stared at the remaining people. How dare you join forces to assassinate me? Li Yundong thought. Kneel down and accept your death. Lin Xian shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder, exploding in the sky. The Tai dynasty, 5 Elements Palace, and 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground cultivators who had gone against Lin Xian trembled and almost fell from the sky. Their prodigy elders, on the other hand, looked gloomy. Brat, you are too arrogant. Just then, a hideous voice rang out. Don't think that you can show off in front of me just because you defeated the Yin Yang Saint. To be honest, you're still far from it. Now, hand over the ancient Taoist robe obediently, and give me all the resources you've collected. I can only cripple your cultivation and spare your life. Otherwise, if you dare to resist, I'll make sure you lose your life. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. Heavens, who is it? How dare he be so arrogant? Didn't he see that even the Yin Yang Saint had been struck by the other party? He had almost lost his life here. Now, there was actually someone who dared to provoke Lin Xian? It had to be said that he was truly audacious. However, when they looked up at the figure in the sky, they cried out in surprise. The twin kings of the Central State. What? It's him. Was he going to make a move? Everyone was extremely shocked. The Central State's twin kings were extremely terrifying existences. He was probably even more powerful than the Yin Yang Saint. Moreover, it was a two-headed monster. Although it did not possess the power of Yin and Yang, it possessed the power of light and darkness. When the two completely opposite forces merged together, it would definitely be an extremely terrifying killing move. That's great. If the twin kings of the Central State were to make a move, that kid would definitely die. That might not be the case. Don't forget that they had fought before. But that time, the twin kings of the Central State had failed. In fact, they were so close to killing each other. Therefore, I think that kid is more powerful. Impossible. Although that kid is powerful, it's impossible for him to kill the twin kings of the Central State. Last time, he had relied on his soul power to launch a surprise attack and cause the twin kings to suffer. Now, with the previous experience, the twin kings of the Central State would definitely defend their soul power. Without the soul power, that kid would definitely not be a match for the twin kings of the Central State. Indeed, I think so too. Discussions broke out. In this battle, they were certain that the twin kings of the Central State would win. This was because the other party's reputation in the Central State was simply too strong. Even people like Yi Wudao and the prince of the Great Xia dynasty did not think that they could win, not to mention Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as a disdainful smile appeared on his face. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, the two-headed monster. What, was the lesson I taught you last time not enough? You still dare to cause trouble? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? If you know what's good for you, scram and disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I'll kill you. At the end of his words, a biting cold killing intent rang out between heaven and earth. It was like a peerless sword light that swept across the world. How terrifying. This Lin Xian was too arrogant. He dared to provoke the twin kings of the Central State. Just wait. He will lose without a doubt. Discussions broke out. However, the dark red dragon and the others sneered. Two-headed monster. Go to hell. You are not a match for Brother Lin Xian. Brother Xian, defeat him. You can go to hell for me. The twin kings of the Central State went crazy. Their strength suddenly erupted. Last time, he had indeed suffered a loss at the hands of the other party. Therefore, this time, he must return the favor. He wanted to kill the other party in front of everyone to prove his strength. Boom. On behalf of the gods, I punish you. The virtuous one's face was merciful. Golden light overflowed from his body, making him look like a Buddha. On the other side, the evil one's black hair danced wildly. Demonic chi surged from his body, making him look like a peerless demon king. Two terrifying auras burst out, sweeping across the world and shattering the surrounding void. The spectators frantically retreated, distancing themselves. It was too terrifying. It was much more powerful than the Yin Yang Saint's power. It was undeniable that it made people tremble. At this moment, Yi Wudao, No Flower, the Alcade Saint, and the others all had grave expressions. Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu were also worried. Although they had mocked Lin Xian before, they were still worried for him after sensing the power. Brother Lin Xian, are you all right? Jingqiu looked worried. However, the dark red dragon laughed. Don't worry, that kid won't lose so easily. As expected, Lin Xian roared. Sword chi erupted from his body. Sword waves spread out in all directions with him as the center. It collided with the golden light that filled the sky and the terrifying demonic chi. The three forces collided in the air, tearing the void apart. Hundreds of large cracks appeared. Each of them was like a huge canyon, spreading across the sky. It was extremely ferocious. The surrounding martial artists were horrified. Just the collision of their auras had already caused such a terrifying scene. They wondered what would happen when the two of them fought. It would probably be an earth-shattering battle. Fortunately, this was the tomb of a saint. Even if they fought until the heavens fell and the earth cracked, it was still fine. Even if it was earth-shattering, the saint's tomb would not shatter. Hence, they just had to keep a safe distance. Buzz. After the three forces collided, Lin Xian made his move. Since the other party was courting death, he would fulfill his wish. The chaotic heaven destroyer sword erupted with a terrifying sword light that swept across the world. The Zhongzhou twin kings also roared. The virtuous one wielded the heavenly Dharma wheel, while the evil one wielded the death scythe. The two of them charged out together. Not only that, but a huge square seal formed above their heads, radiating thousands of rays of light. Chapter 2556. Brat, we've already protected our souls with our previous experience. You won't be able to break our soul protection. Let's see what you can do without your soul attack. The Zhongzhou twin kings laughed sinisterly as they quickly rushed over. Sure enough, when the surrounding people saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. Haha, without the soul attack, this brat's strength would be greatly reduced. He wouldn't be a match for the Zhongzhou twin kings. This was for sure. Just wait and see. This time, he's definitely dead. The surrounding people sneered. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The other party was too naive. Did they really think that his strength would be greatly reduced without his soul power? What a joke. His soul power was only his trump card. His true strength wasn't something these people could imagine. In the next moment, he waved his ancient sword. 3 runes unraveled, and a shocking sword light flashed out. Boom! Today's collision sounded. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. The terrifying power shattered everything in all directions. It even blasted the Zhongzhou twin kings away. What? The Zhongzhou twin kings were blasted away. How was this possible? Everyone was stunned. This was completely different from what they had expected. In their opinion, without his soul power, Lin Xian wouldn't be a match for the twin kings at all. But now, the other party was still incomparably strong. He directly blasted the Zhongzhou twin kings away. The twin kings of Central State were also stunned. Their minds went blank. They retreated for a long time before they stopped. Damn it! How could this brat be so strong? Brother, don't be careless. This brat must have obtained some opportunity in this ancient tomb that allowed his cultivation to increase. That's why he could erupt with such power, right? The virtuous one said in a deep voice. The evil child was able to move the demonic energy that filled the sky. He snorted coldly. Damn it, this brat's luck was really good. He actually broke through. But so what? Did he really think that we didn't have any opportunities? Today, we'll let him see how powerful we are. The Zhongzhou twin kings smiled. They didn't attack again. Instead, they stopped in midair. Soon, light flickered on their bodies. They took out something from their storage rings. It was an array disc with words carved on a stone. It was abnormally old and covered with cracks. 1/3 of the edges had even disappeared. Obviously, this was not a complete thing. However, the Central Province's twin kings were extremely cautious and excited as they held the treasure in their hands. From the looks of it, the value of this stone plate was beyond their imagination. Brat, I'll show you our fortuitous encounter. The two of them grinned and waved their palms, pouring their power into the stone plate. Suddenly, the stone plate trembled, and the patterns on it lit up quickly. It was very mysterious. One rune after another floated out and rotated above them. Wong! An earth-shattering voice rang out as a tall figure walked out from the runes that filled the sky. It was a stone golem. It was 2 meters tall, and its body was filled with the texture of rocks. However, it was full of cracks, and a third of it had even disappeared. Clearly, the degree of damage was the same as that of the stone plate. This stone man was summoned by the stone plate. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What was that? It sounded like the Zhongzhou twin kings had obtained a treasure from the saint's tomb. But what was the use of this stone man? Attack? Or were they puppets? There was a lot of discussion, but soon they found out. The stone man should be a kind of attacking puppet. In the sky, the tall stone man's body swayed and directly smashed through the void, instantly arriving in front of Lin Xian. Boom! The large stone hand slapped out, forming terrifying black holes one after another, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he instantly dodged. At the same time, he slashed the stone man with his sword. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and sparks flew. However, the stone man was not damaged at all. He only took a few steps back, roared again, and charged forward. What a strong defense! Everyone exclaimed. They had seen how terrifying Lin Xian's sword technique was. He had directly split the Yin-Yang saint in half with one slash. Even a top-notch saint would have a headache if he saw such sword chi. However, the stone man in front of them, he actually took a hit from the sword without being injured at all. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. Treasure. This was definitely an earth-shattering treasure. This defensive power was even more terrifying than a heaven-grade treasure. No wonder the middle ground twin kings were so excited earlier. They had definitely struck gold. Their luck was too good to be able to find such a treasure in the saint's tomb. Exclamations rang out. Obviously, the stone man's defense was indeed beyond their expectations. Lin Xian also frowned, and his face became gloomy. What a terrifying defensive power. He knew his own sword technique best. Even a peerless almighty would not dare to take a hit from his sword. However, the stone man withstood it. No wonder the middle ground twin kings were so confident. Kid, did you see that? In front of our fortuitous opportunity. Your fortuitous opportunity is nothing at all. In terms of talent, you are no match for us. In terms of fortuitous opportunity, you are no match for us. Therefore, you can die in peace. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. However, you are too confident. The fortuitous opportunity you are so proud of is nothing at all in front of me. Stubborn fellow, who do you think you are? The stone man's defense is far beyond your imagination. You can't break it at all. The twin kings snorted coldly. Their eyes were filled with disdain because they had tested it before. Even they could not break it. They could only kill it if they used their super trump cards. Therefore, they did not believe that the other party could break it so easily. Lin Xian did not say anything. Instead, he stretched out his hand and grabbed a few black bugs. Go. It's time to show your strength. Lin Xian grabbed 5 bugs and threw them out. These bugs danced in the sky and rushed toward the stone man. In an instant, they landed on the honest man. What were those things? The surrounding people were stunned at first. How many bugs did the other party take out? What kind of joke was that? Was the other party an idiot? How could a few bugs kill such a terrifying stone man? They did not believe it at all. The middle ground twin kings also sneered disdainfully. Kid, it seems that you are really at the end of your rope. In that case, let me finish you off. They controlled the stone plate again and made the stone man attack crazily. However, very soon, the stone men stopped in midair. It was because a small stone had fallen from their bodies. Although it was very small, it still attracted everyone's attention, especially the middle ground twin kings. Their pupils constricted. Damn it, what was going on? Something actually fell down? The evil son was shocked. The virtuous son said, Brother, don't worry, it must be something else. How could the stone man be damaged? That was true. The evil son recovered his expression and snorted coldly again. However, not long after, a few more small stones fell. Moreover, the stone man in front of him slowed down. In fact, a crack appeared on his body. A crack that should not have appeared. Damn it, the stone man was injured. This time, it wasn't just the twin kings. The other chosen powerhouses had also witnessed this scene. They were stunned. What was going on? Such a powerful stone man and peerless sword chi could not break it. At this moment, it was actually damaged? Damn it, it had something to do with that bug. Chapter 2557. Damn it. Aren't those black bugs similar to the metal-devouring bugs? Some powerhouses exclaimed. What? Are you talking about the bugs that were created with the dark night gold in the cave? The others also came back to their senses. They looked carefully and exclaimed in surprise. Damn it, it's really them. They thought that they looked familiar, but they did not think that way. That was because they had suppressed some of those bugs in their sacred grounds. However, they did not dare to use them. Those bugs contained the will of the saints, which was extremely terrifying. They did not dare to use them now. They could only use them after the elders of their sacred grounds refined them. But now, the other party had taken out a few black bugs. Was he not afraid that the will of the saints would leak and cause some unforeseen events? No, damn it, the stone golem had blasted those bugs away many times. Those bugs all flew back to attack the stone golem. That shouldn't be. Those bugs attacked indiscriminately. Why are they only attacking the stone golem this time? Just as they were feeling puzzled, the stone golem in front of them shattered again, and a few holes appeared on its body. There was also a hole in between his eyebrows, so he stopped in midair. What happened? Why isn't it moving? Everyone was surprised again. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled. It seemed that he had indeed destroyed the stone golem. Not only did he have the black bugs, but he also had the heavenly secret divine eye. He discovered that there was a rune in the stone golem's head. Therefore, he asked the black bugs to bite the rune. As expected, the stone golem in front of them. It stopped moving. Damn it! Move! The middle creased twin kings roared like they had gone mad. However, no matter how they tried to control it, the stone golem seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and stopped moving. It had truly turned into a statue. Come back. Lin Xian waved his hand, and all the black bugs returned to his side as he put them away. Seeing that scene, everyone went crazy. Damn it, what did that kid do? He actually took back the black bugs so easily? Oh my god, why do I feel that he can control those black bugs? One of the saints screamed. When the others heard that, they were even more terrified. Don't talk nonsense. How could he possibly control it? That was because the black worm contained the will of a saint, and he could not erase it. I say, stop scaring people. Voices rang out one after another. Clearly, no one dared to believe this fact. Lin Xian didn't explain. What he wanted was a sense of mystery. Only then would these saints and experts fear him. Sure enough, at this moment, the way everyone looked at Lin Xian changed. Damn it, this brat is too freaky. First, there was the terrifying soul power, and then there was the peerless sword art. Now, there was the black bug. In fact, he could even control it. Who the hell was this kid? Why do I feel that the twin kings of the central prefecture are in danger this time? Don't speak nonsense. Although the stone man was damaged, the central state twin kings were not injured. With the twin king's strength, defeating this brat was not a difficult task. However, there were also people who shook their heads. Haven't you noticed? Ever since this kid appeared, he hasn't lost a single battle. Whether it was the five-element saint, the myriad thunder saint, the yin-yang saint, or the twin kings this time. Every opponent became stronger and stronger, but the other party also became stronger and even had more trump cards. The other party was like a bottomless pit, able to defeat all the experts and stay in an invincible position. Was this true? Everyone was horrified. They thought carefully and found that it was true. Since they knew him, he had never been defeated. God, this was the potential of a great emperor. An old man exclaimed, and the others turned their heads to look. It was rumored that when the great emperor was young, he had defeated all his peers and had never been defeated. It was common for him to kill enemies of a higher level. Only by defeating all the experts in the world could he become a great emperor. The brat in front of them seemed to be on the path of an ancient great emperor. The saint of all beginnings' eyes flickered as she spoke in a deep voice. Ancient great emperor. These four words were like a mountain, pressuring people to the point that they couldn't breathe. All the saints and saintesses were silent. They stared at Lin Xian, and a piercing light flashed in their eyes. Each of them looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Because as top geniuses and peerless geniuses, their goals were not only to become the saint lords of their respective holy lands. They also had a more ambitious goal, which was to become a great emperor. Because only by becoming a great emperor could one rule the world and be qualified to enter the legendary immortal realm. Only then could one be qualified to become an immortal. They had been working tirelessly for this goal. However, at that moment, there was someone walking ahead of them. The other party had already shown the potential and demeanor of a young great emperor, which made them extremely vigilant. On the road to becoming a great emperor, everyone was an enemy. The twin kings of Zhongzhou also understood this truth. Therefore, they did not hold back at all. They exerted all their strength and attacked. This was an extremely exciting battle. The two fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked, and the sun and moon lost their light. Countless rays of light shone in the sky, and cracks were everywhere. The monstrous sea of blood surged and dyed the entire sky red. The ancient dragon abyss sword crossed the sky, and every time it slashed down, it was accompanied by a shocking dragon roar. On the opposite side, the heavenly treasure Dharma wheel and the death scythe were also becoming more and more terrifying. They evolved magical powers all over the sky to compete with the piercing sword Qi in the sky. Buzz. The shockwave of the shocking attack spread out in all directions. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Many experts did not have time to retreat and were directly sent flying by the shockwave. The other saints and experts' faces changed. It was too terrifying. Just the shockwave alone was so powerful, and it made them extremely shocked. The others also retreated crazily and no longer dared to go forward. Lin Xian also frowned. He had to admit that the twin kings of Zhongzhou were indeed terrifying. They were indeed powerful to be able to dominate Zhongzhou for so many years. If he did not have the great dragon sword soul to display his super powerful combat strength, it would be difficult for him to fight until now. After all, it was equivalent to him fighting against two saints with his own strength. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, there was another collision of ultimate skills. The power of light and darkness rushed toward Lin Xian together. Lin Xian used his 4 major killer moves to contend with them. Puff. The twin kings of Zhongzhou vomited blood and retreated. Lin Xian also kept retreating. His robe was dyed red with blood. The collision of magical powers caused both of them to be injured. Buzz. In the sky, Lin Xian stopped and activated the longevity incantation. The power in his body surged, and the light on his body flowed quickly, forming a dragon-shaped shadow that enveloped him. The giant dragon roared and sucked hard. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth in all directions was sucked into his body and poured into Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian activated the longevity incantation and used the power to repair his body. On the other side, the twin kings of Zhongzhou were also roaring. The golden light on their bodies and the monstrous demonic qi kept rolling and repairing their wounds. Kid, I have to admit that you are strong and are our opponent. No one has been able to fight with us for so long. You are the first. However, this is the end. Next, I will let you know what true despair is. Chapter 25:58. Boom. Zhongzhou's twin kings roared, and a bronze chariot rushed out from between his eyebrows. Lights swirled on the chariot, and sinister heads were engraved on it. It was very mysterious. The bronze chariot emitted an unparalleled power, shattering the void and causing the surrounding people to tremble. Heaven-grade treasure. Many people exclaimed. The saints' pupils shrank because they could feel that this was not an ordinary heaven-grade treasure. It might be a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure. At this level, it was definitely a powerful weapon. It could wipe out an area. If it was controlled by a top almighty, it would be extremely terrifying. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Zhongzhou's twin kings to have a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure. Lin Xian also frowned. He knew the power of a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure. The ancient Taoist robe on his body was a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure. He did not expect the other party to have one as well. But so what? Even if the other party had a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure, he was not afraid. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand bloomed with a brilliant light. It was an ancient treasure and a heaven-grade treasure. Its grade was unknown, but it obviously surpassed a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure. The dark red dragon used 9 seals to seal it. At this moment, Lin Xian had already broken 3 seals. But now, he had broken another one. The 4th seal was opened. Boom, boom, boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Sword chi swept across the world, shattering the void. The surrounding warriors' faces all changed. Damn it, the long sword in the kid's hand is also a treasure. Looking at its power, it was no weaker than a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure. The battle between 2 mid-grade heaven-grade treasures was absolutely terrifying and could destroy the world. If it were not for the saint's tomb, this attack would have completely collapsed everything within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. However, the saint's tomb had completely suppressed this power. The internal space was blasted into smithereens. That was not all. Outside the saint's tomb, countless large cracks had appeared within a radius of 1,000,000 miles and were spreading in all directions. The plains and earth had turned into huge canyons one after another. Damn it! Retreat! In the ancient tomb, the holy sons, holy daughters, and other experts retreated one after another. Leaf Daudinier, Sage Sun Alcade, and the Crown Prince of the Grand Xia all unleashed their power. Humph! In the sky, the bronze chariot continued to expand until it was about 10 meters tall. There were ferocious heads on them. If one looked carefully, they were all ferocious beasts of the world. Among them, there were 4 heads that were the most terrifying. They were scattered around the bronze chariot. This bronze chariot was also known as the 4 Beasts Chariot. The twin kings of the Central Plains stood on the 4 Beasts Chariot, holding the heavenly treasure Dharma Wheel and the Death Scythe. Their eyes shone with cold light. His powerful aura suppressed the surroundings. Kid, I admit that you're very powerful, but in front of our trump cards, you don't have any power to resist at all. If you obediently kneel down and accept your death, I can give you a quick death. The Central State Twin Kings looked down like immortal kings, making people look up to them. Humph! You want me to admit defeat with a mere mid-grade Heaven Step artifact? You're really too naive. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, just use them. Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. You'll see. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll fulfill your wish. The Twin Kings of the Central State waved their palms. Tens of thousands of rays of light bloomed. The 4 ferocious heads seemed to come alive and roared. Countless rays of light spewed out from the 4 heads. Each ray of light could kill a peerless powerhouse. It could be said that it was extremely dangerous. Kill. Lin Xian held the ancient dragon abyss sword and attacked together with the great dragon sword soul. The 2 of them fought together again. The heavenly treasure Dharma Wheel, the death scythe, endless demonic chi, and golden light shone in the sky. At the same time, Lin Xian used the power of 5 elements and the chaos sword technique. There were dragon roars and sword cries. All kinds of unique skills emerged one after another. Both of them used powerful attacks and trump cards. Lin Xian's eyes shone with cold light. The great dragon sword soul in his body continued to rise. Dragon roars and sword cries rang out. This time, he wanted to completely kill the twin kings of the Central State. He did not want to let them escape. He knew that this was a peerless enemy. Not only was he strong and talented, but he also had great opportunities. If he let them continue to grow, it would be troublesome for him in the future. It was better to take advantage of this opportunity to kill them completely. The twin kings of the Central State had the same plan. They drove the 4 Beast Chariot and attacked crazily. Lin Xian waved the ancient dragon sword and turned it into a giant dragon-shaped sword that was 100 feet long. It pressed down mercilessly. Sword after sword collided fiercely with the 4 Beast Chariot. Boom, boom. After dozens of sword strikes, the 4 Beast Chariot kept retreating. The twin kings of the Central State also vomited blood. Their bodies were dyed red. Even if they were strong and had the 4 Beast Chariot, they still could not resist. No way, that kid was so strong? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Originally, they thought that the twin kings of the Central State would win, but they did not expect that the 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. When the twin kings took out their mid-grade heaven-grade artifacts, They thought that there was no suspense in this battle. However, things went beyond their expectations again. The twin kings of the Central State were the first to be injured, and the opponent was getting stronger and stronger. After the twin kings of the Central State became angry, the good one kept driving the four-beast chariot, while the evil one spat out a black treasure saber. The treasure saber was broken in half and emitted a boundless killing intent. As soon as it appeared, it shattered the void. It was another mid-grade heaven-grade artifact, but it was a broken mid-grade heaven-grade artifact. Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect the twin kings of the Central State to have such a terrifying trump card. It was useless. It was just a broken mid-grade heaven-grade artifact. Even if it was used, it would not be a threat to them. Lin Xian's ancient robe burned fiercely, forming a strong defense. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand was even more powerful. Every strike tore the world apart. Boom, boom. The twin kings vomited blood again. Indeed, even if they took out the black treasure saber, they would not be able to resist. Lin Xian was too strong. The ancient dragon sword was mysterious and unfathomable, and the great dragon sword spirit was an offensive saint technique. Therefore, the twin kings of the Central State were defeated in this battle. The twin kings of the Central State roared and turned to escape. The four-beast chariot bloomed with incomparable light. It was about to rush into the sky. Buzz. Lin Xian raised his hand and struck out the five-element sword. It turned into a cage, suppressing heaven and earth, blocking the twin kings' path. "Wanna leave?" It was impossible. "Today, you will stay here." Lin Xian's voice was cold. His body was full of killing intent. Holding the killing sword in his hand, he strode forward. "Damn kid, don't go too far." The twin kings of the Central State roared. He did not expect that the other party would dare to block his path. It was really hateful. Lin Xian sneered. "What? You're allowed to bring people to kill me, but I'm not allowed to fight back. You're too naive." Chapter 2559. Damn it, I'll fight you. Zhongzhou's twin kings turned around and charged. He did not believe that his opponent could hurt him again. He guessed that his opponent must not have much energy left after fighting for so long. However, he soon screamed in agony. He realized that his opponent's sword chi had not weakened. In fact, it had become even sharper. Damn it, how is that possible? How can he be so powerful? He should have been exhausted long ago. He was not the only one. Everyone around him was stunned. How can his opponent's power be endless? Damn it, this kid has so many rare treasures. He must have secretly taken them. That was the only explanation that could make them feel at ease. On the other side, Zhongzhou's twin king's body was riddled with wounds. More than half of his bones were broken. He also swallowed rare treasures and a large drop of spiritual liquid to recover instantly. Kill. After another earth-shattering battle, Zhongzhou's twin kings was injured again. This time, his injuries were even more serious. It had even damaged his origin. Therefore, although consuming rare treasures and spiritual herbs could heal his body, his combat strength was weaker than before. He could only use about 80% of his previous power. That put him at an even greater disadvantage. However, he realized that Lin Xian's combat strength had also weakened. After fighting for such a long time, he finally realized that his opponent was not invincible. His power would also weaken. When the other saints and elders saw that, they also heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, their opponent would also be exhausted. Otherwise, they would have thought that their opponent was a monster. Lin Xian sneered. "So what if my power has weakened? I'm more than enough to kill you." Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and walked forward step by step. The power of the five elements surrounded him, suppressing heaven and earth, blocking Zhongzhou's twin king's path. With Lin Xian in front of him, Zhongzhou's twin kings had no way out. "Brother twin kings, do you need my help?" Just when everyone thought that Zhongzhou's twin kings were dead for sure, a cold voice suddenly came from afar. It was a woman's voice. It was very pleasant to the ears, but it did not carry any emotion. Her voice came from afar and clearly entered everyone's ears. One could imagine that the person who spoke was definitely a top expert. Lin Xian also frowned. He stood in the void and turned his head to look into the distance. In the distance, a woman in white walked over. She was extremely beautiful and her black hair fluttered in the wind. However, there was a domineering look in her eyes. It was rare to see such an expression in a woman's eyes. Therefore, when Lin Xian saw it, he was stunned. "Who are you?" Lin Xian asked coldly. "You don't deserve to know who I am." The woman in white looked proud. She looked disdainfully at the sky and said coldly, "You can leave now. Remember, this is me sparing your life. Hurry up and thank him and leave." "What?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The holy sons and holy daughters also frowned. Who was this person? How arrogant! How dare he say such things to Lin Xian? Their understanding of Lin Xian was now different from before. Previously, they had thought that the other party was just an ant that was not worth mentioning. However, after this trip to the ancient tomb, they knew that their previous thinking was completely wrong. The other party wasn't an ant at all, but a dragon, a demon, a killing god. He had killed the five elements saint and a few other saints. He had even slashed the yin-yang saint. Finally, he had defeated the middle state twin kings. Every single one of his achievements was an existence that could shock and awe everyone. Such a person could be said to be extremely terrifying. Now, the other holy sons and holy daughters would not dare to provoke him unless they had no other choice. However, there was someone who dared to speak to him in such a manner. Did he not want to live anymore? Or rather, what kind of mysterious background did he have? Lin Xian also frowned. The other party's arrogant attitude made him very unhappy. The middle state twin kings looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, brat, continue to be arrogant. Come and kill me again. Just you wait. Wait until I leave and recover from my injuries. One day, I will trample you under my feet. I will return all the humiliation that I have suffered today." The middle state twin kings were really mad. Ever since he started his cultivation, he had never been defeated. Not to mention that he had beaten a cripple to the point where he was severely injured and almost killed. Therefore, he swore that he would not let the other party off. "Do you think that a woman can protect you?" Lin Xian sneered. The murderous intent in his eyes exploded again. Like a storm, it swept in all directions. "Lin Xian, I admit that you are very strong. However, this time, you can't do anything to me." The middle state twin kings were not afraid in the face of such a terrifying murderous intent. Instead, they sneered. "What? What did you say his name was?" The woman in white turned her head and frowned. "His name is Lin Xian. He is the master of the immortal palace." The middle state twin kings gritted their teeth and said again, "Lin Xian? The Lin Xian who killed General Xianing?" The woman in white asked. "Yes, it was him. He was the one who killed our General Xianing." The people of the Tai dynasty screamed, "Fairy, avenge us. That brat also killed our prince." The people of the Tai dynasty screamed crazily. However, just as they screamed, a scream came from afar. Immediately, everyone turned their heads to look. They all went crazy when they saw that. The people of the Tai dynasty had a mental breakdown. Their royal elder was torn in half by the Bloodwing Bat King, and half of his body was swallowed. The other half of his body exploded into a bloody mist. He was killed. Their imperial family elder had also been killed. The warriors of the Tai dynasty screamed crazily, "Fairy, avenge us." "Lin Xian? Very well, I'm looking for you. I didn't expect you to be here." It was really a case of traveling far and wide looking for something, only to find it without any effort. The woman in white sneered. Lin Xian frowned. "Looking for me? Which side are you on? Why are you looking for me?" He did not know the woman in front of him, nor did he know who she was. He originally thought that she was just passing by and came to save the middle state twin kings. Who would have thought that it was not the case? "I am the war concubine of the war tribe." The woman in white's voice was sonorous. When she spoke, it was like thunder, shattering the world in all directions. War tribe, war concubine. Heavens, she was actually from the war tribe. Everyone was shocked. Even Lin Xian frowned. He did not expect that the woman in white was actually from the war tribe. He was no stranger to the war tribe. He had once killed the young prodigy of the war tribe, the Golden Lion King. He had also fought with the peerless powerhouse of the war tribe, Zhang Wuhan. He had a deep understanding of the power of the war tribe. He did not expect that the woman in front of him was also from the war tribe. She should be a genius of the war tribe. However, so what? Lin Xian snorted coldly and pointed his sword forward. So she's from the war tribe. Why? Are you here to die again? How dare you? Chapter 2560. You don't have to yell at me. Your battle tribe's genius, the Golden Lion King, was killed by me. Do you think you're stronger than the Golden Lion King? As soon as these words came out, the sky changed color. The surrounding experts exclaimed. They had long heard of this battle. They thought it was just a legend. But now, they didn't expect to hear it from Lin Xian's mouth again. It seemed that the legend was true. This kid not only provoked the Tai dynasty, Five Elements Palace, and other holy lands, but also an ancient family like the battle tribe. God, did he not want to live anymore? I don't care what battle concubine you are. Since you provoked me today, I'll make you a dead concubine. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Lin Xian's attitude. It shocked everyone. It seemed that this kid was still as arrogant as ever. It wasn't because the other party was an ancient family. It was because of fear. The Middle State Twin Kings smiled. It seemed that he didn't need to instigate the two sides to fight. Moreover, it was the kind of fight that wouldn't end until one of them died. Thinking of this, he quickly retreated, activated the four-beast chariot, broke the five-element seal, and then fled into the distance. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, waved his hand, and reached out, wanting to block the Middle State Twin Kings. Clang! In midair, there was a clanging sound, and the green palm was blocked. Your opponent now is me. The battle concubine's voice was cold, blocking Lin Xian's path. Get lost. Lin Xian shouted coldly and punched out. With a bang, the starry sky shattered. The battle concubine's body emitted a dazzling light, forming a resplendent armor that covered her delicate body. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a golden halberd appeared in his hand. It gently slid, piercing through the void in front of him. A peerlessly beautiful woman holding a gigantic halberd. This scene was indeed extremely shocking. Kid, how dare you offend my battle tribe? Now go to hell and repent. The battle concubine waved the halberd in her hand and slashed forward. A huge golden light fell from the sky like a waterfall. How terrifying! This battle concubine was indeed terrifying. God, are all the people of the battle tribe so terrifying? First, there was the Golden Lion King, and now there was a battle concubine. I suspect that any young person from the battle tribe can suppress a world. Countless martial artists, frightened and envious. But they knew it was useless. They couldn't envy. The war race had been passed down since ancient times, and could even be traced back to an even more ancient era. They were a race that was born for war, and they had a terrifying bloodline power in their bodies. He was born with a powerful combat strength. In addition to the war clan's abundant resources, the martial artists of the war clan would often reveal their talents in their youth and become geniuses of a region. Looking at it now, it was indeed extraordinary. Battle concubines to the battle twos to TB. However, so what if he was strong? Lin Xian snorted coldly and swung the Dragon Abyss Valley sword towards the sky. When it collided with the halberd, a shocking sound rang out. It was as if 100,000 golden lightning bolts were about to fall together. The battle tribe. You shouldn't have appeared. Go back to your tribe and live a peaceful life. The battle outside no longer belongs to you. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, full of confidence. Pung pung pung. The battle concubine was forced back. The armor on her body flickered, neutralizing the force. Then, she stopped in the void. Her beautiful eyes burst out with a shocking light. They were like two suns, growing stronger and stronger. Don't belong to us? Kid, I have to say, you are too arrogant or too ignorant. When my battle tribe ruled the world, you didn't even appear. History is rolling, and there will always be powerful beings that disappear. There will also be rising talents that will stand at the top of the world. Your battle tribe will still become history. Now, This world belongs to us. The future also belongs to us. The sword intent on Lin Xian's body grew stronger and stronger. An extremely terrifying dragon roar and sword cry sounded. At this moment, he was like a peerless sword god. Belong to you? What a joke. The battle concubine snorted in disdain. The other saints and saintesses in the distance also had cold expressions. The other party wasn't a great emperor yet, but he said such arrogant words. He really didn't know what was good for him. Since ancient times, how many brilliant geniuses, how many powerhouses that shocked the past and present. But in the end, how many great emperors appeared? Too many geniuses, dazzling stars, fell in the passage of time. Without reaching the final step, no one dared to say that they were invincible. But now, Lin Xian actually said such words. They couldn't help but be shocked. Ignorant kid. Next, I will let you see the true power of my battle tribe. The battle concubine's voice was ice cold. Mysterious runes appeared on her body one after another, beginning to circulate. A blood-colored aura wrapped around her. Bloodline power. This was the battle tribe's bloodline power. In the distance, a saint cried out in surprise. The other martial artists also cried out in surprise. They looked ahead, their bodies trembling, feeling as if the blood in their bodies was about to coagulate. They even had a feeling of wanting to kneel down and worship that beautiful figure in front of them. Bloodline suppression. This was absolute bloodline power. Some elders cried out in surprise, roaring like crazy, resisting. Those who were weak retreated frantically. Humph! Yi Wudao snorted coldly. Golden light circulated around his body like a god of war. He had also activated the Yi family's bloodline power. Immediately, the battle tribe's bloodline suppression was neutralized. Behind him, the demon imperial palace's Yen Ruyu's eyes also circulated. Her body instantly recovered. One could imagine that Yen Ruyu's bloodline power was definitely not weaker than Yi Wudao's. But as for what it was, no one knew. Apart from them, what Tiandu, No Flower, the Crown Prince, Gu Santong, Morong Qingqing, Xin Jingqiu, and the others also circulated their bloodline power. They resisted. At this moment, the saints and geniuses with bloodline power activated all sorts of methods. As for those without bloodline power, or those with weak bloodline power, they could only retreat, or they could use artifacts to defend. Just because the other party had activated their bloodline power and hadn't used any major methods, it had already caused such a terrifying scene. One had to admit that the battle tribe's bloodline power was too terrifying. Even after countless years, after countless generations of inheritance, it still possessed such power. They didn't dare to imagine how terrifying the first-generation battle god ancestor would be. He probably wouldn't be weaker than the emperors of old. Or perhaps, the battle tribe's ancestor might be an emperor. However, the battle tribe had existed for far too long. They didn't have any information about the battle tribe's ancestor. But for the other party to be able to pass down his bloodline for so many years, he was definitely a shocking character. Lin Xian also felt an immense pressure. In fact, the pressure he felt was much stronger than the saints and saintesses. Chapter 2561. Seeing Lin Xian's body tremble, Zhang Ji revealed a disdainful sneer in the distance. Kid, did you see that? I've only activated my bloodline power, and you're already trembling. What else do you have to fight against me? A mortal like you can't even withstand a single blow from my war tribe's bloodline. Now, kneel down obediently and accept your death. Zhang Ji's voice was cold. In the distance, Zhongzhou's twin kings, Tai dynasty, and Five Elements Palace all smiled sinisterly. It seemed that there was no suspense in this battle. This was because they had never seen Lin Xian use his bloodline power before. Thinking about it, he shouldn't have any powerful bloodline. In that case, he wouldn't be able to fight against the war tribe's bloodline power. Bloodline power? It was indeed very powerful, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. But you don't have anything to be proud of. This bloodline power was passed down to you by your ancestors. Even if it's glorious, it's your ancestors' glory, not yours. I don't understand. What do you have to be proud of? Besides, do you think you're invincible just because you have the bloodline power? Today, I'll let you know that even without the bloodline power, I can still beat you up. The sword chi on Lin Xian's body became brighter and brighter. Ignorant kid, you'll regret it soon. Zhang Ji's voice was cold. She didn't say anything else, and the blood-red light on her body became stronger and stronger. Mysterious runes revolved around her body. The aura on her body was much stronger than before. One could imagine that her strength had also increased by several times. Humph! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian made his move. He wouldn't let his opponent's strength continue to increase. Using the demigods and semi-devils, Lin Xian rushed forward like lightning. At the same time, he waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand and slashed forward. Boom! The sky trembled and exploded. Zhang Ji also made her move. She waved her halberd, drawing out streaks of golden light in the sky to block the opponent's sword chi. She couldn't get close. Kill. With a soft shout, the bloodline power on Zhang Ji's body became dazzling. Countless runes flickered, providing her with powerful strength. Boom! The halberd was swung, turning into a terrifying golden demonic mountain that descended from the sky, causing the dragon origin sword to tremble violently. How terrifying! Was this the power of the battle clan's bloodline? It was actually able to raise the opponent's combat strength to such a high level. The surrounding cultivators all trembled in fear. Even Leaf Dowdinier, No Flower, and the others wore dignified expressions. This Zhang was definitely a super strong opponent. If they were to encounter him, they would probably have to go all out to deal with him. This combat concubine was too powerful. That brat might not be able to resist her. Indeed, he was too arrogant. He had underestimated the power of his bloodline. This was especially true for the war race, a race that had been passed down since ancient times. His strength and foundation were absolutely terrifying. Furthermore, from the looks of it, this war concubine's bloodline power was extremely pure. Likely, it was rare even in the war race. Sounds of discussion rang out one after another. The majority of the people were talking about the battle clan's bloodline power. Older brother Xian, Lin Xian Gij. In the distance, on the other side, Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were also extremely nervous. Murong Qingqing's body flickered with light as countless petals danced in the air. A green lotus platform revolved beneath her feet. On her body, there were mysterious blood-red runes. Clearly, Murong Qingqing had also activated her bloodline power. On the other side, Shen Jingqiu was the same. However, both of them were extremely nervous. In fact, they couldn't help but want to attack. Don't worry. Just watch the battle quietly. That fellow will not lose so easily. Don't worry. Just watch the battle quietly. Indeed, among these people, the one who understood Lin Xian's strength the most wasn't Murong Qingqing or Shen Jingqiu. Instead, it was the dark red divine dragon that had always grown with Lin Xian. Therefore, the dark red divine dragon was the least worried now. At the very least, he knew that Lin Xian wouldn't lose so easily. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Xian was pushed back. The dragon's source sword roared, his arms trembled, and the blood in his body surged. His body almost split open. How terrifying. Is this the bloodline power of the war tribe? It's indeed powerful. His expression was extremely solemn as a trace of golden light appeared in his eyes. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared continuously. He's indeed a powerful opponent. However, this time, he should be able to make me go all out. Lin Xian felt the blood in his body boiling. He wasn't afraid. Instead, he was excited. After all, it wasn't easy to find a powerful opponent and fight to his heart's content. Now, he had finally found one. Very good. The bloodline power of the war tribe is very powerful. It's worth it for me to go all out. Lin Xian waved his arm and circulated the energy in his body to remove the numbness. At the same time, terrifying sword chi burst out from his body. His combat strength increased once again. A dragon-shaped shadow appeared on his body and roared. What? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the surrounding people were shocked. What did he mean by it was worth it for him to go all out? Could it be that he didn't use his full strength previously? How was that possible? No one believed it. They didn't believe it and thought that he was just putting on a show. However, When they sensed that Lin Xian's sword chi had become stronger again, they were all stunned. Their bodies trembled as they knelt on the ground. His strength had actually increased. Damn it! How was that possible? Could it be that he really didn't use his full strength previously? I don't believe it. He didn't use his full strength and killed the Yin-Yang Saint? He defeated the twin kings of Middle State? Just what level had this brat's true strength reached? Screams rang out as everyone looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a super monster. Zhang Ji also frowned. Lin Xian didn't run away in fear. Instead, he became more courageous and even said more arrogant words. Used his full strength? Humph. Don't try to be mysterious. You must have used a secret technique to burn your spiritual power or blood to temporarily obtain this powerful strength. That's an unorthodox technique that can temporarily increase one's strength. However, the aftereffects are huge. Compared to our bloodline power, it's a far cry. Zhang Ji's face was full of disdain. In her opinion, Lin Xian had used such a self-damaging method to increase his strength again. How could such a method be able to contend against the power of her bloodline? More importantly, her bloodline power had endless uses. It was definitely not something that Lin Xian could imagine. As expected, the void trembled. Countless blood-colored runes circled around Zhang Ji's body as if a blood-colored armor was draped over her body. The heavenly halberd in his hand was also covered by a layer of blood-colored light. Kill. With a furious roar, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everyone retreated again. The terrifying heavenly halberd was like a blood-colored dragon that charged toward Lin Xian. Roar. An earth-shattering dragon roar rang out. The 9 heavens and 10 lands trembled. Countless sword chi intertwined to form a sword diagram that enveloped Lin Xian. Chapter 2562. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky piercer received a shock and even trembled before flying back with a bang. What? So powerful. Everyone was stunned. They looked at Lin Xian with their mouths agape. What was that? Dragon. Damn it. Why do I feel that the aura of the Tao of Dragons on this kid is even stronger than those geniuses of the royal family? Damn it. Could it be that he has the bloodline of dragons? When this thought came out, it gave them a fright. Everyone hurriedly shook their heads. What a joke. How could he have the bloodline of dragons? That's right. Dragons are legendary divine beasts. It's not certain if they exist. Indeed, the powerful beasts and mutants that have been discovered so far are all related to dragons or their descendants. But no one has ever seen a real dragon. Although this kid doesn't have the power of a bloodline, I think he should have something else. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. A series of discussions sounded. The surrounding saints and experts were discussing intensely. In the distance, the people of the Demon Imperial Palace were also shocked. Many of them were even trembling, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be condensed. Although they were all mutants and had the power of a bloodline, they usually roared in all directions. But now, they realized that their bloodline power actually wanted to submit to the other party. What was going on? Could it be that the other party really had the bloodline of dragons? But the other party was clearly just a person. They couldn't understand. Hua Tiandu's face was also gloomy. He also activated his bloodline power to resist the pressure coming from the front. Yen Ruyu's eyes flickered as she looked forward. In front of her, a green lotus swayed gently and enveloped her. Kill. With a roar, Lin Xian attacked. Countless dragon-shaped swords she wrapped around the ancient sword and slashed forward, directly shattering the void and destroying the blood-colored light. Boom! The Zhangji was blasted back and smashed through the void. However, the blood-colored patterns on her body became even more resplendent and released a terrifying pressure. Countless blood-colored runes even condensed behind her, forming a hazy blood-colored figure. The moment this figure appeared, it directly shattered the 9 heavens and 10 lands. A terrifying force surged over like thousands of waves. Pung pung pung. Many martial artists vomited blood and were sent flying, their faces full of fear. What was that blood-colored figure? Bloodline ancestral awakening. Heavens, this Zhangji was actually so terrifying that she could achieve bloodline ancestral awakening. An elder screamed. At this moment, Yi Wudao, No Flower, Gu Santong, and the others had extremely serious expressions. They were all possessors of bloodline power. Naturally, they knew the uses and origins of bloodline power. Bloodline atavism was an extremely frightening and terrifying thing. This meant that the other party was either exceptionally talented or had been born with exceptionally pure bloodline power. Ancestral bloodline, ancestral bloodline. Of course, the other branch bloodlines would also appear, but the probability was much lower than that of the direct bloodline. The other was the evolution of one's bloodline. In other words, at the beginning, he would not be able to reach ancestral awakening and would only have ordinary bloodline power. However, by relying on various opportunities and their own strength, they were able to evolve their bloodline power and reach the level of ancestral awakening. Regardless of which it was, bloodline ancestral awakening was definitely something incredible. Bloodline power was actually a kind of inheritance. When the ancestor of a family reached a cultivation level, he would change his body and blood. Then, he would pass down this power through his descendants. Generally speaking, the stronger one was, the stronger the bloodline power passed down. However, as time passed, the effect of the power of the bloodline became lesser and lesser. But during this time, if someone in the family broke through again and reached the sage level, the bloodline power would be strengthened again and continue to be passed down. Bloodline power contained remnants of the ancestor's bloodline. With special methods, it could be activated and form a phantom that borrowed the ancestor's power. This was the origin of the blood-colored figure behind the Zhanji. This blood-colored figure should be one of the ancestors of the war tribe. But whether or not it was the first ancestor, they didn't know. But even if it wasn't the first ancestor, it should be an extremely terrifying existence. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to manifest. Sure enough, when the blood-colored figure appeared, everyone's expression changed. Even Lin Xian frowned. He felt a strong sense of danger. The threat that the blood-colored figure posed to him was too great. Buzz. As soon as the blood-colored figure appeared, he raised his hand and slapped out. The endless void shattered, and a blurry blood-colored palm descended from the sky. Boom. The space in front of him shattered instantly. Lin Xian used demigods and demigods and demigods to dodge quickly. The ancient Taoist robe on his body burned. At the same time, he crazily slashed out dozens of sword lights. However, he was still sent flying. In an instant, all of the sword chi was destroyed. Even the ancient Taoist robe was suppressed. Lin Xian spat out large mouthfuls of blood. More than half of the bones in his body were broken. But in the end, he managed to dodge and wasn't killed. He was injured. That kid was seriously injured. Countless people exclaimed. Heavens, the blood-colored figure was too terrifying. Lin Xian was so powerful that he could kill many saints, but he couldn't block a single palm from the blood-colored figure. If the opponent wasn't fast enough, that palm would have destroyed his body and soul. At this moment, countless people looked at the blood-colored figure and trembled. That's great. The people of the Tai dynasty and the Five Elements Palace laughed sinisterly. In the distance, the middle ground twin kings also grinned, revealing a cruel smile. Humph, kid. Let's see how you die this time. Brother Lin is probably in danger. Yi Wudao also said in a deep voice. At the side, No Flower also had a serious expression. The prince of the Great Xia dynasty, the Alcade Saint, and the others were all paying close attention. Damn it. This time, even the dark red divine dragon was nervous. That was because the blood-colored figure also gave him a great sense of danger. He had miscalculated. He didn't expect that the war concubine could reach the bloodline awakening realm. Not good. Brother Xian is injured. Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu were also very nervous. At the side, Xing Tian roared in anger. His palm had already formed a seal. As long as the situation wasn't right, he would immediately use it. Cast bean soldiers. He would use the best puppets to save Lin Xian. Cough cough. In the sky, Lin Xian stopped and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Kid, do you see that? This is the difference between us. In front of the power of my bloodline, you have no chance of resisting. So, obediently kneel and accept your death. I can give you a quick death. The war concubine looked down at Lin Xian from above. Victory was already in her hands. Her opponent couldn't block the ancestor's phantom she summoned. Chapter 2563. Only people like Yi Wudao and No Flower could summon their ancestors' phantoms to contend with her. However, that was only limited to Yi Wudao and a few others. As for the kid in front of her, let alone the phantoms of ancestors, he didn't even have the power of bloodline. How could he be her opponent? The Zhanji stretched out her jade-like finger and waved it in the air. One move. I only need one move. I can kill you. A confident smile appeared on her beautiful face. One move. Hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched. The Zhanji was too confident, but she did have the qualifications to be so confident. Their gazes once again turned to Lin Xian. This kid was probably going to die this time. There was no other way. There was always a higher mountain. Who asked this kid to be so arrogant before? Now that he had offended the battle tribe, he was probably going to be killed. This was even better. On the road to becoming a great emperor, there would be one less powerful opponent. I've said it before. A genius who doesn't grow up is nothing. Even if this kid was talented and powerful, no one would remember him after his body and soul were destroyed. Many young geniuses sneered because they were jealous of Lin Xian. Moreover, they didn't have the strength to defeat Lin Xian. Therefore, when they saw someone who could injure Lin Xian, they naturally laughed sinisterly. Apui, shameless bastards. This emperor will spit on you to death. Insidious ants like you still dare to talk about stepping on the road to becoming a great emperor? Look in the mirror. Do you have the qualifications? Damned snake, what did you say? Several young geniuses were instantly enraged. A snake dared to look down on them? The dark red dragon sneered. What did I say? I said you were trash. Trash. If you really think you are geniuses and want to walk on the road to becoming a great emperor, then go and fight with Lin Xian now. You don't even have the guts to fight with him. Don't you find it ridiculous to talk about the road to becoming a great emperor? You. The young geniuses were so angry that they vomited blood. Indeed, they didn't dare to fight with Lin Xian. However, they wouldn't allow a snake to look down on them. Therefore, among them, two figures sneered. Damned snake, I'll kill you today. The two of them charged toward the dark red dragon like ghosts. However, in an instant, they screamed and retreated. Half of their bodies were crushed by the dragon's claws. The dark red dragon tossed half of the body into its mouth and started munching on it. His gaze was like a blood-red arrow, piercing through all directions. Let me teach you a lesson. If you dare to provoke me again, I'll skin you alive. Damn it, just you wait. Those young martial artists who had sneered earlier fled like stray dogs. They didn't dare to stay any longer. The others were also extremely shocked. Who would have thought that this snake would be so powerful? With just a raise of its hand, it had severely injured several young geniuses. His means were not any weaker than the saints. But so what? No matter how arrogant this snake was, that Lin Xian would not be able to escape death. This was certain. His fate had already been decided. In front of him, Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes bursting with the light of zero strength. You want to kill me with one move? You're overconfident. Zhanji didn't say anything. She once again controlled the blood-red figure behind her, and another blood-red palm pushed out. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, destroying everything. Lin Xian spat out blood and flew backward again. His body that had just recovered was once again shattered. This was when he used his maximum speed and ancient Taoist robe. If not for this ancient Taoist robe, his body would probably have been blasted into pieces. Whoosh! Lin Xian's body appeared in the distance. He kept panting, and his Taoist robe was dyed red with blood. However, his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Kill me with one move? What a joke. After one move, I'm still alive and well. Don't you think that's very mocking? Lin Xian's voice sounded, shocking everyone. Zhanji's expression became extremely gloomy. The other party actually dodged. This was really beyond her expectations. Moreover, not only did the other party dodge, but he also mocked her. Zhanji's expression darkened, and her killing intent swept out like a storm. So what if the other party dodged? He was just relying on his strange speed. However, judging from the current situation, the other party couldn't compete with her at all. He could only dodge passively. How many times could he use this speed? Even if he didn't die after 2 moves, he would definitely die after the third. Kid, I have to say that your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. You can actually take 2 of my moves. However, you don't have to be arrogant. Your current situation is basically no different from death. Do you think you can escape my attack in the end? You'll just live a little longer. Everyone was silent. Indeed, they felt that Zhang Ji was right. Judging from the current situation, Lin Xian could only dodge, and he couldn't completely avoid it. After 1 move, he would be seriously injured. If the other party didn't have precious recovery treasures like the large drop of earth spirit liquid, he would be dead. Even if he didn't die, he would probably be half dead. Lin Xian didn't say anything. He flipped his palm and took out a jade gourd. He opened the cap and was about to swallow the earth spirit liquid to heal his body. However, at that moment, he frowned. His figure swayed, and he dodged to the side. As soon as he moved, the void beside him exploded. Boundless demonic qi and golden light enveloped him. Although Lin Xian was seriously injured, his soul was not injured. Therefore, he sensed the danger in advance and dodged. However, at that moment, he was still seriously injured, so he couldn't completely dodge. Half of his body was swept away by the surging demonic qi, and he was sent flying. Damn it, what happened now? The shocking change stunned everyone on the spot. Die, kid. A sinister voice came from the front, causing everyone to come back to their senses. The Twin Kings. It was the Twin Kings of Middle Ground. He actually made a move at that moment. It seemed that he hated the other party to the core and wanted to kill him with his own hands. Cries of surprise could be heard. That's right, the one who made the move was none other than the Twin Kings of Middle Ground. Previously, they saw that Lin Xian was seriously injured twice, so they seized the opportunity to make a move before the other party recovered. However, they had underestimated Lin Xian. They didn't succeed in killing him in 1 move. Kid, you can't escape. The Twin Kings of Middle Ground had a sinister expression. Although his origin was still injured and could not fully recover, he could still kill a seriously injured enemy with only 80% of his strength left. It was definitely a piece of cake. Blood-winged Bat King. Kill him. Seeing the Twin Kings of Middle Ground charging at him again, Lin Xian roared angrily. Buzz. A blood-red figure appeared and charged at the Twin Kings of Middle Ground. An intense collision sounded, and the Twin Kings of Middle Ground were sent flying. The blood-winged Bat King spread its wings and charged over. Damn beast, get lost. Chapter 2564. Zhong Zhou's Twin Kings roared angrily as they brandished their heavenly treasure Dharma Wheel and Death Scythe at the blood-winged Bat King. However, the Bat King was a guardian of the ancient tomb and could not be killed in a short time. Instead, Zhong Zhou's Twin Kings were in danger. Buzz. Lin Xian took advantage of this moment to swallow the earth essence liquid. His damaged body and broken bones were all healed. It was useless. Zhang Ji looked at this scene and did not stop him. She looked at all of this coldly with disdain in her eyes. So what if he recovered? Previously, he could not block her palm when he was at full strength. Now that he had recovered, did he think he could block it? She did not think so. You have eaten so many heavenly treasures, so there must be a lot of energy left in your body. After I kill you, I will refine your body and refine all of your energy for my use. Zhang Ji's voice was cold as she slowly raised her palm. Was it going to end? Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Lin Xian would not be able to withstand the third palm strike. Lin Xian took a deep breath as a cold light burst out from his eyes. He formed a seal with his palms and the sword qi on his body became more and more piercing, forming a dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him. As soon as the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, a dragon's roar and a sword's cry rang out. In an instant, countless cracks appeared in the sky. Everyone's bodies trembled again as they kept retreating. Many people were pressed to the ground. Damn it, what was that? He still had a trump card. Even the saints and saintesses exclaimed in surprise. What a terrifying sword and tint. This aura was not weaker than the blood-colored figure at all. Damn it, who said that this kid did not have a bloodline power. Screams rang out one after another. They now suspected that Lin Xian definitely had a bloodline power, and it was a very terrifying bloodline power. Otherwise, why would the dragon-shaped sword shadow be? The power of the dragon-shaped sword shadow was simply too terrifying. Even Zhang Ji frowned at the sight of it. She also felt a sense of threat that could threaten her life. She could not believe it. Her opponent's sword intent was on par with her ancestor's shadow. How was that possible? One had to know that she had the bloodline of the war tribe. The bloodline of the war tribe was extremely powerful. It took tens of thousands of years of accumulation to form the bloodline power. What was the dragon shadow in her opponent's body? How could it be on par with her ancestor's shadow? She did not know. She did not believe it. The next moment, she said coldly, "Damned brat. No matter what you have, you will not be able to escape death today. Now, go to hell." Zhang Ji didn't want to drag this out any longer. She used all of her strength and struck out with her final palm. Buzz. In the sky, the blood-red figure slowly raised his palm and slapped forward again. The power of this palm was even more terrifying. It was as if 100,000 blood seas were surging in the sky. Nothing could resist. Buzz. Lin Xian held onto the dragon-shaped sword as well. It was. He swung his sword without holding back at all. Dragon sword sword dragon, sword sword, sword, sword 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 dragon, sword sword dragon, sword 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 dragon dragon. Sword. Boom boom. The two collided fiercely. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were completely devoured. At that moment, everyone activated their defenses and resisted with all their might. They even used their trump cards. Otherwise, they might be killed by the aftermath of the energy. Between the heavens and the earth, the rumbling continued. Many people fled into the distance. Some even left the palace completely and ran into the passage to take refuge. Countless gazes looked at the sky. Although they could not see anything, they still stared at it, unwilling to let it go. Finally, the smoke dissipated. Everything was revealed. It appeared. Look, everyone held their breaths. But soon, they were stunned. In the sky, the faces of the two figures were incomparably pale, without a trace of blood. However, upon closer inspection, they were completely different. Although Lin Xian's face was pale and his aura was chaotic, he still stood there. The dragon-shaped sword in his hand was also roaring. On the other side, Zhang Ji was different. The blood-colored shadow behind her gradually dissipated. Finally, it shattered into countless fragments and merged into her body. As for her, she vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Her body was slashed open, almost split into 2 halves. What? Zhang Ji was defeated. The bloodline phantom had been directly slain. How was that possible? Everyone was stunned and could not believe it. At that moment, the minds of the saints and saintesses went blank. Even Yi Wudao, No Flower, the Alcade Saint, the Great Xia Prince, and the others were shocked. To be honest, they were worried that Lin Xian might not be able to resist the ancestor's shadow. After all, they had a deep understanding of the ancestor's shadow. However, things were beyond their expectations. The one who was defeated was not Lin Xian, but Zhang Ji. Not only was Zhang Ji defeated, but she was also almost killed. Her bloodline shadow was directly shattered. Everyone looked at Lin Xian in horror. They stared at the dragon-shaped sword in his hand, their hearts beating wildly. What was that dragon-shaped sword? Why was it so powerful? Was it the power of the bloodline? Or was it something else? Could it be something that belonged to a saint? They did not know. They wanted to continue observing, but Lin Xian had already absorbed the dragon-shaped sword into his body. He took a step forward and walked forward. In front of him, Zhang Ji was half kneeling on the ground, blood flowing from her body. She shook her head frantically. Impossible. Damn it, this is impossible. I can't be defeated. How could my ancestor's shadow be shattered? She had gone crazy. Originally, she was full of confidence and thought that she could easily kill her opponent. But now, she had been defeated. She had been utterly defeated, and her bloodline shadow had been shattered. This caused her confidence and faith to shatter. She was on the verge of collapse. because her opponent had not been lucky. He had completely defeated her in the area she was most confident in. There was nothing more despairing than this feeling. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Xian walked towards Zhang Ji. At the same time, he spoke in a deep voice. War race prodigy? Bloodline power? Ancestor's shadow? I told you, you can't kill me with this. As he spoke, Lin Xian had already arrived in front of Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji raised her head and looked at him with a ferocious expression. Damn brat, I don't believe it. I was careless this time. Next time, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. Next time? Lin Xian sneered. Do you think there will be a next time? Do you think I will let you go? What? Zhang Ji's pupils constricted. You dare to kill me? I am a prodigy of the war race. She screamed crazily. Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Was the prodigy of the war race very powerful? Wasn't the Golden Lion King a prodigy of the war race? Chapter 2565. Since I've already killed a prodigy of the war race and completely offended them, so what if I kill another one? At this point, Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying killing intent, causing everyone's bodies to tremble. They were terrified. This was too arrogant and powerful. The other party really wanted to kill a prodigy of the war race? However, it made sense. The other party was already at the point of death with the war race. If they didn't kill the other party now, would they wait for the other party to return and recover? If it were them, they would probably kill the other party too. No, you can't kill me. Zhang Ji was finally afraid. She knew that the person in front of her couldn't be threatened at all. The other party wasn't afraid of the war race at all. She quickly said, let me go, let me go. After I return, I'll definitely plead for you. I'll let the war race stop chasing you. How about we exchange conditions? No need. Just let the war race come and kill me. I want to see if you can kill me or not. Lin Xian shook his head decisively. What a joke. He wasn't a fool. How could he be fooled by the other party's stalling tactic? He wouldn't let the tiger return to the mountain. Buzz. Lin Xian slowly raised the Dragon Abyss ancient sword. Do you have any last words? No. Damn it. You can't do this. Zhang Ji screamed crazily. However, the ancient sword slashed down mercilessly. Zhang Ji retreated crazily. At the same time, she shouted, Save me! As long as you save me, the war race will be endlessly grateful and give you a great opportunity. When these words came out, many people were tempted. For someone like Zhang Ji, who had her bloodline awakened, she was definitely an important figure of the war race. If they saved her, they would be able to obtain a favor from the war race. With the strength of the war race, this favor was definitely heavy. However, saving her now was a huge risk, because it might directly arouse Lin Xian's killing intent. They didn't have the confidence to contend against Lin Xian. After all, the terrifying ancestor's phantom was destroyed by the other party. Ordinary methods couldn't contend against the other party at all. Pooh. Just as they were hesitating, Lin Xian's Dragon Abyss ancient sword had already slashed down mercilessly. With a poochie, Zhang Ji's body was split in half. Blood turned into a sea of blood that surged in the surroundings. She was killed. Everyone's scalps went numb when they saw this scene. The other party was too decisive. He didn't give them any chance to hesitate. However, Zhang Ji was a genius of the war race. She was extremely powerful. Even though her body was split in half, she was still alive. She brought the sea of blood that filled the sky, and the two corpses converged. Soon, her body was reassembled. However, her face was as white as a sheet. She kept panting as she stared at Lin Xian viciously. Damn brat, I will remember this sword. I will definitely return it to you. Shi Lin Lin. Want Zhan Ji Zhan Zhan die. Zhan 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 Zhan. Zhan Zhan. Boom Zhan 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 was Zhan 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 was Zhan Zhan. The other party definitely had a lot of secret techniques. Ordinary sword chi would probably not be able to kill him completely. Zhan 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 S. Zhan Zhan Zhan. Sure enough, once the dragon sword soul appeared, it had the power to destroy everything. Zhang Ji's wounds couldn't heal in a short period of time. She screamed in fright and used her trump cards crazily. However, they were all sent flying by the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Finally, Another sword slash cut her in half. This time, Zhangji's body couldn't be reunited at all. Her two bodies floated, but she still didn't die. Her soul was still intact. Her soul wrapped around the two parts of her body and fled in the sky. Fellow Taoists, I'll definitely be grateful for saving my life. The peerless powerhouses of my war tribe are already on the way. As long as we can block him for a while, when the powerhouses of my war tribe arrive, they will definitely kill him. What? The powerhouses of the war tribe are here. Everyone's eyelids twitched when they heard that. A war tribe's genius was already so powerful. How terrifying would the true powerhouses of the war tribe be? Thinking of this, Tai Dynasty, 5 Elements Palace, 10,000 Thunder Sacred Land, and the others all moved. They originally had a grudge with Lin Xian. Now that they saved Zhang Ji, they could join forces with the war tribe and kill him together. Courting death, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He opened the jade gourd and swallowed 2 drops of spirit liquid again. His strength recovered. At the same time, 3 drops of spirit liquid floated out and landed on his body, repairing the wounds on his body. Lin Xian quickly recovered. He waved his long sword and sent all the people who came to rescue him flying. Those who were weak were directly killed with a single slash. Those elders who were stronger were also sent flying while vomiting blood. For a moment, no one dared to approach. With the strength of a single person, he killed everyone in all directions. This scene shocked everyone. Zhang Ji was killed to the point where she had nowhere to go. Her trump cards were destroyed one after another. It seemed that she could no longer fight back. However, at this moment, rumbling sounds came from afar. Immediately after, countless powerful auras appeared and quickly spread from the passage. What was going on? Everyone was horrified when they felt this enormous power. This power was too powerful. It was enough to destroy everyone here. Could it be that something had happened in this ancient tomb? Had a powerful formation awakened? Everyone was terrified. However, someone carefully sensed it and screamed, "Elder! It's our elder who's back." It seemed that they had successfully resisted the Big Dipper coffin. As soon as this was said, everyone sensed it. Sure enough, they sensed the auras of their respective elders. Immediately, they cried out in surprise and heaved a sigh of relief. Great, this ancient tomb was extremely dangerous. Although they were outstanding prodigies, they were still too young. With the elders around, it would be much safer. Among them, the people of 9 Firmaments Divine Emperor, Myriad Thunder Sacred Land, 5 Elements Palace, and Tai Dynasty screamed crazily, "Elders, come and save us." They had to join forces and save Zhang Ji. Who dares to attack us? An angry roar sounded. Those elders roared again and again. They thought that something had happened, but before they could arrive, their souls had already investigated. Their gazes were like lightning, piercing through all directions. They saw the situation in the hall clearly. When they saw Zhang Ji, they were extremely surprised. The people of the war tribe had also come. However, when they saw the entire scene, they were indeed stunned. The prodigies of the war tribe were being hunted down? Heavens, who was this? Did they not want to live anymore? Damn it, it was that kid again. The elders of 5 Elements Palace, Tai Dynasty, and Myriad Thunder Sacred Land gnashed their teeth. They discovered that the person who was chasing after Zhang Ji was none other than Lin Xian. Sensing this, everyone frowned. The Yi family and the Gu family were also extremely surprised. Chapter 2566. The palace master was too heaven-defying. He even dared to kill a prodigy of the war tribe? Attack! The elders of the Tai Dynasty and the 5 Elements Palace roared and increased their speed. They had to save Zhang Ji. Not good, hurry up. Elderly and the others also increased their speed. These elders were all peerless powerhouses. They flew at full speed and arrived at the main hall in the blink of an eye. In an instant, countless energy blasted into the sky, blasting away the sword chi that filled the sky. They firmly protected Zhang Ji. Damn brat. How dare he kill a prodigy of the war tribe? Kneel down and accept your death. You won't live. Cold shouts came one after another. Elderly and the others instantly returned to Lin Xian's side and activated magic arsenal. Countless top-notch puppets protected Lin Xian. Great, they were saved. Zhang Ji heaved a sigh of relief after being protected by so many people. Her body temporarily fused together. However, if one looked closely, they would find a small sword mark in the middle that could not be completely fused. In other words, she was very weak now. Although she was not dead, she did not have much fighting strength left. It was good enough that she could survive. When they returned to the war tribe, they would ask their elders to destroy the sword chi. Only then could she recover. She stared at Lin Xian. She swore that she would take revenge when she returned. She wanted to capture him and let him taste a fate worse than death. No one could provoke her, and no one could provoke the war tribe. Thank you, fellow Taoists and seniors, for your help. Our war clan will remember this favor. Zhang Ji hurriedly said. Now that the elders of the sacred lands were her support, she had to rope them in. Hearing Zhang Ji's words, the elders of the sacred lands heaved a sigh of relief. They also hoped to join forces with the war tribe. Therefore, both sides had reached a consensus. Do you think you can save her? Seeing this, Lin Xian's lips curled up and he sneered. The surrounding people frowned. What? Could it be that this brat wanted to start a war with so many sacred lands? This was not a battle between the younger generation. With so many elders, even if the other party had so many puppets, if they were to fight, it would probably not be enough. After all, no matter how powerful a mortal palace was, it was still only a holy land level power. Meanwhile, the other side had 5 or 6 holy lands joining hands. The gap between them was too obvious. Hearing this, Zhang Ji's heart skipped a beat. The other party's confidence made her feel uneasy. The elders of the holy lands had gloomy expressions. They whispered to Zhang Ji, "Don't worry, with us here, that kid won't be able to hurt you." Then, they looked up into the distance and stared at Lin Xian. Brat, you're too insolent and reckless. Who do you think you are? You want to hurt someone in our hands? How naive. I reckon even your immortal palace's elders don't have this kind of ability. Not to mention a brat like you. Is that so? You can try. Lin Xian sneered. He quickly formed a seal with his palms, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Wong. The void trembled as a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky, looking down with incomparable coldness, as if they were the eyes of a god. Crack. Being looked down by these eyes, the martial artists below trembled and felt their scalps go numb. Even the holy sons and holy daughters felt their hearts skip a beat. It was as if everything about them had been seen through by this pair of mysterious eyes. The elders of 5 Elements Palace and 10,000 Thunder Holy Land also had gloomy expressions. They stared up and shouted coldly. Not good. It's that brat's eye technique. It's a soul attack. Everyone, quickly defend. We can't let him succeed. These people were extremely nervous. They knew that Lin Xian had an extremely terrifying eye technique and soul attack that was impossible to guard against. They had to be careful. Boom, boom, boom. These Holy Land elders were rich and had many trump cards. In an instant, they took out soul defensive treasures one after another and floated in the sky. They enveloped them and completely protected Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji also took out an ancient mirror and floated above her head. She sneered. I thought it was some special method, but it turns out to be a soul attack. Useless brat. You can't break through so many soul defensive treasures. If it was any other attack or a dragon-shaped sword shadow, Zhang Ji might be afraid. However, she wasn't afraid of a soul attack. Buzz. Lin Xian didn't say anything. He waved his hand and launched a soul attack. In the sky, the cold eye spun rapidly. Golden runes flickered and jumped. A terrifying power surged between heaven and earth. When the surrounding martial artists felt this power, their expressions changed and they all retreated. They also took out treasures to defend their souls. As for the area where the elders were protecting Zhang Ji, it was completely broken. The sky trembled as the soul defensive treasures trembled. Clearly, they had suffered a powerful soul attack. Ka ka ka. In an instant, 3 treasures cracked from the middle and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the elders were shocked. What a powerful and terrifying soul attack. Indeed, the other party's soul attack was too powerful. Even Zhang Ji was alarmed. But so what? This time, with so many elders working together, the other party would definitely not be able to break through the defense. As expected, after another 3 treasures were broken, they were finally able to resist. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The elders all laughed. Kid, your methods are only SOSO. If you have any other trump cards, feel free to use them. The elders all sneered. Zhang Ji heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian was not surprised when he saw this scene. After all, there were so many of them. It would be strange if he could really break through. He said in a deep voice, I don't know what you old fellows have to be proud of. You have more than a dozen elders, yet you don't have the confidence to resist my soul attack? Or are you afraid of my soul attack from the bottom of your hearts? It seems that you elders are only us. I think that in a one-on-one battle, I can instantly kill your souls. Nonsense. Bullshit. How dare you? Kid, you are too arrogant. The elders all roared. They should have been happy that they had blocked Lin Xian's soul attack. However, being mocked by the other party made them vomit blood. The others were shocked. It made sense. More than a dozen elders had used so many treasures to block the other party's soul attack. Moreover, 6 of the treasures had been broken. If it was a one-on-one battle, the elders would probably not be able to resist. Ignore this, kid. Our goal is to protect Zhangji. Everything else has nothing to do with us. The elder of the Tai dynasty said in a deep voice. The elders of the other holy lands also calmed down. They took a deep breath as a cold light bloomed in their eyes. Chapter 2567. Kid, what other tricks do you have? Use them. I want to see how you'll kill in our hands. In the distance, the elders of the sacred grounds sneered. A scream suddenly sounded, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Damn it! Who's screaming? These people looked around, thinking that something had happened in the ancient tomb. But soon, they were stunned. Because they found out. The scream came from the sky. Moreover, it came from behind the elders of the sacred grounds. Behind those elders was the war concubine. Why was she screaming? What happened? No one knew. They hurriedly looked over. Those elders were also stunned. The smiles on their faces froze. They suddenly turned around, their eyes like divine rainbows. Damn it! How did the other party do it? They hurriedly checked and then gasped in shock. The war concubine was surrounded by so many elders, but she was still rolling on the ground and screaming. Black insects were crawling all over her body. What are those things? Get lost. The elder of the Tai dynasty snorted coldly. With a wave of his palm, countless gusts of wind and light enveloped the insects, wanting to blast them away. However, these insects did not move at all. They did not dodge at all. Instead, they drilled into the war concubine's body like crazy. Nothing happened? How is that possible? When the elders saw this scene, they were all stunned. They were peerless powerhouses. That attack would have split an ordinary mighty figure into pieces, but these insects did not die. How is that possible? Oh no, it's those insects. They're insects made of dark night gold. In the distance, a young warrior exclaimed. They had seen Lin Xian use this method before. However, back then, Lin Xian had only used 5 bugs. Right now, there were probably over 100 of them. Where did the other party get so many black insects? Oh no, damn it, how did this kid do it? These elders acted as if they had gone crazy and quickly attacked. They entered the war concubine's body, trying to force the insects out. At the same time, they protected the war concubine's soul to prevent her from being completely destroyed. However, they still underestimated the black insects. These insects were very hard. Furthermore, they were refined by a saint. It was very strange. The moment it entered the Zhangji's body, it began to frantically destroy her life force. Soon, the Zhangji's body was completely shattered. As for the Zhangji, she simply did not have the ability to recover. Blood dyed the sky red, dripping down, directly shattering the void, countless cracks appearing. This was blood that contained the power of the bloodline. It was extremely terrifying. When the bugs crawled towards Zhangji's head, Zhangji could not help but scream. A blood-red rune appeared between her eyebrows, and a violent force rushed out. With a bang, all the insects were sent flying. Not only that, but the elders guarding Zhangji were also sent flying. A few of them who were close by had half of their bodies blasted into a bloody mist. The remaining ones also coughed out mouthfuls of blood as they looked ahead in terror. The Zhangji's body cracked open, leaving only her head intact. At this moment, a figure appeared above her head. An incomparably radiant figure. Was this the phantom of the ancestors? Everyone exclaimed. An elder shook his head. No, it was not the power of the bloodline. It was a soul imprint left in the Zhangji's body by an expert of the war tribe. It should be used to protect the Zhangji's life at the most critical moment. After all, a peerless genius like the Zhangji had the atavistic bloodline. The expert of the war tribe definitely had a way to prevent her from being killed. The Yi family's elder also had a solemn expression. Looking at the aura of the imprint, it should have been left behind by an invincible king. An invincible king. Everyone was shocked. In the era where saints did not appear, no one was a match for an invincible king. The elders of the Tai dynasty and Five Elements Palace were quickly covered by the light and recovered. Although they were angry before, when they saw the invincible king imprint, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Great, even without their protection, the Zhangji should be fine. The Zhangji also heaved a sigh of relief. She had finally triggered the last defense in her body. However, the last defense was also the most powerful one. Once this phantom appeared, no one present would be able to threaten her. Thinking of this, she turned her head and stared at Lin Xian. Brat, you caused me to be so seriously injured. I will definitely tear you into pieces. Elder, kill him. You must kill him. The Zhangji screamed crazily. In the sky, the blurry figure silently turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. Immediately, Lin Xian's body tensed up. He felt the surrounding air condense as if a pair of invisible hands were crushing him. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The sword hummed and the dragon roar in his body sounded, completely destroying the pressure. He looked at the sky and frowned. He did not expect that there would be such a thing in the Zhangji's body. You dare to harm a genius of the war tribe? Die! The blurry figure's voice was cold. With a point of his finger, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. This finger was too shocking. It was enough to kill a peerless powerhouse. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and he instantly disappeared on the spot. This time, the speed was too fast and it had locked onto him. Even if he changed his position, he would not be able to dodge. Humph! Xing Tian roared angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out a hammer that swept forward. Boom! The light emitted from it hit the terrifying finger light and sent it flying. Bang! 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 The void rumbled continuously. The sky was completely destroyed. Everyone was shocked. Firstly, the mysterious figure's strength was too strong, making them unable to resist. Secondly, they were even more shocked by Immortal Palace. Immortal Palace actually had a way to resist. What did the other party use? Young master, are you all right? Xing Tian stood out. There was a glowing hammer on his head that kept bobbing up and down. He asked with concern. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head. Elderly and the others also walked up. Palace master, leave the rest to us. All right. Lin Xian nodded and retreated. Indeed, the strength of an invincible king had already exceeded his current range. He would leave it to Xing Tian and the others to deal with. Damn it! How was this possible? The Zhangji looked at this scene with disappointment. She originally thought that she could kill the other party with this attack, but she did not expect that the other party would escape again. The other elders were also shocked. They stared at the hammer above Xing Tian's head. In the sky, the blurry figure was also surprised. He did not expect that someone could block his attack. Buzz. He also lowered his head and looked at Xing Tian. When he saw the hammer above Xing Tian's head, he cried out in surprise. Sky Splitter Hammer. No, it should be a replica. Chapter 2568. However, you are too weak. If it was an invincible king holding it, it might be a threat to me. But you are not qualified. The blurry silhouette was extremely confident. He looked around disdainfully. Although it was only a wisp of remnant soul imprint, It was left behind by an invincible king after all. It could definitely crush any peerless almighty. Now, you can all die. The blurry silhouette pointed its finger again. Soul-destroying finger. With a point of finger, both body and soul were destroyed. Seeing the other party attack again, Xing Tian roared angrily and used all his strength to activate the sky-splitting hammer above his head to collide with it. Although the sky-splitting hammer was not big, each strike was incomparably powerful. Bang, bang, bang. An intense collision sounded, and the last finger light shattered. However, Xing Tian was also forced back. The blood in his body was in turmoil, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. But this was already very shocking. One had to know that that was the imprint of an invincible king. It could easily kill a peerless almighty. However, the other party was actually able to block it. It was indeed shocking. The hazy and blurry figure was also an accident. This time, his face completely darkened. With a palm strike, everything was destroyed. This time, Xing Tian really could not resist. Buzz. Elderly at the side made his move. With a wave of his hand, he took out a golden decree and quickly opened it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the golden decree was opened by a third, countless runes quickly flickered, turning into a light sword in the sky and slashing out. Boom. The terrifying palm was sent flying. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Countless great cracks extended outwards. The surrounding people were also sent flying. Damn it, what was that thing? It was actually so terrifying. It actually sent the palm of the light figure flying. These people were all crazy. The elders were also shocked. Zhangji also did not dare to believe it. What was the origin of this immortal palace? How could it contend against the powerhouses of the war race? It was just an imprint of an invincible king. What was there to be arrogant about? Even if it was a true invincible king, we would dare to kill him. Elder Li's voice was cold. He opened the golden decree again. When he opened it halfway, runes flashed in the sky, forming a sharp light. When this light appeared, everyone's hearts jumped, and they all felt the threat of death. Even the people from the Yi clan, the Gu clan, and the Wavering Light Sacred Land were the same. It was as if they were facing a great enemy, but fortunately, this light was not directed at them. An earth-shattering sound rang out, accompanied by angry roars. This voice was formed by the silhouette of the invincible king. It was clear that he had also suffered a violent impact. Damn it. You actually dared to kill my clone. Just you wait, I will never forgive you. If you dare to kill my battle clan's people, no one in this world will forgive you. A cold voice rang out as the hazy silhouette completely disappeared into the void. He disappeared. Could it be that he was killed? Everyone was shocked, not daring to believe it. Even the clone imprint of an unmatched king was killed. This immortal palace was just too terrifying, right? The Zhangji began to tremble. Her face was filled with despair, and her eyes had lost their luster. Her final trump card had also been destroyed by her opponent. Could it be that she was really going to die here today? Wong. Sure enough, Lin Xian raised his hand and flicked out a sharp sword wave, directly blasting apart the Zhangji's final head. Bloody mist filled the sky. The Zhangji's soul was also blasted apart. This time, she was completely killed. Everyone was completely stunned. They never expected that after 5 elements Saint Child, 10,000 Thunder Saint Child, Jiuxiao Seiko, another exceptional genius would be killed. Moreover, this person's identity was even more terrifying. It was the Battle Clan's genius. This was definitely going to cause a huge commotion. The Battle Clan would definitely not let Lin Xian and Immortal Palace's people go. Humph. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He didn't care at all. This wasn't the first time he killed a Battle Clan's genius. He had long developed an irreconcilable hatred with the Battle Clan, so killing another one now was fine. In the next moment, he stared at Tai Imperial Court and 5 Elements Palace's elders, coldly asking, "What? You want to attack again?" Those elders' eyelids twitched crazily as they quickly retreated. Everyone was stunned by this scene. A young man scared off so many elders with a single sentence. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Those elders retreated to the back and stopped. Their faces were incomparably gloomy. although they were furious and wanted to chop this kid in front of them into 8 pieces. However, they couldn't do it at all. The other party actually had a killing weapon that could instantly kill an invincible king's clone. This made their hair stand on end. Seeing those elders retreat and not dare to fight again, Lin Xian sneered. He raised his head and stared at the sky again. In the distance, the Bloodwing Bat King was fighting with the Central Continent Twin Kings. The Central Continent Twin Kings were about to cry. He didn't expect the Zhanji to be killed. Even the invincible king's clone imprint was destroyed. Especially now, when he felt Lin Xian's gaze on him again, he was scared out of his wits. He roared angrily and directly burned his power. He quickly escaped. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian waved his sword, and a huge sword light enveloped the Central Continent Twin Kings. Pooh! The other party screamed miserably, leaving behind a trail of blood. The Central Continent Twin King's body was split in half. This time, the good and evil were really split in half. This scene caused everyone to be alarmed. The Twin King screamed crazily. He didn't stop or fight back. Instead, he used his secret technique without caring about the consequences. He disappeared into the sky. Humph! Lin Xian didn't chase after him. The sword just now contained the power of the great dragon sword soul. That sword chi wasn't easy to erase. It seemed that the other party wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. Moreover, the Twin Kings of the Central Prefecture were no longer a threat to him. He didn't need to kill them with great fanfare. It was better to explore this strange ancient tomb first. He had a feeling that the ancient tomb below and the ancient tomb above were different. It seemed to be 2 tombs, but he wasn't sure. The elders of the Yi family and the Gu family also gathered together to discuss when they saw that the battle had ended. Although they had just arrived here, they also frowned according to the young warrior's description. Are you saying that there are many things of the monster clan in this ancient tomb? It's the ancient tomb of the monster clan? How is that possible? These elders who came later frowned when they heard this. Elder Li and the others' eyes also flickered. The dark red divine dragon said. It was said that in the past, no one would build a saint's ancient tomb. Some would even build many fake ancient tombs to confuse the later generations. The real tomb is hidden in a place that no one knows about. Do you think that the ancient tomb above is a fake one? The real ancient tomb is the one we're in now. If it weren't for a coincidence, we wouldn't have been able to reach the bottom. Hearing the dark red divine dragon's words, many people came to a realization. Xing Tian, Elder Li, and the others nodded slightly. There was indeed such a saying. Many people in ancient times did this. However, there was one thing that didn't make sense. Why were the 2 tombs above and below completely different in style? One was a human and the other was a monster. Chapter 2569. These people didn't know, so they decided to go together to investigate again. After walking for about a day, they gradually slowed down. A cave appeared in front of them. It was surrounded by vines that were very thick, like dragons. The leaves on them were incomparably green and flickered with a cold light. Everyone, be careful. Seeing that it wasn't a palace in front of them, the elders hurriedly reminded them. Everyone raised their defenses and walked inside. The group entered the cave and found that there was a passage inside. They continued to walk forward. Not long after, a scream sounded. What's going on? Everyone turned around and found that the person was entangled by the vines. Damn it, there's something wrong with the vines. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators roared and attacked the vines crazily. But in the next moment, the attacks were pierced through, and everyone was entangled by the vines. Even Lin Xian and the others were entangled by the vines. Get lost. Yi Dao Dinier roared and punched the vines, causing countless cracks to appear. But the vines didn't break, and they were still firmly entangled around Yi Dao Dinier. No way. These vines are so strong. What are they? How can they withstand the attack of a saint physique? Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. With a wave of his finger, a biting cold sword light clashed with the vines around him. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew from the vines. But only faint white marks were left behind. They weren't cut at all. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. How is this possible? How terrifying is his sword chi? It can even kill a peerless almighty. But the vines were unharmed. What the hell is this? Whoosh! Just as everyone was about to fight back, the vines moved. They pulled Lin Xian, Yi Dao Denier, Murong Qingqing, and the others forward quickly. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone slammed into the walls and the ground, their blood roiling. Fortunately, they had raised their armor. Otherwise, some of them would definitely have been killed. The people from Fei Imperial Palace were also affected. This shocked the powerhouses of Fei Imperial Palace. Damn it, the purple cloud vine. Wasn't this supposed to be extinct? How could it appear here? The purple cloud demonic vine was an extremely terrifying vine. Aside from its powerful defense, what was even more terrifying was that it could absorb energy limitlessly, enough to turn thousands of miles of land into ashes. These demonic vines, as a mutated species of heaven and earth, were rare to begin with. Once in ancient times, there was a demonic soaring calamity that caused countless countries to be annihilated. Finally, the supreme experts were enraged. They joined forces and finally killed all of the demonic vines. From then on, there was no more purple cloud demonic vine in the true spirit world. Who would have thought that the purple cloud demonic vine would appear in this tomb? Furthermore, looking at how hard it was, who knew how many years it had been growing? But I'm afraid it's already grown. Damn it. Is this purple cloud devil totem trying to suck us dry and turn us into its raw materials? The martial artists of the demon Imperial Palace roared. When these words were spoken, everyone was alarmed. They had also heard of the legend of the purple cloud demonic vine, but they hadn't expected to see it in person. No, I have to fight back. Angry roars came one after another. Lin Xian and the rest fought back with all their might, preparing to chop off these demonic vines and escape. However, they chopped for a day and night, but they couldn't cut it off. And during this day and night, the purple cloud demonic vine pulled them and continued to move forward at lightning speed. During this period, many people were knocked unconscious. The remaining people were also dizzy, their chi and blood roiling. Finally, after a day and night, the purple cloud demonic vine's speed slowed down. After about another half a day, everyone felt that they were completely pulled out of the passage. It was no longer dark before their eyes. Instead, there was light, blinding everyone to the point that they couldn't open their eyes. Lin Xian and the rest felt their bodies become light, as if there was no ground below them anymore. They were hung in midair. Lin Xian opened his eyes, golden light revolving around his eyes. He saw the surrounding scenery clearly. This was an extremely huge cave. There were countless holes around it, all of which were passageways. All of the passageways led inside, and there was no way out. Could it be that this was the final burial place? Lin Xian was shocked. He raised his head and found that there was a huge vine in the sky, covering the entire valley in all directions. It was so tall that he couldn't see the top, as if there was no end. As for them, they were suspended in the air by these vines. The others also saw this scene and exclaimed in shock. Heavens, such a huge purple cloud demonic vine. How many thousands of years did it grow? They were going crazy. They had never seen such a huge demonic vine. Those from the demon Imperial Palace were scared out of their wits. Hua Tiandu and Yin Ruyu both frowned. Purple cloud demonic vine, 3,000 years of seedling, 3,000 years of small maturity, and 3,000 years of major maturity. Even if it wasn't major maturity, it was at least 7,000 to 8,000 years old. Damn it! How could there be such a terrifying thing here? They were indeed shocked. Even invincible kings could only live for a few thousand years. Saints could live for a few thousand years, and emperors could live for 10,000 to 20,000 years at most. A 7,000 to 8,000-year-old demonic vine was definitely enough to shock these people. However, the elders from the sacred grounds started to frown. No way, this ancient tomb had existed for 30,000 to 40,000 years. How could it be that the purple cloud demonic vine had only grown for 7,000 to 8,000 years? The time didn't match? They were extremely confused. Perhaps there was only one explanation, and that was when the ancient tomb was formed, there was no purple cloud demonic vine. It was only in the last 7,000 to 8,000 years that the purple cloud demonic vine began to grow again. Yin Ruyu said in a low voice. After all, The purple cloud demonic vine no longer existed in the true spirit world. It wasn't easy for this vine to grow. Perhaps everyone could accept this explanation. But who planted it? Why was it planted here? Was it to protect the ancient tomb? They didn't know. Look, there's someone there. One of them exclaimed and pointed below. Everyone looked over and exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that they were too focused on the purple cloud demonic vine and didn't see the two figures standing below. Although everyone was suspended in midair and unable to fly over, their souls were still probing downwards from all directions. In an instant, they found out who the two people were. It seemed that they were a man and a woman. The woman was dressed in white, her black hair reaching her waist, and her face was extremely beautiful. She stood there with her eyes closed as if she was asleep. Beside her was a man in bronze armor. He looked valiant and extraordinary. However, he was wearing a bronze mask on his face. In his hand was a small bronze box, which he held tightly. Everyone carefully looked at the bronze man. Ah! They jumped in fright, and many people screamed. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He discovered that the eyes of the man in bronze armor were actually open. Chapter 2570. The eyes of the man in bronze armor were actually open. A pair of green eyes flickered with a cold light, seemingly watching Lin Xian and the others. This gaze made people's hair stand on end, as if this bronze man was alive. Many people were so scared that they withdrew their souls. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He could feel that these two people were cold and had no soul fluctuations. Obviously, they had been dead for a long time. The other saints also discovered this scene. They heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were already dead. If they were alive, they would probably be some powerful guardian. If they attacked them, it would be difficult for them to resist in their current state. No, we have to find a way to escape. Otherwise, we will end up very miserably. Many people's faces were gloomy. They found that not only were they hanging on the vines, but there were also some bones hanging on them. They were not even complete skeletons. Some only had a little left. Obviously, countless years ago, many people had come here, but they were all tightly entangled by these vines. Humph! Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a cold light. The great dragon sword soul roared, and a sharp sword light gushed out. This time, Lin Xian did not hold back. Clang! The sword slashed on it, making an earth-shattering sound. Boom! Finally, the vine wrapped around Lin Xian directly broke, and Lin Xian fell down. His figure flickered, and he appeared in the void. When the others saw this scene, they did not hold back and used their trump cards one after another. Those saints, saintesses, and elders all used their trump cards to leave. However, those ordinary disciples were not so lucky. They could not open it at all. Bang! A martial artist of the Divine Wind Dynasty roared and directly slashed at his own leg. Bang! One of his legs exploded, and his body fell below. Soon, he hurriedly escaped and came to a safe place. His body flickered with light again, and this time, a new leg was formed. Although this method was self-mutilating and cruel to oneself, it was their only chance to survive. With this method, a broken leg could be recovered in an instant. Therefore, when the others saw this scene, they followed suit. In the sky, countless bloody mists surged. Everyone had left the purple cloud demonic soaring. Everyone looked at the purple cloud demonic soar with lingering fear. They were only escaping from the binding of the vines. The purple cloud demonic totem hadn't attacked them yet. Their endings would be even more tragic. With the purple cloud demonic totem growing here, it seemed like this was the final resting place. An elder said in a deep voice. The others gasped. Could it be that the sage's body was buried here? They were so shocked that they didn't even dare to move around. They couldn't even defeat the corpses of invincible kings, let alone the corpses of saints. They probably wouldn't be able to withstand even a wisp of saint might. We don't need to touch the saint's corpse. Let's see if there are any treasures in other places. These people searched in all directions, but soon they frowned. The reason for that was because there was nothing there. It was inferior to the amount of treasures in the palaces they had encountered earlier. Previously, in the palaces, Lin Xian and the others had obtained a lot of treasures. There were tens of thousands of Earth-grade artifacts, tens of thousands of bottles of pills, and mountains of materials. There were only so many things in the palaces. This made them think that the final resting place would be 10 times, or even 100 times richer than before. However, that was not the case in reality. The surroundings were empty. There was nothing except for the huge vines and endless caves. If there was anything, it would be the two figures standing under the vines. However, these two people were obviously guardians. They didn't dare to touch them. No, look at the bronze man. He's holding a bronze box in his hand. Could it be that there was some treasure in the box? Many people finally stared at the bronze box. Their eyes flickered, wanting to see clearly. However, with their current strength, they couldn't see through it. It should be a treasure. There must be treasures in the final resting place. Although there aren't many of them, perhaps one of them is comparable to all of our previous gains. That was indeed the case. Treasures couldn't be judged by quantity. If there was a sage artifact inside, it would definitely be comparable to all the other treasures in the entire ancient tomb. After some discussion, everyone decided to take action. Although they knew that it might be dangerous, they were already here. If they were to leave without giving it a try, these people would definitely not be willing to leave. Buzz, an elder of the Taishan sacred ground, took action. His palm was extremely blue, like a starry sky, covering the area below. Whoosh! In an instant, he was above the bronze man's head. However, his hand didn't fall. Instead, countless stars surrounded it, forming rays of light that hung down. They swept towards the bronze box in the bronze man's hand. Their target was only the bronze box. They would try their best not to touch anything else. Buzz! All the rays of light disappeared when they got close to the bronze box, as if they were swallowed by a black hole. They disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, the people of the Taishan sacred ground frowned. Let me do it. An elder of the Yin-Yang sect walked out. He waved his hand, and a yin-yang diagram flew out above his head. Not only the yin-yang sect, the five elements palace, the myriad thunder sacred ground, the four symbols sacred ground, and the Dian sacred ground. At this moment, all the sacred ground families took action. After all, there was only one treasure box. It would belong to whoever managed to snatch it, right? Buzz! All the attacks were blocked when they got close to the bronze box. There seemed to be an invisible force. Humph! You're already dead. How dare you compete with us? The elder of the Yin-Yang sect sneered and attacked again. The others did the same. On Lin Xian's side, elderly, Xingtian, and the others also took action. Boom! 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 In the sky full of light, two figures stood there, unaffected. At this moment, the man in the bronze armor suddenly raised his head. He slowly raised his head, and a cracking sound could be heard. Buzz! A strange light burst out from his green eyes. Oh no! Seeing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. How could the man's head move? Could it be that the other party was still alive and not dead? As soon as they thought of this, a terrifying light rushed out of the bronze man's body and turned into hundreds of sharp sword lights that pierced in all directions. Every ray of light turned into a sword light and combined with each other, forming a peerless killing array. In an instant, the attacks in the sky were shattered. These people were all sent flying. Many of them were directly pierced through and nailed to the void. Bang! 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 Sounds of intense collisions rang out, followed by blood-curdling screams. Snow filled the air. Everyone's expression changed. Chapter 2571. It was impossible. How could he not be dead after so many years? Even great emperors could not live for so long. He was definitely not alive. Perhaps he had been refined into a puppet, or perhaps there were other reasons. The elders of the Yi family and Gu family had deep looks in their eyes. They did not believe that someone could live for so long. Ka. After the light burst out from his body, the bronze-armored man's body shook and crackled. Finally, he recovered. The green light in his eyes turned into hundreds of long rainbows that swept across the sky. Ka. The bronze box in his hand was pressed against the armor in front of him, becoming one with the armor. It was stuck there. It seemed that if they did not defeat the bronze-armored man, it would be difficult to obtain the bronze box. Humph. It was just a puppet guardian. It was not like they had not killed it before. The elder of the Dayan sacred land shouted coldly. The elder of the Dao-E sacred land also focused his gaze. At this moment, everyone's aura was majestic. Their opponent was just a bronze-armored man. They had so many elders and peerless geniuses. Why would they be afraid of him? Kill. With a roar, everyone attacked crazily. Runes appeared on the bronze-armored man's body one after another, instantly covering the entire space. The aura on his body also suddenly erupted, fighting against the energy that filled the sky. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a bronze god of war. Whoosh! His figure swayed, and the bronze-armored man flew into the sky. At the same time, his doppelgangers and afterimages appeared in the sky. These doppelgangers did not disappear. Instead, they let out a long roar and fought with the elders and saints. Damn it, there were so many doppelgangers. The expressions of the elders changed. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Combination array formation. Do not be careless. Roars could be heard as the elders of the sacred land formed their own powerful array formation to resist. However, the top elders, saints, and saintesses were fighting on their own. They were powerful and did not fear the doppelgangers. Boom! Lin Xian swept his sword, and the 3 doppelgangers that approached him were instantly killed. Boom, boom, boom. Murong Qingcheng yelled as countless petals appeared before her, revolving around her. At the same time, she took out a fan that was as red as gold. With a light wave, the cry of a phoenix could be heard. A phoenix projection streaked across the sky, sending all of the clones flying. Phoenix wing gilded fan. Many people in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. This was the Jade Lake's most precious treasure, yet it was given to the Jade Lake Saint. Clang! A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sound rang out, and Leaf Daudinier's body began to glow with golden light, making him look like a golden war god. A pair of fists opened and closed, sweeping in all directions with the power to swallow mountains and rivers. No flower formed a seal with his fingers, and the Buddhist light behind him was equally powerful. The Yaoguang Saint, the prince of the Great Xia dynasty, the Daoyi Saint, and the saintess of all beginnings. At this moment, all the saints and saintesses displayed extremely powerful combat abilities and fought against the countless doppelgangers in the sky. In the end, all of the clones were destroyed. Just a mere guardian. You want to stop our footsteps? What a joke. Kill him and snatch the bronze box. A group of people charged forward. Among them, the elders of the 5 Elements Palace, the Yin-Yang sect, and the Hall of Innumerable Tribulations were the fastest. In an instant, they arrived beside the bronze man. Their hands carried supreme divine power as they grabbed the treasure box on the bronze armor. Crack! Bang! Screams rang out as the 3 elders of the great sage flew back. Their arms had been mercilessly torn off. Among them, the elder of the Yin-Yang sect was pierced by a palm, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared. His internal organs were all shattered. These people screamed and retreated crazily. The others also stopped in midair and looked down in bewilderment. *, this bronze guardian is too strong. Just as everyone was in shock, the bronze guardian in front of them emitted a strange light again. He stretched out his hand, and it instantly enlarged like a blue sky, covering the entire sky. Then, it descended. This bronze hand was so big that it covered the sky and the sun. There was no way for them to escape. They could only resist crazily. You're courting death. How dare you fight against so many of us? Attack! The elder of the Yi family snorted coldly. The other party was powerful and stronger than them. No one was a match for him alone. However, with so many of them working together, the other party could not resist at all. The others also attacked crazily. However, vortexes appeared one after another on the bronze hand. There seemed to be strange runes flashing in the vortexes. Oh no! Damn it! What's going on? Screams of surprise rang out one after another. Lin Xian was also very surprised. Lin Xian's pupils constricted because he discovered a terrifying scene. His body was actually gradually becoming smaller. Not only him, but everyone's bodies were shrinking. It was as if they were turning into ants. Damn it, what kind of divine power is this? They had never seen it before. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. Could it be an illusion? He suspected that it might be an illusion. He checked around and found that it was not an illusion. Their bodies had really shrunk. Everyone screamed. They attacked crazily, shattering the surrounding void. However, they could not stop their bodies from shrinking. The large green palm in the sky pressed down mercilessly. Oh no! Their faces turned green. If they were hit by this palm, they would definitely be finished. And now, they had become infinitely small, and their strength was suppressed. Lin Xian roared furiously as well, his body rumbling and roaring non-stop. However, there was still a force blocking him. Damn it, could it be the power of the laws? Elder Li and the others were shocked, and their eyelids twitched. Xing Tian shook his head. Impossible. If the other party had the power of the laws, he could kill all of us in an instant. However, other than the power of the laws, I can't think of any other power that could be so powerful. I reckon that even an invincible king would not be able to cause such a change to us. The elders of the Yi family and Gu family also had ugly expressions. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others also had solemn expressions. It seemed that it should be the fragments of the laws. An elder of the Dao One Holy Ground said in a deep voice. After all, he was the guardian of the saint's tomb. Perhaps some of the laws were planted in his body. However, after experiencing the merciless passage of time, the laws had become fragments. That was why there was such a situation. Perhaps. Everyone had a rough idea, but they were not relaxed. Although they knew what was going on, they could not resist. Elderly, Xing Tian, transfer all of your power to me, Lin Xian suddenly said. He formed a seal with his palm, and the great dragon sword soul appeared in front of him. He grabbed it. Elderly, Xing Tian, and the others from the immortal palace quickly poured in their power. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon-shaped sword shadow trembled and rumbled, turning into an azure dragon. It kept roaring and growing. Chapter 2572. Ka ka ka. The light around them cracked, and their bodies stopped shrinking. Seeing this scene, Elder Li and the others were overjoyed. It was effective. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, the dragon sword soul was incomparably terrifying. It could destroy the power of the law fragment. However, with his current strength, he couldn't unleash the full power of the dragon sword soul. He could only borrow the power of others. Seeing this scene, Mu Rong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu also came over with people from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground and the Purple Dawn Sacred Ground. They also poured power into the dragon sword soul. On the other side, Yi Wudao took a deep breath and stood up. Everyone, please lend me a hand. At this point, he opened his golden domain. Light bloomed behind him, and a golden giant quickly rose. It kept growing bigger, as if it was indomitable. Immortal King descends to the 9 heavens. It was an extremely terrifying divine ability of the Yi family. At this moment, Yi Wudao was displaying it. It was truly terrifying. However, although this divine ability was powerful, it still couldn't fight against the law fragment. He could only borrow the power of others. The Yi family, Gu family, Dao One Sacred Ground, Four Symbols Sacred Ground, Dian Sacred Ground, and many other sacred grounds all used their power to support the Immortal King. The Immortal King's phantom became more and more solid. A terrifying battle armor even appeared on his body. The runes on it flickered with supreme power. Yin Ruyu also stood up. Her white clothes fluttered like a fairy. Buzz. Her body was also surrounded by a green light, but it was different from the bronze hand. A terrifying aura rushed out of her body, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This aura was extremely powerful. It wasn't any weaker than Lin Xian's Dragon Sword Soul or Yi Wudao's Immortal King descends to the 9 heavens. When this scene appeared, everyone was extremely shocked. They didn't expect Yin Ruyu to be so terrifying and have such a secret in her body. Fellow Taoists of the human race, let's work together. The green light on Yin Ruyu's body became more and more intense. When the people of the other sacred grounds and great sects saw this scene, they gritted their teeth and nodded. Indeed, now wasn't the time for internal strife. Many people of the sacred grounds and great sects also flew to Yin Ruyu and transferred their power to her. Kill. With a roar, Lin Xian waved his sword and slashed forward. The power of this sword was simply too strong. After all, it had gathered the power of countless experts. With a swing of the sword, the world lost its color, the sun and the moon lost their luster, and the entire void was split into two. The strange energy around them was also torn apart in an instant. The bodies of Lin Xian and the others continued to grow bigger, and the bronze hand even let out vibrating sounds. Kill. Leaf Daudinier roared. Then unleash the immortal monarch descends to the 9 heavens. That golden giant launched an attack, brandishing a terrifying fist, blasting apart the heavenly dome. Kill. Yin Ruyu tenderly shouted. Green light rushed out from her body, turning into a divine rainbow as she shot out. The 3 peerless geniuses had used their strongest trump cards and gathered the strength of all the great sects of the sacred lands. At that moment, their attacks were truly capable of destroying heaven and earth. Boom, boom. The sound of an intense collision rang out. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everyone's bodies returned to their original state. From the looks of it, the power brought about by the law fragment had been completely eliminated. Not only that, but the enormous bronze hand also shattered into pieces. Kill, kill, kill. Another 3 roars rang out. Lin Xian, Leaf Daudinier, and Yin Ruyu once again attacked with all their might. This time, they charged towards the bronze guardian. Boom! A terrifying power erupted, drowning out everything. The entire world trembled. The purple cloud demonic vines constantly twisted and spun, protecting the space around them. When the smoke dissipated, Lin Xian's face was pale, while Leaf Daudinier and Yin Ruyu were constantly panting. This time, almost all the energy in their bodies had been sucked dry. It wasn't just them. The elders, saints, and saintesses were the same. They didn't dare to hesitate and quickly took out their treasures. Lin Xian and the others also swallowed the Buddha Earth Spirit Elixir to recover their strength. Fortunately, they had obtained a bountiful harvest in the ancient tomb. Therefore, at this moment, they didn't feel any heartache. After swallowing the treasures, their strength quickly recovered. At the same time, they turned their gazes and looked ahead. In front of him, the bronze guardian was still split into pieces. The armor on its body was shattered, and the bronze treasure box fell to the ground. Whoosh! When the Yin-Yang sect saw this, they quickly moved. The 4 symbols' sacred grounds were not to be outdone. Scram! The 2 of them attacked in the air, tearing the void apart. Then, the 2 of them kept retreating, cracking the ground. When the others saw this, they also frowned. Seeing this, Lin Xian stepped forward and said coldly, "Let's stop fighting. Why don't we all open the box together?" Leaf Daudinier also stepped forward. "I agree with Brother Lin." Yin Ruyu, No Flower, and the others also nodded. Seeing that the various geniuses had expressed their opinions, the others also fell silent. Indeed, if they continued fighting, rivers of blood would flow. Moreover, this place was extremely dangerous. The white-clothed woman next to them was not injured at all. This shocked them greatly. Therefore, now was not the best time to fight. Everybody nodded. Among them, the elders of the Gu clan and the Yi clan, the 2 clans of the remote antiquity, walked out. They were prepared to go and retrieve the bronze treasure box. Whether it was strength, reputation, or foundation, the 2 ancient families were admired by the other sacred grounds. Therefore, they did not have any objections to letting the 2 ancient families fight. Lin Xian also did not have any objections. He knew that the Yi and Gu families would not take the box for themselves. The elders of the Yi family and the Gu family walked forward. They carefully set up a seal and wrapped it around the bronze treasure box. They wanted to return. However, when they saw the bronze-armored guardian that had been torn to pieces, their pupils shrank. The 2 of them were stunned. What was going on? What happened? The others were puzzled. Many people walked forward. They also screamed. Whoosh! An elder of the Tao sacred ground waved his sleeve and blew away the broken bronze armor. Everyone saw the situation under the armor. This is... Everyone was shocked because they realized that the thing under the bronze armor was not a human. Instead, it was a furry monster with a tail. A monster! Everyone exclaimed. The people of the Fey Imperial Palace were even more shocked. It was a fox. Its body was green, and there were strange patterns on its fur. Its green eyes were wide open, gradually losing their luster and becoming cold. This guardian was actually a monster. This surprised everyone. Could it be that this was really a tomb of the Fey Imperial Palace? Huatiandu said with a serious expression. This seems to be a green hill fox. It was also a mutant of heaven and earth. Moreover, it was one of the most terrifying foxes. Indeed, the other experts of the Fey Imperial Palace nodded. There were two royal families of the Fox clan, the Green Hill Fox and the Nine-Tailed Fox. They did not expect this bronze guardian to be a Green Hill Fox. What was the treasure box it was guarding? Chapter 2573. Everyone was puzzled. They looked to the side at the white-clothed woman who was standing there like a statue. Who was that white-clothed woman? Was she a human or a monster? If she was a monster, it meant that it was very likely to be the tomb of a monster saint. But what if she was a human? That made them even more puzzled. What was going on with a human and a monster guarding this place? They could not figure it out. Forget it, let's not think about it. Let's see what's inside the bronze box first. The elders of the Yi family and Gu family carefully brought the bronze box to an empty space at the side. Everyone gathered around and looked carefully. They opened it. Many people were tempted. The two elders used their power to try to open it. However, they could not find the root. Let's increase our numbers. Everyone, attack together. However, they could not open it either. The dark red dragon screamed, "Don't be rash. This thing might explode. If it does, we'll all be finished." Everyone's eyelids twitched when they heard that. No way, don't talk nonsense. How could this thing explode? That's right. There must be a natural treasure inside. Many doubtful voices sounded. However, the faces of the young disciples were gloomy. Elders, let's listen to it. The snake's attainments and formations were very high. They were the ones who discovered the tomb. It was also the one who broke it. The young disciples quickly sent voice transmissions to each other. When the elders of the sacred grounds heard that, their eyelids twitched. They stared at the dark red dragon. The formation masters of the Gu family and the Yi family also walked out. They said in deep voices, "That's right. We can't act rashly. The runes on it are very dangerous. If it receives a strong impact, it might explode. At that time, the energy it will release will be unimaginable. What should we do?" Everyone was disappointed. The top formation master of the Yi family said, "This is normal. No matter how you look at it, there's a treasure buried inside. The previous owner of the treasure would not have let anyone open it so easily, nor would he have let anyone open it with brute force. However, since it was a treasure box, it could be opened if it could be closed. However, it would be more troublesome. There were many runes on it, and they seemed to be formations. As long as the formations were opened, the treasure box would open. Ruffian dragon, it's up to you." Lin Xian looked at the dark red dragon. The dark red divine dragon walked up. Come, come, come. Bring a few experts. Let's break it together." It waved its claws as if it was the leader. Seeing this, the faces of many elders from the Holy Lands darkened. But there was nothing he could do about it. Since the other party was a formation expert, he had to listen to them. In the end, the Yi family, Gu family, and the Crimson Divine Dragon took the lead. Together with the array masters from the other Holy Lands, everyone joined forces. 2 days later, they finally broke through the restrictions on the formation above them. Was the treasure box? The dark red god. Fuck, I've been tricked. Indeed, everyone's faces were ugly, because the light on the bronze box disappeared. The symbols quickly changed, and finally formed a keyhole. After 2 days, they had only managed to break through the outermost layer of the seal, which had just revealed the keyhole. In order to open it, he needed a key. The surrounding cultivators raised their heads and looked in all directions. Lin Xian's eyes were also shining. It must be in this space, and it shouldn't be too far away. The four symbol saints frowned. Damn it, did he not create a key at all? Why don't we bring it back and study it after we leave the tomb? Many people from the sacred grounds had the same idea. Indeed, they had sent many people this time, but not all of them were from the sacred grounds. For example, the living fossils and the grand elders did not come. That kind of person was the most terrifying. They should have a way to crack the bronze treasure box. Crack, crack. A low sound was heard. Everyone turned their heads. Who's there? Come out. Angry roars were heard. Lin Xian stared at the white figure in the distance. Damn it, it's another guardian. Whoosh. Hearing that, everyone turned their heads and stared at the white figure in the distance. As expected, the voice came from the white figure. The beautiful face of the other party slowly changed. Her small peachy lips slowly opened at this moment. With the previous experience of the bronze guardian, these people did not dare to be careless. They reckoned that the white figure might also have a nomological fragment. Therefore, in an instant, everyone activated their strongest defense and guarded carefully. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with golden runes. He attacked first, but it didn't seem to be an attack. Kid, what exactly is it? Can you see it clearly? Many people asked anxiously. Lin Xian looked carefully and then said, It seems to be a key. A key? Are you sure it's a key? Everyone was shocked. They were extremely excited because a possibility arose in their hearts. There was a keyhole in the bronze treasure box in their hands, and they were just short of a key to open it. They searched everywhere but could not find it. However, the other guardian had a key. Could it be the key to open the bronze treasure box? That's possible. That's right. That must be it. The young cultivators exclaimed. Two guardians, one holding the treasure box and the other holding the key. That made sense. However, the elders were puzzled. Even if there's a key, why did she expose herself? She's clearly reminding us. Damn it, this is too strange. Is this white-clothed woman still alive? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. That's right. No one wants their treasure to be taken away by others. Even the dead are no exception. But why would the white-clothed woman take the initiative to hand over the key? Is this a trap? They did not know. Young Master Lin, you're powerful and a top genius. Your soul power is even more terrifying, and you're proficient in formations. Why don't you go and take the key? A coquettish voice sounded. Lin Xian was pleased to hear that. Someone was flattering him in public, which made him feel very good. However, when he heard the last sentence, his face turned green. Damn it, which bastard dares to trick me at this time? His eyes were cold as he looked around. Finally, he locked onto a beauty from the Alcade Holy Land. Damn it, it's this Alcade Holy girl again. Lin Xian's face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth. Isn't it just a little white monkey that ate some of your treasures? Do you have to hit me when I'm down? Immortal Palace's people's faces were ugly. Murong Qingcheng and Shun Jingqiu frowned. Among them, Shun Jingqiu stared at the Alcade Holy girl and snorted. Damn it, this bad woman. This suggestion isn't bad. I feel that Palace Master Lin is a young genius and can take on this role. Chapter 2574. He had almost been killed by the other party previously. Now that he had a chance to kill the other party, how could he let it go? Anyway, with so many powerful elders from the Yin-Yang sect around, he was not afraid of the other party. Fuck. This Yin-Yang saint is really courting death. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. He wanted to go up and slap this guy to death. Hall Master Lin's battle strength is unparalleled. A cold voice came from the Tai dynasty. Hall Master Lin, don't back down. This matter belongs to you. That's right, Hall Master Lin. Aren't you curious about what's inside the bronze box? Voices came one after another from the Five Elements Palace, the Thousand Thunders Sacred Ground, the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, the Tuoba family, and the Nangong family. In short, all the families and sacred grounds that had a grudge against Lin Xian spoke up one after another. The other sacred grounds and sects did not speak. but they chose to remain silent. Among them, Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, No Flower, and the others who were close to Lin Xian frowned. They said that this matter was too dangerous and could be a trap. They needed to think about it at length. Yes, they needed to think about it at length. Murong Qingqing also spoke up quickly. She would not let Lin Xian take the risk. Fairy Murong, you're wrong. Hallmaster Lin is so powerful. How could he be in danger? That's right. The memory of Hallmaster Lin killing so many saints is still fresh in our minds. Now that he's missing the key, it should be easy. Those people were not moved at all. The cold voice and the silent consent of the others made the situation very unfavorable for Lin Xian. Those from the Immortal Palace looked gloomy. Xing Tian, elderly, and the others had murderous looks in their eyes. These people were too despicable. The dark red divine dragon jumped out. Fuck, you shameless people. What's wrong? You can't beat us, so you want to use such a despicable method? You call yourselves the elites of the sacred grounds, the peerless elders. You've embarrassed yourselves. We're not as good as Hallmaster Lin. That's why we let him do such an important thing. The Yin Yang Saint sneered. The elders of the Five Elements Palace also looked fierce. No matter what the other party said, they had to push him out today. The reason for that was because they knew that this was most likely a trap. It would be best if the law fragment could directly kill this brat, in order to relieve the hatred in their hearts. The dark red divine dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet and cursed loudly. However, at this moment, Lin Xian waved his hand and swept his gaze across the surroundings. It's not impossible for me to make a move. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Their gazes shifted toward Lin Xian. Brat, are you crazy? Hearing this, the dark red dragon shrieked. Palace Master, you can't. Xing Tian, elderly, and the others also tried to persuade him. Lin Xian Gij, older brother Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Shun Jingqiu turned pale. Don't worry, I'm confident. Lin Xian turned his head and smiled at them before looking around. The others, on the other hand, were ecstatic. Many of them revealed ferocious expressions. Haha, this idiot brat is really arrogant. Does he really think that he can contend against the law fragment just because he killed a saint? That's great. This time, we'll definitely be able to kill him. Lin Xian spoke again. I can go forward and take the bronze key. But, however, what? An elder of the Nangong family asked. If the bronze treasure box is opened, no matter what's inside, half of it must be given to the first immortal temple. What? Half of it to you? How is that possible? The others were going crazy. Their faces instantly darkened as they shouted one by one. Brat, what a joke. You're too greedy. That's right. There are so many sacred grounds and sects here. How dare you ask for half of it? These people were very unhappy. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What's wrong? You don't agree? Of course, you don't agree. The Yin Yang Saint snorted coldly. Those from the Tai dynasty and the Five Elements Palace also had cold expressions. How could they agree to such a condition? Since they didn't agree, the negotiation had failed. Lin Xian shrugged. So, you can go forward and take the key yourselves. Poof. Fuck. These people were so angry that they vomited blood. Their faces became incomparably ugly. The corners of the others' mouths twitched. No wonder this brat was so arrogant, daring to ask for half of the treasure. It turned out that he was waiting for them here. Brother Lin, you really are. Yi Wudao and the others shook their heads. On the other side, Immortal Temple's people also breathed a sigh of relief. So this was their temple master's idea. However, Shin Jingqiu and Murong Qingcheng were still a bit worried. What if these people agreed? This white-clothed woman was clearly a protector. She was definitely not simple. The others were also discussing spiritedly. Although they didn't want to give half of the treasure to Immortal Temple, they were even more unwilling to take the risk. That damn brat. He actually dared to ask for so much. He must have expected that we wouldn't dare to go forward. Those sacred grounds were all gnashing their teeth in anger. The Alcade Saintess also frowned. She didn't expect Lin Xian to have such an idea. She snorted coldly. These sacred grounds were too narrow-minded. So what if they gave him half of the treasure? Perhaps he would be killed before the bronze box was opened. Among them, There were a few youths who thought that they were geniuses. They said, "Elder, why don't you let me try?" "Nonsense. What kind of place is this? Even I don't dare to go up. Do you want to die? Did you forget that you shrunk?" When these words came out, the young geniuses trembled, and fear appeared in their eyes. The bronze hand from before was like a nightmare, reminding them of it. These people hurriedly shook their heads and retreated. They might as well agree to this brat's request. After all, whether or not he could come back alive was another matter. Let's trick him first. I don't believe that he can fight against the law fragment alone. The elders of the sacred grounds quickly discussed. In the end, they decided to agree to this condition. Among them, the elder of the Yin-Yang sect stood out. "Brat, as you wish, half of the treasure in the bronze box will be given to a mortal temple. We will divide the rest." "Okay." Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He took a step forward and walked forward. "Brother Xian." Big brother Lin Xian. Behind him, Murong Qingqing and the others were extremely nervous. "Don't worry, Qingqing, Qiu I'm fine." Lin Xian waved at them. Whoosh! Balls of flames appeared on his ancient Taoist robe, enveloping him. Lin Xian walked towards the white-clothed woman. Although he looked relaxed on the surface, Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, filling every part of his body. It would emit an extremely sharp sword light at any time. Moreover, he had already summoned the sage's hand bone. As long as the situation wasn't right, he would immediately enter the black earth and activate the sage's hand bone. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Finally, Lin Xian arrived in front of the white-clothed woman. He slowly stretched out his fingers, which were covered with sword patterns and filled with the power of the great dragon sword soul. Chapter 2575. Whoosh! Crack! Suddenly, there was a flash of light. Lin Xian felt his hands being grabbed by the other party. When the surrounding people saw this, they cried out in alarm and retreated at lightning speed. It moved. It really moved. "Damn it, I told you, it's a guardian. Ha 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 ha. That kid is dead for sure. He's caught at such a close distance. There's no way he can escape." The people from the Yin-Yang sect, Five Elements Palace, and Tai Dynasty laughed wildly. "Palace Master, Brother Xian, Murong Qingqing, Elderly, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Terrifying rays of light surged from their bodies as they were about to rush over to help. "Don't come over, all of you retreat. I'm fine." Lin Xian's voice sounded. Murong Qingqing and the others stopped in midair. "Brother Xian, are you really okay?" "I'm fine." Lin Xian shook his head. Although he was caught, the woman in white didn't make any further moves. And he believed that with his trump card, he could break free. "All right, let's go back." The dark red dragon waved its claws. Although Murong Qingqing and the others were unwilling, they still went back. They also retreated to a safe distance. On the other side, the people from Tai Dynasty laughed sinisterly. "This kid is really arrogant. Does he really think he can fight against the Guardian? Arrogance is better. This way he'll be easier to kill. We can finally avenge our enemies." The others' eyes flickered. They didn't believe that Lin Xian could resist the Guardian. Yu Wudao, No Flower, and the others also frowned. They were also worried for Lin Xian. But now it seemed that Lin Xian wasn't in much danger, because the woman in white grabbed Lin Xian's hands tightly and didn't make any further moves. To be honest, the moment the woman in white made a move, Lin Xian was also very nervous. He almost summoned the sage's hand bone. However, he still held himself back, because he didn't feel any killing intent from the other party. However, since he couldn't move his hands, he could only grab it with his sword chi. Sword chi gushed out from his body and turned into a huge palm. He grabbed forward, wanting to take the bronze key. However, in the next moment, the white-clothed woman opened her eyes. Wong. Lin Xian felt all the sword chi in his body being suppressed. The palm that shot out also disappeared in an instant. "Damn it, what's going on?" Cold sweat trickled down Lin Xian's forehead. His entire body's strength had been sealed in an instant. The people behind him also cried out in surprise. It opened. The woman in white opened her eyes. Heavens, She was indeed alive. These people were terrified. The others thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. So terrifying. What kind of power was this? Was this the power of a saint? Lin Xian didn't know, but he felt that this power was too strong. When will I be able to possess such power? Lin Xian was envious. Soon, he came back to his senses. He knew that now was not the time to think about these things. He had to think of a way to take out the bronze key and leave safely. That was the most important thing. Although the sword qi in his body was suppressed, Lin Xian realized that he could still move. After thinking for a while, Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and stretched his head forward slowly. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to kiss the woman in white. However, he bit the bronze key with his teeth. The people behind him were also stunned when they saw this scene. No way. Was that kid possessed? How dare he take advantage of the woman in white at this time? Wasn't he afraid that he would be smashed into a bloody mist? Idiot kid. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Murong Qingcheng and Shun Jingqiu were also stunned, but they soon understood. Brother Xian was taking the bronze key. Using his mouth to take the bronze key? What a joke. No one believed it. The holy maiden also snorted softly. However, these people were soon stunned, because they realized that Lin Xianxian had returned again. No one could see clearly whether he had obtained the bronze key or not. However, the white-clothed woman slowly closed her eyes. She also retracted her hands. Whoosh! Lin Xian returned to the back. Did he get it? Damn it, that kid is safe and sound. How is that possible? Everyone was going crazy. However, the people from Immortal Palace heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. Shin Jingqiu also clapped and cheered. Buzz. Suddenly, the sky was torn apart, and a hazy figure appeared in the void. He raised his hand and threw out a palm, enveloping Lin Xian. Not good. The people from Immortal Palace changed their expressions. The people from the other sacred grounds were also surprised. They did not expect that someone would attack Lin Xian at this time. Who was it? Yin Yang sect? Tai dynasty? Or the people from Five Elements Palace? No one knew at all, and they did not have time to investigate. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Someone dared to attack him at this time. He was courting death. Whoosh! He swam in the air like a divine dragon swinging its tail, narrowly dodging the palm. He snorted coldly and was about to counterattack. However, the person in the sky took out a purple gourd. Buzz! Countless rays of light bloomed, and the purple gourd scattered thousands of rays of light, enveloping Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian was sucked into the gourd. Whoosh! 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 The hazy figure turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Damn it! He actually took the bronze key. Go after him. The people from Dian's sacred ground roared. Elderly, Xingtian, and the others went crazy. They rose into the air. The others were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Was the other party's target the bronze key? Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Everyone raised their heads and looked into the distance. They saw the person who escaped was sent flying. The purple gourd was torn into pieces. The sword light around Lin Xian's body shot out from the gourd. Buzz! 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 13 rays of piercing sword light formed a row and slashed toward the hazy figure. The figure used a divine ability to block the attack. However, he could not block it at all and was killed in the end. Whoosh! The light in the sky dimmed. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He wanted to see which sacred ground dared to attack him. Lin Xian was stunned. The others were also stunned. After the hazy figure was slashed open, there was no blood, and no corpse fell. Instead, it turned into endless spirit qi and disappeared into the void. It was not the real body. It was a clone. Lin Xian frowned. The others were also puzzled. The people from Immortal Palace walked up and protected Lin Xian. At the same time, they looked behind them. They stared at the people from Tai dynasty and the Yin Yang sect. Damn it, who did it? The others also looked over. The faces of the people from Tai dynasty and the Yin Yang sect darkened. Why are you looking at us? We didn't do it. Chapter 2576. Kid, you have to have evidence before you speak. An elder from the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground gritted his teeth. They didn't dare to admit it, nor did they want to take the blame. That was because they weren't the ones who sent the clone. They didn't dare to provoke the other party now. They didn't dare to start a fight with the other party. Therefore, they quickly explained. Do you have any clues about the purple gourd and the divine ability that person said he used? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Every sacred ground's secret techniques and treasures were different, so it should be easy to identify them. However, Xing Tian, elderly, and the others shook their heads. They couldn't tell. The other party obviously didn't use any of their martial arts. They had never seen his palm technique and the gourd before. It seemed that the other party had planned this for a long time and would definitely not expose his true identity. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. You better not let me find out who did it. Otherwise, I'll let him know what regret is. After saying this, he took a deep breath and waved his hand. All right, let's put this matter aside for now. Let's open the bronze box first. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. The most crucial moment had arrived. What treasure was inside the bronze box? Was it a sage's treasure? They didn't know, but they were extremely excited. Lin Xian handed the key to the Yi family's elder. The elder nodded and didn't refuse. Then, the group of people retreated. They put on their armor and activated their king's domains to defend themselves. After all, no one knew what was inside. The Yi family's elder took a deep breath, and golden patterns appeared on his body. He was a peerless almighty and had the bloodline of the arch. At this moment, his defense was incomparably terrifying. On the side, an elder from the Gu family also floated in the air, emitting a terrifying void energy. If there was any danger, he would instantly transfer the bronze box into the void. Ka ka ka. A low sound rang out as the key slowly turned. The bronze box also made cracking sounds. Then, the bronze box slowly cracked open. There wasn't any terrifying aura inside, nor was there any terrifying light. This caused everyone to be stunned. When they looked carefully, the bronze box was completely open. Two things fell out. One was a fist-sized treasure seal. It was square and had mysterious runes engraved on it. Above the seal, there was a malevolent head that made one's heart tremble. The other one was a rolled-up beast skin. These two items were simple and unadorned, lying there quietly. What are these two things? No one knew. The dark red divine dragon waved its claws and instantly grabbed the beast skin. Haha, like we said before, our immortal palace wants half. It just happens to be two things. The beast skin is ours. Here's an imperial jade seal. You can divide it among yourselves. F***K. Damn snake. Hand it over. Those people went crazy and screamed like crazy. To be honest, even Elder Zhang, Xing Tian, and the others from Immortal Palace were stunned. They did not expect the dark red divine dragon to act so quickly. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face, as expected of his old partner. Sure enough, he understood his intentions. The members of the Yin-Yang sect roared. Lin Xian sneered. Why? They had agreed on the conditions before, but now they wanted to go back on their word? It wouldn't be good if word got out that the sacred lands went back on their word. Who would cooperate with you in the future? You? Hearing this, the elders of the Tai dynasty and the Yin-Yang sect vomited blood in anger. They trembled and almost fainted from anger. How hateful. But there was nothing they could do. They had indeed agreed before. If they went back on their word at this time, their reputation would be tarnished, and very few people would dare to cooperate with them. Therefore, they could only suffer this loss themselves. The other sacred lands were also envious. Damn it, if they knew there was no danger, they would have taken the key themselves. That was because they did not discover any danger during the entire process. It was just a false alarm. That made them regret it very much. However, it was useless to regret. Lin Xian took the beast's skin and threw it directly into the black earth. Don't think about getting back what you put in, unless someone could blast open the black earth. However, even an invincible king would not be able to do so. All right, you can study this Yushi yourselves. Our immortal palace will not interfere. Lin Xian shrugged. Xingtian, elderly, and the others also smiled. They had obtained a complete one of the two items. This was definitely a great harvest. Everyone, let's study what this jade seal is first. Yi family's elder Zhang said in a deep voice. He was also very envious and curious about Lin Xian's bee skin. However, it was not a good time to ask now. It was better to wait until they left the tomb and let Yi Wudao ask. Yi Wudao and Lin Xian had a good relationship, so he should be able to ask what the bee skin was. At least let them know that it was a cultivation technique. A map? Or was it some ancient secret? The rest of the people studied the jade seal. Even Morong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu brought people up. However, at this time, the Yushi suddenly bloomed with countless rays of light that pierced in all directions. Cries of alarm rang out, and blood flowed out. Damn it! They roared and attacked like crazy, destroying the world in front of them. Lin Xian also stood up and furrowed his brows. His gaze was like lightning as he stared ahead. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were also there. Qingqing, Qiu are you okay? Lin Xian asked. Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing were escorted by two great sage elders as they retreated. Both of them had grave expressions. They were fine. They were just scratched. Morong Qingqing shook her head. There was a small cut on her arm. Shen Jingqiu also had a cut on her hand, and a few drops of blood flowed out. On the other side, Yi Wudao, No Flower, the Granxia Prince, and everyone else retreated. Among them, many of them had suffered cuts and bruises. Lin Xian was shocked. Xingtian, Crimson Dragon, and the others also cried out in alarm. Because even Yi Wudao was injured. That was not possible. They knew how powerful the Saint Physique was. That was an existence that could catch a heaven-tier treasure with his bare hands. There was no need for them to explain how terrifying his body was. Moreover, the people from the Demon Imperial Palace were all injured. Even Yin Ruyu had a scratch on her body. It had to be said that the previous attack was too strange. What was that Imperial Jade Seal? The cultivators from the Immortal Palace heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lord Long did not take the Imperial Jade Seal. Otherwise, they would be the ones injured. That was too terrifying. They had a lingering fear. The Crimson Dragon frowned. Kid, you have to be careful with that beast's skin. I feel that it is very strange. Lin Xian nodded and transmitted his voice to Hey Tuesday. Hey Tu directly sealed the beast's skin in the Black Earth ship. Chapter 2577. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and turned around. He had discovered something strange. Ruffian Long, something's not right. Look at the injured people. Aren't they the ones who were chased by the Bloodwing Bat King? Yi Wudao, No Flower, Gu Santong, the two girls, and the prince of the Great Xia dynasty. They all have bloodline power, and their bloodlines are extremely powerful. That's right. The ordinary disciples aren't injured. Damn it, the Imperial Seal is attacking people with bloodline power again. Lin Xian hurriedly told them his guess. The saints and elders of the other sacred grounds frowned when they heard that. Bloodline power. It's bloodline power again. Previously, the Bloodwing Bat King was chasing people with bloodline power. Now, the Imperial Seal was attacking people with bloodline power again. What's going on? Generally speaking, people with bloodline power were peerless geniuses. It's normal for them to be targeted. Some elders guessed. Someone exclaimed, "Look at the blood in the sky." Everyone looked up. They saw that the blood in the sky didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it quickly sank into the Imperial Seal as if it was attracted by something. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Imperial Seal absorbed all kinds of bloodline power and shone brightly. The entire Imperial Seal turned from white jade to red jade. Whoosh! Finally, it floated in the sky and spun non-stop. Streaks of blood-red light floated out of the seal along with the patterns on it. It emitted a strange aura. No way. What is the Imperial Seal made of? So many violent attacks from before, but it wasn't damaged at all. Someone screamed. The others also came back to their senses. Indeed, when they were attacked earlier, the elders had fought back with all their might. Logically speaking, a heaven-grade treasure should have been shattered, but there wasn't a single crack on the Imperial Seal. Needless to say, this was a heaven-defying treasure. However, this treasure was beyond their expectations. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blood-red light in the sky became stronger and stronger, and the power it emitted became more and more terrifying. Suddenly, the imperial seal trembled and flew to the side. The void instantly collapsed, giving everyone a fright. The warriors in that direction hurriedly fled. However, what made everyone heave a sigh of relief was that the imperial jade seal did not continue to attack these martial artists. Instead, it directly flew towards the huge purple cloud demonic vine in front of them. Buzz boom. In the next moment, the blood-red imperial jade seal slammed into the purple cloud demonic soaring. The purple cloud demonic vine trembled. Countless vines swayed, and the entire space shook as if it would collapse at any moment. Ka ka ka. What happened this time? Everyone was startled. They saw that below the purple cloud demonic vine, the huge branch suddenly split open from the middle. It was as if it was torn apart by a pair of invisible hands. A huge monster was pushed out from the crack. Rumble. The void was shattered. What is this? Purple cloud soaring. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. His eyes flashed. He discovered that what came out of the crack was actually the purple cloud devil tongue. Merely, this purple cloud demonic vine was clearly even more ancient. Furthermore, it was shaped into a coffin made of purple cloud devil vine. Looking at the appearance of this purple cloud demonic vine, it should be from tens of thousands of years ago. Who could be so generous? The purple cloud demonic vine was not an ordinary plant. It was a mutated plant. The one in front of them was alive and had a cultivation of 7,000 to 8,000 years. It was at least an invincible king, and the one that was made into an official coffin was very likely at the level of a saint. But now, the corpse of a demonic beast saint had been made into a coffin. How could they not be shocked? Perhaps, only an even more powerful saint would be able to do such a thing. Thinking of this, they gasped, and their eyes burned with passion. As expected, this was the final burial place. The new purple cloud demonic vine coffin was very likely the owner of this ancient tomb. For a moment, everyone was on guard. They watched carefully. About half of the purple cloud demonic vine coffin came out before it stopped. In fact, the crowd could see that there were actually 8 chains surrounding the purple cloud demonic vine coffin. Each of them was as thick as an arm. The chains were dark green in color and were engraved with runes. They gave off a feeling as heavy as a mountain. They firmly locked the purple cloud demonic vine coffin. What was going on? What was going on? Everyone was puzzled. It was one thing for the coffin to be special, but why were there 8 chains locking it? Was it trapped here? Or was there some other explanation? Everyone knew that ancient tombs contained feng shui and spirit veins. It was very mysterious, and they could not completely understand it. Therefore, in their opinion, the 8 chains were very likely some kind of saying, used to remove some kind of flaw. After waiting for a long time, the purple cloud demonic vine coffin completely quieted down. Everyone looked at each other. Should they go up and take a look? There shouldn't be any danger. Everyone was very curious. After all, this was the first time they had seen the tomb of a saint. A few bold people went up to take a closer look. There was no danger. That made everyone feel even more relieved. Therefore, everyone also went up and led the people from the immortal palace up. However, they did not get too close. The Gu family, Yi family, Morong Qingqing, and the others were even more so. After all, they were attacked and even injured before. Therefore, they were very careful now. When they got closer, they realized that there were runes engraved on the purple cloud demonic vine coffin. They were very mysterious and densely packed, covering the entire coffin. Even the elders of the clan of the ancients and the sacred land could not recognize those runes. The dark red dragon looked at it for a long time and then said, "I only recognize one word. The word at the front is blood. I don't know anything else." Blood. Lin Xian frowned. He had a feeling that this ancient tomb seemed to be targeted at people with bloodline power. Should we open it and take a look? Someone suggested. As soon as those words came out, many people were shocked. Do you have a death wish? Do you dare to open the tomb of a saint? That's right. We probably don't have the strength to open it even if we want to. If we open it and find that it's the corpse of a saint, We'll all be finished. Those elders quickly shook their heads. What a joke. Although they were also tempted, they knew that there must be a shocking treasure in the coffin. However, they did not dare to open it at all. Of course, they did not dare to open it, but it did not mean that they would give up on the ancient tomb. They had already investigated it. They decided to quickly go back and inform the living fossils and the grand elders of the sacred land to bring the supreme divine weapons and attack it. Bang, bang, bang. Just as they were about to leave this place, a deep voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned around. What was going on? What happened? Who was behind it? No, it wasn't us. Where did that voice come from? Damn it. Why do I feel that the coffin moved a little? What? Don't talk nonsense. Everyone had been frightened by the Big Dipper coffin before. Any one of those who walked out of the coffin could defeat everyone. Chapter 2578. That was the coffin of a sage. If it walked out, it would kill them all in one move. Bang, bang, bang. This time, the sound was even more intense. Everyone could clearly feel that the vibration came from the purple cloud demonic vine coffin. Furthermore, they could even see that the entire coffin was trembling slightly. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Many people were so scared that they wet their pants. Damn, that coffin had actually mutated. Could it be that it had turned into a corpse? They frantically retreated, wanting to escape. However, they were all surrounded by the vines of the purple cloud demonic vine. They couldn't escape at all. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the purple cloud demonic vine coffin behind them opened with a bang. Countless rays of light shone, and terrifying energy surged out. The people below felt their scalps go numb, and many of them directly fell to the ground. Ancient sage, we didn't mean to offend you. Please let us go. We won't dare to come again. Many people begged for mercy. However, there were also some people who turned their heads abruptly, and Lin Xianlin was one of them. Lin Xian looked back and was stunned. In the next moment, the azure dragon claw grabbed forward. Ha ha, we're rich. The dark red dragon also waved its dragon claw. The others, including Yi Wudao and the prince of the Great Xia dynasty, also made a move. Seeing this scene, the people who were originally afraid turned around. They discovered that the purple cloud demonic vine coffin had indeed opened. However, no corpse came out. There was actually a coffin inside. Moreover, the gap between the large coffin and the small coffin was filled with divine crystals. Each of them was the size of a fist, colorful, and contained terrifying energy. Those were divine crystals, which were incomparably precious outside. At this moment, they filled the entire space. Attack! The others also roared. All the sacred lands madly attacked. Of course, they also knew their limits. They didn't dare to touch the small coffin inside. Although it was called a small coffin, it was only slightly smaller than the purple cloud demonic vine. The large one was dozens of meters in size. The small one was more than 20 meters in size. In an instant, all the divine crystals between the two coffins were snatched away. There were more than 1,000 divine crystals here. Lin Xian and the others were the first to make a move, so they snatched the most. The others more or less got a share. On Lin Xian's side, he had snatched nearly 200 pills. The lowest number of people only managed to snatch a dozen, while the majority only managed to snatch dozens. Compared to Lin Xian, there was still a huge gap. Therefore, many people looked at Lin Xian with red eyes. They couldn't help but want to kill him for his treasures. However, when they thought of Lin Xian and Immortal Palace's strength, they all clenched their teeth and gave up. There was nothing they could do. They couldn't win. As for the other aristocratic families, like the Yi clan and the Grand Xia Empire, they didn't dare to provoke them either. Damn it, I actually missed such a good opportunity. No, the next opportunity must not be missed. They gritted their teeth and fixed their gazes on the second coffin inside the coffin. Don't move. This coffin might really contain the corpse of a saint, the dark red divine dragon reminded. Hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched. The elders of the clan of the ancients stepped forward. The people of the four great empires also frowned. Yin Ruyu and the others from the monster imperial palace put away the divine crystals they had snatched. Their eyes also flickered. Triple immortal suppressing coffin. Yin Ruyu's red lips parted slightly. Triple immortal suppressing coffin? What is this? The young martial artists were very confused, but the elders of the clan of the ancients and the four great empires narrowed their eyes. Ancient sects like the Yin sect and the Taoist sacred ground also frowned. Could it be that legend? Heavens, is there really someone who wants to do this? How is that possible? Exclamations of surprise were heard. Lin Xian was very confused. Legend? What legend? Triple immortal suppressing coffin. What exactly is it? He also didn't know about this ancient legend. Triple immortal suppressing coffin was a very ancient burial method according to legend. There were a total of 3 coffins, big and small, and the outermost one buried the corpse. Each coffin was made of extremely precious metal or wood. A large amount of energy and vitality would be placed between each coffin to preserve the corpse. Moreover, the coffins were buried in places with extremely rich spirit veins. It was even said that very mysterious Tao patterns had to be carved, but we don't know the specifics. We only know that the triple immortal suppressing coffin had a special effect after being buried. It was said that it was possible to bring the dead back to life. It could be said that it was a very mysterious and strange burial method. What? Bring the dead back to life? Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked and gasped. How is that possible? Even the great emperors can't bring the dead back to life, not to mention the others. The palace master was just a legend. As for whether someone had really come back to life, there had never been any records of it in history. Moreover, very few great emperors used triple immortal suppressing coffins. There seemed to be some taboo. He didn't expect to find triple immortal suppressing coffins in the saint's ancient tomb. Kid, don't worry about it. It's just an ancient legend. It's impossible to bring the dead back to life. The dark red divine dragon shook his head. He didn't believe in such a legend, and so did the others. Although they felt that the triple immortal suppressing coffins were extremely strange, they wouldn't believe in such a magical thing like coming back to life. However, the dark red divine dragon swallowed his saliva. If the first coffin was covered with divine crystals, what would the second coffin be made of? It was probably worth far more than divine crystals. If they could open it, they would definitely be rich. The others had the same thought. Anyway, if the second coffin was opened, it wouldn't be the real corpse. Therefore, they wanted to do it. As long as they didn't open the third coffin, there shouldn't be any danger. The many sacred land elders discussed and decided to open the second coffin. That was because the things inside were too tempting. Lin Xian and the others discussed and decided to do it. The Yi family, Gu family, and the others also wanted to do it. Bang! Bang! However, before they could do it, the second coffin began to tremble as if it was about to open again. Damn it, what happened? Why did it open automatically? Was it really going to come back to life? God, that's impossible. That was just a legend. How could a dead person come back to life? Moreover, it seemed that he had definitely been dead for tens of thousands of years. Look at the runes on it. We don't recognize them at all. This corpse is at least 80,000 years old. Everyone swallowed their saliva, but this time, they didn't retreat too much. That was because they knew that even if the second coffin was opened, it wouldn't be a corpse. Boom. Boom. Chapter 2579. The second coffin trembled more and more as it slowly opened. Rumble, 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 rumble. A deep sound rang out, accompanied by a heavy aura. Immediately after, the sky was filled with green light. Everyone felt refreshed. The injuries and energy that they had consumed had recovered in an instant. Heavens, treasure! My injuries are completely healed. What a pleasant expression. Haha, great. They had thought that they would need to rest for a few years to recover, but they had recovered in an instant. Damn it, it's a green light. Just a ray of light is enough to heal us. This is definitely a heaven-defying treasure. At this moment, everyone's eyes were red. They had all gone crazy and quickly rushed forward. This is? Everyone finally arrived at the front and saw the situation inside clearly. After the second coffin opened, a third coffin appeared. The third coffin was dark purple. It was about 7 meters long, and the runes on it were even more profound. One would be lost in it with just a glance. Everyone hurriedly cut off their souls, not daring to pay too much attention to it. They were afraid that their souls would be destroyed if they looked at it any longer. How terrifying! Lin Xian's heart trembled. Even with the heavenly secret god eyes and the great dragon sword spirit, he still did not dare to look too much, because the runes on it were too terrifying. If they were carved by someone, a single rune would be enough to kill everyone here. The power of a sage. This is definitely the power of a sage. For the first time, Lin Xian felt how terrifying a sage was. This was a completely different realm from a king. He estimated that the source of power used by both sides was different. Everyone was careful, not daring to look at the purple coffin. They looked at the space beside them and saw that there were many leaves in there. Each leaf was incomparably green and crystal clear. Although tens of thousands of years had passed, they still emitted a powerful vitality. The tree of immortality. These are the leaves of the tree of immortality. Heavens, does such a tree really exist? Someone exclaimed, and the others screamed after hearing that. The tree of immortality was a very magical tree in the true spirit world, known as the divine tree. No one knew when it had grown, nor did they know how many tens of thousands of years it had lived. They only knew that it seemed to be immortal and indestructible. The tree of immortality had become a spirit and would not appear in the world. Even if they did appear, they would only exist in various peerless forbidden grounds. Therefore, it was very difficult to obtain its leaves. However, its leaves were extremely mysterious. It contained a powerful vitality. It was said that as long as a single leaf was not destroyed, it could allow a dying person to instantly recover. This effect was like having a second life. Moreover, it was said that it was also effective against invincible kings. Back then, the saints had even fought for it. One could imagine how precious the tree of immortality was. Such a treasure was enough to make everyone's eyes red with envy. Attack! It was unknown who roared. Suddenly, powerful auras burst out and swept through the world. A terrifying light shone in all directions. At that instant, their alliance was shattered. The tree of immortality is ours. Bright laughter rang out. Then, countless sword lights crisscrossed the world. Swords of light were inserted into the void. These light swords joined together to form an extremely terrifying sword formation. Dian sword formation. Get lost. With a roar like thunder, a palm shot out, blotting out the sky. It was as if an ancient demonic statue had descended from the sky. It crashed into the sword formation. The two sides erupted with incomparable power. Terrifying cracks extended in all directions. The four symbols' holy suns made their move. Buzz. Between heaven and earth, countless chaotic chi flickered, hanging upside down like a waterfall. The saintess of all beginnings made her move. The saint of all beginnings was not to be outdone. His body flickered with chaotic light like a sun as he charged over. Kill. Dowie Holy Sun, Yi Wu Dao, No Flower, and the others also made their moves. Lin Xian also made his move. In the face of such a treasure, it was impossible for him not to be tempted. Next to him, Shun Jingqiu, Murong Qingcheng, and two other elders of the great sage quickly attacked. For a moment, a chaotic battle broke out. Fortunately, this was the ancient tomb of a saint, and the coffin was also a saint's, so it was not damaged. Lin Xian shouted coldly. The snow-white little monkey jumped out and manipulated the shabby small bowl to retrieve the items in the air. However, those tree of immortality leaves were in the saint's coffin and could not be taken out remotely. The power of the saint isolated everything. This made the snow-white little fox scratch its ears and cheeks angrily. However, it still found an opportunity. That was because the battle between Seiko Dian and the four symbols' holy sun was very fierce. In the end, they sent two leaves flying. Buzz. The two leaves floated in the sky, shuttling back and forth among countless rays of light. Ha 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 ha, they're mine. The saint child of the four divine symbols stretched out his palm. Every finger of his was as sharp as an azure dragon, carrying with it an unparalleled divine might. He grabbed the two leaves. Don't even think about it. Seiko Dian sneered. Sword light erupted from his body, and the Dayan sword formation was even more arrogant. The two of them fought very fiercely, but at this moment, a light flashed in the sky, and the two leaves disappeared into thin air. Damn it! Who dares to snatch our treasures? The four symbols' holy sun was angry. A roar shook the nine heavens. Seiko Dayan's eyes were like swords, slashing in all directions. At this moment, the two great sage holy suns were really angry. The people around who were fighting for the treasures were so scared that they retreated. Even some of the elders felt their scalps go numb. Oh, no. The little white monkey kept jumping. He came in front of Lin Xian, raised the small worn-out bowl and grinned. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He was a little disappointed that the little white monkey couldn't retrieve the treasures from the Holy Sun's coffin. However, he didn't expect it to work this way. As long as the undying tree leaves left the Holy Sun's coffin, the little white monkey would be able to snatch them. As expected, he got the first two undying tree leaves. Damn it, it's him. It's that damned monkey. Seiko Dayan and the four symbols' holy sun were so powerful that they instantly captured the little white monkey. When they saw the little white monkey give the two leaves to Lin Xian, the two holy suns' eyes instantly turned red. Damn it, this is too much. Kill that kid. The two great sage holy suns roared and charged over. Boom. An earth-shattering sound was heard. The void beside the two great sage holy suns cracked open, and a black hole directly swallowed the two of them. Space-shattering fist. Xing Tian retracted his fist, and a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. If you dare to attack the young master, you'll have to get through me first. Holy Sun. No. The people of the four symbols' holy lands and the Dayan holy lands screamed crazily. They saw their holy suns being swallowed by the black hole and disappearing. How could they tolerate this? Damn it, kill him. Kill the people of the immortal palace. The two great sage holy suns attacked crazily. Chapter 2580. The elder's hair was white and his figure was stooped, making him look extremely old. In just an instant, an unparalleled power erupted from his turbid eyes. His short and small body also abruptly expanded. Boom. In the end, the elder transformed into a white-haired god of war. His eyes looked disdainfully as the aura on his body crushed the void. Boom. For Symbol's sacred fist. The old man waved his fist, not holding back at all. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly and fought back. Terrifying five elements power flickered on his fist. Using his fist as a sword, he broke through the void. Boom, boom, boom. The two collided, causing heaven and earth to collapse. With the two of them as the center, a terrifying wave was formed and spread towards the surroundings. Poof. Beside them, many people were sent flying and coughing up blood. The four symbols' sacred ground elder's expression also changed. His ruddy face instantly turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire arm was also deformed instantly. Crack, crack, crack. A crisp sound was heard as the four symbols' sacred ground elder's arm was directly broken. He screamed miserably as he retreated continuously, trampling on the void. Damn it, how is this possible? How could his strength be stronger than mine? The elder was extremely shocked and did not dare to believe it. He was a peerless almighty and an elite of the four symbols' sacred ground. The four symbols' sacred ground was famous for its boundless strength and powerful defense. But now, he was actually suppressed in terms of strength. His arm was even broken by a punch. He did not dare to believe it at all. Kill. With a furious roar, his broken arm instantly recovered. The elder's white hair fluttered as he charged forward again like a god of death. After an intense battle, the four symbols' holy land's elder's body was completely destroyed, apart from his head that was still intact. In fact, he was smashed 3 times. The four symbols' sacred ground elder roared at the sky as his broken body was reassembled. However, the aura on his body was much weaker than before. Buzz. The elder turned and fled, no longer lingering in the battle. Humph. Trying to escape? Lin Xian sneered as he executed the demigods and quickly chased after him. The other party came to kill him, and he fled because he could not kill him? How could it be so simple? He wanted to let everyone know that he, Lin Xian, was not someone who could be killed by just anyone. Wong. In the sky, countless sharp sword lights flew out. The terrifying light flashed and shattered the world. This scene caused many people to turn their heads. They were scared out of their wits when they saw the scene in the distance. Heavens, what am I seeing? That brat was actually chasing after an elder? That was too scary. The Four Symbols Holy Lands really did not learn their lesson. He actually dared to fight with Lin Xian? Discussions rang out as the people from the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds roared like they had gone mad. Damn brat, stop! You dare to hurt my elder? I'm not done with you. Roars rang out one after another, but Lin Xian remained unmoved. Boom, boom. In the end, the elder from the Four Symbols Sacred Ground was mercilessly killed, never to be revived. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Many experts from the Four Symbols Holy Grounds charged forward. Roar. Lin Xian directly brandished his dragon-shaped sword Qi, sweeping out in all directions. Those experts were sent flying, their faces full of horror. Wong. Killing intent surged wildly from their bodies. Damn brat, my Four Symbols Sacred Grounds will not play with you. Humph. I'll accompany you anytime. Lin Xian's voice was cold. But if you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed. No matter who you are, whether you are a saint or an elder, I won't let you off. At the end, sword Qi surged from Lin Xian's body. A terrifying sword light was like a divine sword that reached the heavens, shining until people could not open their eyes. Hearing this voice and feeling this sword Qi, many people trembled. Lin Xian's gaze turned, staring at the people from the Dian's sacred ground. You guys want to attack me too? Humph brat, you're too arrogant. An elder from the Dian's sacred ground stood out. He carried 3 treasure swords on his back, terrifying sword light flickering on his body continuously. His Dian's sacred ground was also a peerless sacred ground. How could he lower his head to a brat? Although the other party was very powerful, he was more confident in his Dian sword technique. Moreover, he was an elder who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. He did not believe that he would lose to a brat. Whoosh! The elder from the Dian's sacred ground waved his hand, and the 3 treasure swords on his back flew out and waved in front of him. Rays of dazzling sword light descended from the sky like the Milky Way, slicing through the void. Ka. Lin Xian pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and quickly met the attack. The ancient dragon abyss sword enlarged and became a giant sword. It danced in the sky, annihilating all the sword light that came at it. Since you want to fight, don't blame me for not being polite. The great dragon sword soul roared, and the 4 seals on the ancient dragon abyss sword were released, flickering with incomparable light. Rays of sword Qi slashed down, instantly blasting the Dian sword formation into water. The 3 treasure swords trembled in the sky and flew out. There were even cracks on them. No way. So strong. These people were stunned. The people from the Dian's sacred ground were so frightened that their scalps went numb. This elder of theirs was extremely terrifying. The 3 treasure swords on his back were also very famous. But now, this elder was forced to retreat, and there were cracks on the 3 treasure swords. Is this brat still human? Why do I feel like he's going to defy the heavens? There was no need to think about it. He had already entered the ranks of the top saints. In a one-on-one fight, other than Yi Wudao and the others, no one was a match for him. Those elders were no match for him either, unless they ganged up on him. Indeed, ordinary elders were no match for Lin Xian in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, the Dian's sacred ground shamelessly sent out another elder. On the Four Symbols Sacred Ground side, another elder flew out. 3 elders against Lin Xian. Fuck, this is going to be a big game. Seeing the 3 elders standing in the void and crushing the world, the surrounding people trembled. That brat is going to be in danger. Indeed, no one could beat him in a one-on-one fight, but there was no suspense in a 3-on-1 fight. Brat, your people have been restrained. Let's see who can save you this time. In the Four Symbols Sacred Ground, a middle-aged man gritted his teeth. The two elders from the Dian sacred ground were even more murderous. Indeed, Xing Tian, elderly, the dark red divine dragon, and the others were fighting with others. They were fighting for the undying leaf. Now, there was no one around Lin Xian who could help him. Is that so? Lin Xian's lips curled up. With a wave of his hand, a blood-red figure appeared beside him. Seeing this figure, the elders' eyelids twitched wildly, and their faces instantly turned ugly. Blood-robed Bat King. Damn it, how could they forget about this? The blood-robed Bat King was extremely terrifying. It could definitely restrain one of them. As for the remaining two, would they still have a 100% chance of winning if they fought each other? They did not know. The three of them were already the most they could send out at the moment. If they sent more people over, they would be at a disadvantage in the other battles. They were discussing and predicting their chances of winning. Chapter 2581. That was because they discovered that after the Bloodwing Bat King, there were dozens of black bugs beside Lin Xian. One by one, they crawled in the air. Their pitch-black bodies flickered with a metallic light. Damn it, it's those bugs. He can control those bugs. The three elders were so scared that their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled. The people in the distance also cried out in alarm. This was the third time they had seen Lin Xian use those black bugs. If the first two times were a coincidence, what about the third time? The other party must have mastered some kind of method to directly control those bugs. Thinking of this, they were terrified. Those bugs were not any weaker than the Bloodwing Bat King. Come, have a taste of the gifts I've prepared for you. Lin Xian grinned. The three elders, however, turned around and fled. What a joke. They were confident in fighting 3 against 1. Now that the other party had taken out 2 trump cards, they could not win at all. 3 streaks of red light streaked across the sky and fled into the distance. How could Lin Xian let them go? With a wave of his hand, the black bugs and the Bloodwing Bat King quickly charged over. He even used the demigods and semi-devils to fly rapidly in the sky. Boom, boom, In the end, the 3 elders let out miserable screams and angry roars. A great battle broke out. The 3 elders knew that they could not escape, so they did not hold back at all. They exerted their combat strength to the limit. At the same time, they threw out all kinds of trump cards without any regard for their lives. But in the end, they were still killed. There was no other way. Whether it was Lin Xian, the Black Bugs, or the Bloodwing Bat King, they were all very terrifying. They were not people they could fight against at all. 3 streaks of blood mist exploded and spread in all directions, turning into a sea of blood that surged in the sky. It dyed a corner of the sky red. Everyone was stunned. No one dared to go up and find trouble with Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and controlled the Bloodwing Bat King and the black bugs that filled the sky to quickly charge over. He wanted to use these 2 trump cards to snatch the leaf of immortality. Get lost. Kill. For a moment, countless angry roars came from below as terrifying energy surged. In the end, Lin Xian also joined the battle. The battle lasted for a long time. 2 figures broke through the void and flew back. It was the 4 symbols Saint Child and Seiko Dian. Their expressions turned gloomy. When they found out what had happened earlier, the 2 of them were completely enraged. They charged downwards in search of Lin Xian and prepared to take revenge. What kind of joke was this? An elder of their holy land had been killed in front of everyone. They had to take revenge. Wang. A large palm stretched across the sky, completely enveloping the space where Lin Xian was. Damn it! The people around Lin Xian were also furious. This palm didn't just envelop Lin Xian, it enveloped them as well. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the sky, a cold glint in his eyes. Acting recklessly, he thrust out his sword and collided with the sky-covering giant hand. Wang. Suddenly, Seiko Dian's figure appeared behind Lin Xian, and the great expansion sacred sword in his hand slashed out rapidly. Bang! Lin Xian didn't dodge and pushed out his left hand. It was as if an azure dragon had collided with the great expansion sacred sword, and a loud clang was heard. Wang. At the same time, a ball of golden light appeared in his eyes as he looked at Seiko Dian. Seiko Dian screamed in agony as sword chi erupted from his body to defend himself. He was pushed back, and his face was extremely pale. In the sky, the four symbol Saint Child saw this and hurriedly defended himself with his soul. In an instant, everyone retreated a great distance. Damn it, this kid is using a soul attack again. Seeing the fear in everyone's eyes, Lin Xian sneered. He didn't attack again. Instead, he took out a bronze bell and shook it in the sky. Ding ding dang dang. Terrifying sound waves spread in all directions, and the surrounding people were sent flying while vomiting blood. Damn it! Seiko Dian and the four symbols Saint Child's faces changed instantly. Flower protector. This guy took it out again. Damn it! The treasures that Lin Xian had obtained in this ancient tomb were too powerful. They could only use their trump cards to defend themselves. However, they probably couldn't attack Lin Xian for the time being. In the end, the four symbols Saint Child and Seiko Dian gave up. This was because the two of them couldn't do anything to Lin Xian even if they joined forces. Moreover, even if they fought to the end, both of them would be injured. It wasn't worth it at all. Therefore, the two of them didn't attack Lin Xian anymore. Instead, they joined in the fight. While Lin Xian was fighting, the blood-winged Bat King and the black bug didn't stop. Among them, the black bug wrapped around 3 leaves, forming a large black ball that flew rapidly in the sky. Countless attacks landed on their bodies, making loud clanging sounds. Sparks flew as the attacks pierced through the void. However, the bug was refined from dark night black gold, which was equivalent to a heaven-grade treasure. For a moment, no one could break it. They could only watch as Lin Xian left with the 3 leaves. On the other side, the blood-winged Bat King also obtained 2 leaves. It directly activated its blood-sucking ability, scaring the surrounding people into retreating frantically. It also successfully brought back 2 leaves. Xingtian, elderly, and the others all obtained some benefits. On the other side, the Yi family, Gu family, Wavering Light Sacred Land, and Lanrua Temple also did the same. Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu also gained a lot. In the end, more than 100 leaves were completely divided among these sacred lands and sections. Of course, everyone received more and less. For example, Lin Xian, the Yi family, and the Gu family, who were more powerful, naturally received more. Lin Xian's side obtained 12 leaves, which was considered the most. After all, there were only a total of more than 100 leaves. There were dozens of sacred lands, so it wasn't enough at all. 12 leaves was already very heaven-defying. Sure enough, many people looked at Immortal Palace from time to time. It seemed like they were very jealous. However, no one dared to make a move rashly. After obtaining the leaves, these people quickly retreated, formed their own groups, and sat down cross-legged. Array formations flickered one after another. The previous battle was very intense, and many people had fallen. Even more people were seriously injured. At this moment, they naturally wanted to recover. All kinds of heavenly treasures, spirit pills, and miraculous medicines were swallowed without any regard for their lives. These people's bodies were overflowing with light. Lin Xian and the others didn't suffer much injuries, so at this moment, he was counting the spoils of war. Moreover, his eyes flickered as he stared into the distance. The undying leaf was gone, but the purple coffin was still there, flickering mysteriously. There were 3 layers of immortal suppression coffins. The 3rd layer of coffins should contain the bodies of the saints. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had a saint's hand bone in his hand. Just a small section of the hand bone was so terrifying that it made people tremble, not to mention the entire corpse. If it appeared, it could probably kill all of them. Therefore, everyone was very conscious and didn't have any ideas about the 3rd coffin. They decided to leave as soon as possible after recuperating. Pung pung. Chapter 2582. Those cultivators who were meditating and recovering from their injuries suddenly opened their eyes, and a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. They quickly stood up and looked around in bewilderment. Damn it! What's that sound? Many people trembled and pointed in front of them, almost kneeling on the ground. The purple coffin moved. It moved, and the sound came from inside. What? A third coffin? The expressions of the elders and saints changed. Lin Xian's pupils also constricted. He also saw the purple coffin move just now. Moreover, the sound came from inside the purple coffin. The third coffin contains the corpse of a saint. Could it be that the corpse of a saint had changed? Don't joke around. If the corpse of a saint is resurrected, we're all finished. Let's go, let's go. Those people's scalps went numb. They did not care about their injuries and retreated one after another. Whoosh whoosh. However, at that moment, a strange sound was heard again, as if someone was breathing. The sound rang clearly in their ears, and many of them were so scared that they peed their pants. Those elders also turned their heads abruptly, and their faces were pale. A sharp light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, and it even formed a pair of golden eyes above his head. He looked down at the ground. Where did that sound come from? What a trick! A series of cold shouts were heard. Lin Xian's gaze was fixed on the purple coffin. The sound of breathing came from inside the coffin. He said in a deep voice, "What? The sound of breathing came from inside the coffin? Kid, don't joke around." "That's right. Although your eye technique is powerful, you can't scare us like that." Those young disciples were about to cry. What kind of joke is this? That's the corpse of a saint buried there. If the corpse of a saint can breathe, could it be that it's coming back to life? Xing Tian, elderly, and the others looked solemn. The dark red divine dragon was also shocked. "Kid, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Brother Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Shun Jingqiu also looked over. Countless gazes gathered on Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. "I can't be wrong. The breathing is coming from there." Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Many of them immediately knelt on the ground. The elders of the Yi family and the Gu family also turned pale. Palace Master Lin is right. We also sensed it. It can't be, right? Everyone's hearts went cold, and their faces turned pale. This corpse was tens of thousands of years old. How could it still be breathing? Breathing meant that he was alive. A sage who had lived for tens of thousands of years. If this news were to spread, it would probably shock the entire world. This was impossible. The elders shook their heads frantically. Even a great emperor couldn't live that long, let alone a saint. But what's with that breathing sound? The people of the Jade Lake sacred ground were also puzzled. The elder of the Wavering Light Holy Land said, "Don't panic. It might not be what we think." After all, the saint's tomb was special. Just because there were breathing sounds didn't mean that the saint was still alive. That was indeed the case. Hearing this speculation, many people's expressions eased, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he finished speaking, the people of the Wavering Light Holy Land regretted it. Their faces even turned green. They weren't the only ones. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian and the others also looked incomparably solemn. The young martial artists were so scared that they wet their pants. That was because the third purple coffin in front of them was making cracking sounds, and then it slowly opened. That was not the end. A figure slowly rose from the coffin like an elevator. It rose from the bottom of the coffin to the top. This made it so that everyone could see it without getting too close. There was indeed a corpse. There was a figure lying on the purple jade platform. Around the corpse, there was a small stream of crystal-clear water droplets that flowed in all directions. The water didn't flow outside, but all of it fell from the jade platform into the purple coffin. At this moment, everyone's injured bodies recovered in an instant. The effect was even more terrifying than the undying leaves. Heavens, what are these water droplets? It must be a supreme treasure. A supreme treasure for recovery and healing. Everyone was overjoyed. Those from the sacred grounds who didn't get too many undying leaves before were even more envious. Of course, they were only envious. None of them dared to go forward. In fact, these people kept retreating. The spring of life. This is the spring of life. The spring of life that was rumored to be able to bring bones back to life. Everyone went crazy. The elders of the Yi family and the Gu family were also breathing rapidly. Even Xing Tian, elderly, and the others were trembling with excitement. Lin Xian had also heard of this name, but he had only seen it in ancient books. He didn't expect to see it in real life. At the side, The dark red divine dragon's face was ugly. Damn it! What was this sage trying to do? First, there were so many divine crystals, then the undying leaves, and now the spring of life. These were all treasures that contained powerful vitality. Coupled with the legendary triple immortal suppression coffin, could it be that this sage was really trying to revive? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. It couldn't be. Could it really be possible for someone to come back from the dead? Other than being turned into a puppet or a zombie, they had never seen anyone who could come back from the dead. Puppets and zombies were beyond normal resurrection. They couldn't be considered resurrection at all. Huff huff, just as the crowd was discussing spiritedly, the sound of breathing was heard once again. This time around, the crowd was able to hear it clearly. It was coming from the corpse lying before them. Everyone's scalps went numb, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. They couldn't see the corpse clearly because the corpse was wearing armor. The armor covered the corpse's entire body. Only a pair of eyes were exposed, but they were still closed. It must be said that when they saw the armor, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. That was because the armor was too exquisite. It was more exquisite than any armor they had ever seen. The streamlines on the armor were natural, as if it was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Runes and Tao runes interweaved with each other, forming an exquisite pattern that covered the armor. It's really good stuff. If we can get this thing back, who in this world will be our match? Just as everyone was panicking, a cold voice sounded. Then, 5 or 6 figures rushed forward like ghosts. Who's that? Are they tired of living? Lin Xian was surprised. The others also exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Damn it! They're from the Chasing Corpse sect. Oh no! What are they trying to do? The elders of the Yi family and the Gu family exclaimed in surprise. The others also came back to their senses. Is the Chasing Corpse sect from that ancient sacred ground in Nanjiang? They're here too. Damn it! Did they hide before this? No one had seen them before. They thought that the other party must have been in disguise. Now that they saw the saint's corpse, did the Chasing Corpse sect finally lose their patience? The Chasing Corpse sect was a sacred ground in Nanjiang. It was very ancient and mysterious. That sect was very special. Their main method of attack was to use corpses and control corpses. In their view, corpses were their weapons and their source of strength. And those people from the Chasing Corpse sect did it. They refined corpses. The Dharma treasures formed were very terrifying and powerful. However, they didn't expect those people from the Chasing Corpse sect to be so bold as to set their eyes on the saint's corpse. Could it be that they have a way to obtain the saint's corpse? What a joke! No one dared to believe it. Is the saint's corpse so easily obtained? Chapter 2583. Everyone's scalps went numb as they retreated crazily. The 6 elders of the Chasing Corpse sect still arrived near the corpse. The 6 of them stood in 6 directions and quickly formed seals with their palms. Terrifying black holes appeared one after another. In front of them, 6 corpses appeared. Whoosh! The 6 zombies opened their bloody mouths and spat out 6 black rays of light that intertwined in the sky. They formed a large black net that enveloped the area below. It covered the corpse of the saint, including the purple coffin. It enveloped everything and wanted to take it away. Could this be the legendary Hell's magic net? It could see everything in the world? An elder of the Thousand Calamity sect said, "Now that you mention it, I remember that the Chasing Corpse sect does have such a treasure. I didn't expect them to bring it." The elders of the other sacred grounds also turned pale. Damn it, they couldn't have succeeded, right? Many people became nervous, and their eyes turned red. Although the 3rd coffin was dangerous, it was the corpse of a saint. If they brought it back, they would definitely make a fortune. A saint's body was full of treasures. A wisp of saints could destroy the world. If they could obtain this saint's corpse, it would be equivalent to a huge treasure trove. Moreover, the saint was wearing a set of armor. It was probably a saint's artifact. Not to mention the saint's corpse, just the spring of life in the 3rd coffin was enough to make them jealous. This was the spring of life that could revive bones and had a strong vitality. It was very rare and could not be seen outside. Hee, it's us. The 6 elders of the chasing corpse sect had ferocious expressions as their eyes emitted a dark green light. The hell's magic net carefully enveloped the saint's corpse and the purple coffin. Damn it! Hurry up and attack. Finally, someone could not help but roar. They naturally wanted a share of the loot. However, Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he quickly waved his hand and said, "Let's go." At the same time, the dragon sword's spiritual domain enveloped everyone. Pong! Just as he finished doing this, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Between heaven and earth, countless rays of light shone as if it was the light of destruction. A black hole was drawn in the sky, and it directly shattered. The 6 elders of the chasing corpse sect and the 6 zombies were all enveloped. A miserable sound was heard, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Quick, defend. The people from the Holy Lands and major sects were so frightened that they hurriedly used their trump cards to defend themselves. The terrifying fluctuations came and went quickly. In an instant, he disappeared. Everyone thought that they were dreaming. However, the shattered spell formation around them and the shattered armor they wore indicated that the spiritual power fluctuations they had sensed just now had indeed existed. Lin Xian also withdrew the dragon sword domain, and they looked forward. Then, he drew in a breath of cold air. Up ahead, the people of the chasing corpse sect had already disappeared without a trace. Not even a drop of blood was left behind. Not only the 6 elders of the chasing corpse sect, but their 6 zombies had also disappeared. Even that terrifying treasure, the Hell Weave, had disappeared. What? Everyone was shocked. Was this the power of a saint? This was too terrifying. In an instant, it could kill a peerless expert. However, this was not what frightened them the most. What terrified them the most was that the corpse in front of them was actually sitting up. That's right, he did sit up. His upper body was upright as he sat on the purple jade platform. Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that the sage had been resurrected? Everyone trembled. Fuck. Chasing corpse sect, I'll remember you. If I can return alive, I'll kill every member of the chasing corpse sect I meet in the future. Many people went crazy. It was all because of the damn chasing corpse sect that they had to make a move. If they didn't make a move, the sage's corpse definitely wouldn't have changed. And it wouldn't have sat up like now. Who knew if the other party would have survived? Because they should have been able to feel that the sage was indeed breathing. A corpse was breathing. This made them think that the sage in front of them shouldn't be dead. It was as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. I've encountered such a situation before. If a person is sealed in a divine crystal or the spring of life, they can indeed be preserved for tens of thousands of years without dying. However, in that case, the amount of divine crystals and the spring of life required was extremely large, to an unimaginable extent. On top of that, only martial monarchs or supreme saints were able to do it. Could it be that the sage in front of them was like that? When these words were said, everyone was shocked. Those elders all had terrified expressions on their faces. They had naturally heard of this possibility. That was because in the past, a powerful seeker spirit master had once cut open the stone transported out of the primordium ancient mine. At that time, they cut out such a thing. That stone was very large, dozens of meters tall. In the end, a divine crystal that was more than 10 meters tall was cut out. That divine crystal was incomparably resplendent. However, what was terrifying was that there was actually something sealed in the divine crystal. A monstrous beast. In the end, it was jointly taken away by the people of several clans of the ancients. Moreover, this matter was quickly suppressed and only became a legend. However, it was spread among the great sage lands. At this moment, when they saw the strange thing in front of them, they naturally recalled the previous legend. However, the people of the Gu family frowned. That shouldn't be. The corpse was clearly not sealed. Although it was soaked in the spring of life, it was completely different from being directly sealed by the spring of life. If it wasn't sealed, it wouldn't be able to survive for tens of thousands of years in the spring of life. Moreover, if it wasn't dead, why would it spend so much effort to build an ancient tomb? What exactly was the reason? Everyone was puzzled. Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and the others also frowned. However, Elder Li's body trembled slightly. Not only him, but Elder Lu, Elder Wang, and the other two also felt the same. Xing Tian also had a frightened expression as if he had seen a ghost. Xing Tian, Elder Li, what did you find? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. He noticed that the expressions of these elders were not right. Meanwhile, Elder Li, Xing Tian, and the others were staring ahead intently. No way, how could it be? How could it be that thing? Not to mention Lin Xian and the others, even Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the young martial artists of the Immortal Palace were puzzled. At this moment, the elders of the surrounding sacred lands also looked over. Fellow cultivator, what did you find? The elder of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground asked in confusion. This, Elder Li and the others did not say anything. They discussed with each other. Xing Tian sighed. Forget it. We can't hide it. We'll find out sooner or later. This matter is already beyond our control. Hurry up and call for help. What's going on? As soon as he said that, the surrounding people were shocked. Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Elder Li took a deep breath. Chapter 2584. Elder Li took a deep breath. He also knew that this matter could not be hidden, so he spoke in a deep voice. The Yuhua Immortal Robe. What? The Yuhua Immortal Robe. As soon as these words came out, the eyelids of the elders of the Yi family, Yaoguang's sacred land, and Gu family twitched fiercely. Their eyes erupted with an incomparable light, and the aura on their bodies swept through the 9 heavens. In the next moment, they stared fixedly at the corpse of the saint who was sitting up in front of them. To be precise, it was the clothes on the corpse of the saint. Could it be that this was the legendary Yuhua Immortal Robe? Heavens, no way. Wasn't that a legend? Could it really exist? These elders were stunned. Those young disciples were very puzzled. Elder, what was the Yuhua Immortal Robe? Yes, was it very precious? Was it a saint's magic treasure? They had never seen their elders so agitated. It should be a saint's magic treasure. However, the elders of the great sage shook their heads. The Yuhua Immortal Robe had probably surpassed the saint's magic treasure. It was a supreme treasure between heaven and earth, and it was very magical. Rumor had it that wearing the Yuhua Immortal Robe could bring the dead back to life. One could even live forever. What? Bring the dead back to life. Immortality. At this moment, those young disciples were all stunned. Their breathing became rapid, and their eyes were red. They also stared fixedly at the figure in front of them. However, Yi Wudao, No Flower, the Prince of Great Xia, and the others frowned. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Immortality? Bring the dead back to life? How was this possible? Wasn't it said that even great emperors couldn't escape death? If they didn't become immortals, they would eventually become a pile of dust. This was also the reason why everyone was so obsessed with becoming an immortal, because only by becoming an immortal could one have eternal life and immortality. But now, these elders were telling them that a Yuhua Immortal Robe could allow one to live forever. This directly impacted their understanding. If there was such a treasure, how could it be in the hands of a saint? It must have been taken away by the great emperor. No. The Yuhua Immortal Robe was very magical. It had not appeared for hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer. It only existed in extremely ancient legends. We even thought that it was impossible for the Yuhua Immortal Robe to exist. But who would have thought that it would appear again? Everyone was shocked. However, there were also people who were doubtful. That might not be the case. Perhaps Immortal Palace's people couldn't be sure that this was Feather Immortal. That's right. The others were also puzzled. Wasn't this corpse breathing before? We suspect that it was sealed by the divine crystal and the spring of life, and that's why it survived until now. From the looks of it, that might not be the case. This saint might really be dead. However, he wore the Yuhua Immortal Robe and lived through countless years. What? The dead had come back to life. Everyone felt as if they were listening to a legend. Could it really be the effect of the Yuhua Immortal Robe? Everyone was shocked. But then again, how could a corpse breathe? With the addition of the legend of the Yuhua Immortal Robe, everything could be explained. Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Many people were going crazy. They did not expect that they would actually encounter the legendary Yuhua immortal robe. This was a blessing that they had accumulated over several lifetimes. The feather immortal had disappeared for over 100,000 years. Even some martial monarchs had never seen him before. But now, they actually saw it. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Then, the void split open, and the world lost its color. Surging death chi filled the air, and an incomparably terrifying black palm pierced through the sky like a demonic mountain. It shrouded the area below. As soon as the black palm appeared, many people directly fell to the ground, and even more people vomited blood and flew out. Their faces were full of horror. The elders and saints of the various great sage lands also felt their scalps go numb as they quickly retreated. Lin Xian and the others also retreated rapidly. Elderly instantly summoned his magic arsenal, and countless puppets completely surrounded Lin Xian and the others. Damn it! It's an invincible king! An invincible king has appeared! An old man exclaimed, and with a bang, his body split open and turned into a bloody mist. Seeing this scene, everyone screamed. That was a peerless, mighty figure, but he was actually shattered by the aftermath of the energy. One could imagine that it was definitely an extremely heaven-defying energy. In addition to the previous voice, they believed that an invincible king had really appeared. Was it the guardian of the ancient tomb? Everyone immediately thought of this possibility, because there was a woman in white next to him. However, they soon discovered that it wasn't her. Although this black palm carried a sky full of death chi, it was incomparably terrifying. However, it wasn't the guardian of the ancient tomb. It was someone from the Chasing Corpse sect. It was the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect who had made a move. The Yuhua immortal robe must belong to our Chasing Corpse sect. The huge palm smashed the surroundings, and countless black auras drooped down. It was like the demonic aura from hell, rolling over. It spread out in all directions, completely sealing the entire space. Damn it! Leaf Daudenier roared, and his golden chi and blood surged into the sky. A golden giant stood indomitable. The immortal king descends to the 9 heavens. This was his terrifying technique, and he wanted to destroy everything in all directions. But this time, the boundless black aura completely suppressed the immortal king descends to the 9 heavens. Leaf Daudenier kept retreating, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it! Protect Daudenier! Howling, the elders of the Yi clan sent 4 experts to surround Leaf Daudenier and protect him. Leaf Daudenier was their Yi family's sacred physique, and they absolutely couldn't allow anything to happen to him. The Yi family's sacred physique was indeed worthy of its reputation. It could actually block a wisp of my aura. A cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. As soon as this voice came out, many people directly exploded. Those who were weak couldn't bear it at all. Even the elders, saints, and saintesses couldn't help but vomit blood. Lin Xian also felt the impact. He felt the chi and blood in his body tumbling, as if his body was about to explode. It was terrifying. Was this the power of an invincible king? Lin Xian was shocked. Next to him, the dark red divine dragon and the others roared in anger. Damn it, they actually brought an invincible king here. They were about to go crazy. The huge palm in the sky rumbled in all directions. It was like an ancient demonic mountain, pressing down on everyone until they couldn't breathe. The invincible king didn't reveal his true body. Just a palm was enough to sweep in all directions. He injured Leaf Daudenier with one palm, then stared at the Alcade Saint. Boom! He waved his palm gently, and boundless black aura spread out, turning into a black dragon that rushed towards the Alcade Saint. Not only that, but many black dragons appeared in the sky. In addition to the Alcade Saint, they also rushed towards Lin Xian, the Granxia Prince, No Flower, Murong Qingqing, Shin Jingqiu, Yin Ruyu, and the others. Chapter 2585. Not good. Damn it. Get lost. The saints roared crazily. The dragon-patterned cauldron trembled and grew larger in the sky. It was like a mountain was crushing the void. On Wu Hua's side, boundless Buddha phantoms appeared on his body, looking very mysterious. The golden sword in the hands of the great Xia prince turned into a golden dragon, roaring in all directions. A green light rushed out of Yin Ruyu's body. Murong Qingqing waved her phoenix wing golden fan, sending out a phoenix phantom. Xin Jingqiu shouted. Boundless purple aura spread out from her body. It was like a purple aura coming from the east. It was extremely mysterious. It wrapped around her completely. Lin Xian's expression was serious, as if he was facing a great enemy. He used all his strength to activate the great dragon sword soul, and a terrifying dragon roar sounded between heaven and earth. Then, it turned into a dragon-shaped sword shadow and slashed forward. Boom, boom, boom. The other saints and saintesses attacked at the same time. Terrifying energy rolled between heaven and earth, and the void was completely shattered. Boom, boom, boom. Puff. Figures retreated one after another, spitting out mouthfuls of blood in the sky, dyeing it red. At this moment, whether it was Lin Xian, Yin Ruyu, or the others, they were all injured. It couldn't be helped. Their opponent was an invincible king. Although it was just a light attack from an invincible king, it was still not something they could resist. Top geniuses and peerless geniuses were nothing more than this. You want to climb the path of the great emperor? The invincible king of the chasing corpse sect said in a disdainful voice. His black palm was full of killing intent. Damn it, you dare to attack us? The elders of the Yi and Gu families were furious. They didn't expect the invincible king of the chasing corpse sect to be so crazy. He dared to attack all the top geniuses. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to kill all the top geniuses? They didn't dare to imagine. The others were also frightened. The saints trembled. If Yi Wudao, the great Xia prince, and the other top geniuses died here, there would be an earth-shattering shock in the outside world. Not to mention the other holy sons and holy daughters. Just the fact that Yi Wudao had died was enough to send the Yi clan into a frenzy. At that time, it was very likely that he would become a living fossil of the Yi clan, and he would wield an extreme weapon to wipe out the chasing corpse sect. Just thinking about this scene made one's scalp go numb. After all, once an extreme weapon appeared, it was no longer just the chasing corpse sect's problem. That was because its power was simply too terrifying. It could definitely cause endless territories to sink. This was definitely an earth-shattering catastrophe. Therefore, the crowd could not understand why the chasing corpse sect was so bold. Humph. If I kill all of you, the news won't spread. The invincible king of the chasing corpse sect said coldly. The light on the black palm became more and more terrifying, and boundless demonic qi spread out. At this moment, everyone coughed up blood once more. Lin Xian, Leaf Dao Denier, and the other elders were all infuriated. However, they couldn't resist at all. However, before the invincible king of the chasing corpse sect could make his move, another shocking change occurred. In the sky, the blood of Leaf Dao Denier, Yin Ruyu, Murong Qingqing, and the other prodigies gathered in the air and did not disappear. Instead, it turned into a red light that flew towards the sage's corpse. Then, all the blood was absorbed into the sage's corpse. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even the invincible king of the chasing corpse sect exclaimed in surprise. In the next moment, a pair of black eyes appeared in the sky and stared coldly at the sage's corpse below. Damn it, what's going on? Why is the corpse sucking blood? He didn't know, but he felt that things might be serious. Buzz. As expected, his guess was right. After the blood of the top prodigies entered the sage's corpse, the sage's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Rays of terrifying light swept in all directions, like a peerless heavenly blade that cut through the void. Wherever it passed, nothing could withstand it. Crack, crack. Terrifying cracks spread out, and everyone frantically retreated. At this moment, the great sage and the clan of the ancients all revealed their trump cards. Buzz. On the Yi family's side, a golden cauldron floated above them, completely enveloping them. On Lin Xian's side, Elder Li took out a decree. In the sky, countless terrifying runes flickered. They weren't the only ones. At this moment, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, Zixia Sacred Ground, Wavering Light Sacred Ground, Fei Imperial Palace, Gu Family, and all the other sacred grounds and sects didn't hold back at all. This was because if they didn't use their final trump cards, they might be killed by this pressure. Terrifying light erupted in the sky, and intense sounds collided. The palm of the invincible king of the chasing corpse sect bore the brunt of the impact. His large black palm was impacted by the sage's power, and suddenly, the sky and earth shook. The large black palm kept slapping, shattering the entire sky. However, in the face of the sage's power, he couldn't withstand it at all. In an instant, the large black palm was torn into pieces. In the sky, the pair of black eyes became blurry and even filled with fear. Boom! The void shattered, and a figure appeared in the sky. He was like a demon king, and his aura made people tremble. The invincible king had appeared. That's right, the invincible king of the chasing corpse sect finally couldn't hold back anymore. His true body had appeared. In front of him, there was an incomparably pitch-black corpse. It was similar to him, but it was expressionless. This was a zombie that he had refined, and it was also the corpse of an invincible king. It was very terrifying. At this moment, he had used the invincible king zombie to its limit. At the same time, a large black net floated above his head. Hell's demonic net. It was the treasure of the chasing corpse sect. Previously, everyone thought that the Hell's demonic net had shattered, but they didn't expect it to be taken away by this invincible king. Now that it was displayed again, it was truly terrifying. After all, the strength of an invincible king was much stronger than that of a peerless almighty. In addition to the Hell's demonic net, two more things appeared beside the invincible king of the chasing corpse sect. One was a black bead that looked like an eye. It was very strange. The other was a black demonic saber that emitted a strong aura of death. Obviously, the invincible king didn't dare to be careless in the face of the sage's corpse. He had to go all out. Whoosh! The others retreated crazily. In a battle of this level, just a wisp of energy was enough to kill them. Fortunately, their elders had already used their shocking trump cards to protect them. Otherwise, no one would be able to survive. On the Immortal Palace's side, Lin Xian's face was pale. He swallowed a few drops of earth spirit liquid, and the bones in his body crackled. Previously, when he was resisting the aura of the invincible king, he was injured. Fortunately, he had many natural treasures in his hands, and he had recovered. Chapter 2586. The current situation had already exceeded his ability to control and endure. Not to mention him, even these elders would not be able to interfere at all. Sure enough, Elderly didn't attack. He used a top-grade puppet to protect the people of Immortal Palace. The decree above his head floated in the air. Mysterious runes flickered in the sky. Don't hesitate anymore, Xing Tian said. Hearing this, Elderly nodded his head. Then, he, Xing Tian, Elder Wang, and Elder Lu quickly formed hand seals. The golden decree trembled nonstop as it slowly opened. The golden decree was only half opened. At this moment, it seemed to be fully opened. Welcome, Great Guardian, Xing Tian, Elderly, and the others said respectfully. Their expressions were extremely sincere. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the other Immortal Palace martial artists trembled. Their eyes were filled with shock. Could it be? Before they could think of anything, the golden decree suddenly shone brightly and turned into a golden waterfall, spinning in the sky. The golden runes formed a mysterious array that tore through the void. A figure emerged from the golden light that filled the sky. This was a man who wore battle armor. He looked extremely valiant and extraordinary. As soon as he appeared, he shattered the void. His aura swept through the 9 heavens. His aura wasn't any weaker than the invincible king of the chasing corpse sect. Invincible king. Another invincible king. After the invincible king of the chasing corpse sect, the invincible king of Immortal Palace also appeared. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He knew that the person who appeared was the great guardian of Immortal Palace. His strength was extremely terrifying. However, he didn't expect Xing Tian, Elderly, and the others to have such abilities and methods to allow invincible kings to descend. If the invincible kings of a mortal palace could descend, then what about the other sacred grounds? Lin Xian looked into the distance again. Sure enough, his guess was right. After the great guardian of a mortal palace arrived, the Yi family, Gu family, Daoyi sacred ground, Wavering light sacred ground, and other sacred grounds all shone brightly. Strange runes flashed in the sky one after another. Then, a majestic aura emerged and tore through the void. That aura belonged to invincible kings. Clearly, invincible kings had arrived. There were more than a dozen invincible kings. At this moment, when they appeared in the sky together, it was really enough to make the heaven and earth collapse. Luckily, the invincible kings of the various sacred grounds unleashed their light to protect the crowd below. That was why those people weren't affected. Before, you dared to take action against my immortal palace's master? As soon as the great guardian appeared, he did not immediately look at the saint's corpse. Instead, he stared at the invincible king from the chasing corpse sect. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Obviously, he wanted to stand up for Lin Xian. It was because Lin Xian was his immortal palace's palace master. No matter when, he would always represent their immortal palace. However, someone actually wanted to kill Lin Xian? If a saint or saintess of the younger generation were to attack Lin Xian, the great guardian would definitely not care. That was because he knew that Lin Xian had to go through these battles. However, an invincible king who stood at the peak of the continent actually attacked a young junior. This was something he could not tolerate. Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. The people of Immortal Palace also became excited. They knew that the Great Guardian had come to avenge them. After the Great Guardian of Immortal Palace, the invincible king of the Yi family also shouted coldly. Endless golden light erupted from his body, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A terrifying golden saint aura suddenly erupted. The invincible king of the Gu family, the Jade Pool, and the Dao One sacred ground, powerful figures, like divine arrows, pierced through the void and stared at the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect. The martial artists of the Chasing Corpse sect felt their scalps go numb, and their faces turned green. They did not expect that these sacred grounds could summon invincible kings, and more than 10 of them appeared at once. Previously, they were proud, thinking that only their Chasing Corpse sect could summon invincible kings. This way, they could capture all the peerless geniuses in one fell swoop. They could severely injure the great sage. Moreover, they could push all the blame onto the saint's corpse. They could say that it was the saint's corpse that killed them. This way, they could do it without anyone noticing. However, they did not expect that before the invincible kings on their side made a move, the invincible kings of the sacred grounds had already arrived. Moreover, everyone was pointing their spears at them. They felt as if they were facing a great enemy, and their hearts were cold, and their faces were filled with despair. Because they only had one invincible king. No matter how strong he was, how could he defeat more than 10 of them? If more than 10 invincible kings attacked together, their Chasing Corpse sect would definitely not survive. Humph! The great guardian of Immortal Palace took the lead. He held a red spear in his hand and stabbed out. Lightning filled the sky, and endless divine lightning pierced through the void, attacking the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect. The invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect roared, waving his black, demonic blade to resist. However, at this time, the Yi family, Gu family, Blade Intent Sacred Ground, and the invincible kings of the heavens all attacked. More than 10 invincible kings attacked together, blasting the void. No matter how powerful the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect was, he could not do it. Therefore, in just an instant, the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect vomited blood and was sent flying. The invincible king level zombie in front of him was torn apart, unable to resist at all. Damn it, just you wait. The invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect roared. He waved his hand and led all the people of the Chasing Corpse sect to escape into the distance. You still want to escape? Stay here. The great guardian snorted coldly and stabbed out with his spear. Buzz. In the sky, A red spear descended from the sky like a divine red, directly piercing through the invincible king of the chasing corpse sect. Puff. Blood sprayed out, dyeing the void red. Boom. Boom. The invincible king of the Yi family waved his fist, and golden light shone in the sky, making everyone unable to open their eyes. The lower half of the invincible king of the chasing corpse sect instantly shattered, turning into a bloody mist. Otherwise, black holes would have appeared around him, and a terrifying chaotic aura and world-destroying light would have appeared. In short, this invincible king of the chasing corpse sect was severely injured, and only his head was left. He was also on the verge of death. It was covered with cracks and would shatter at any time. The martial artists of the chasing corpse sect below him were even more miserable. A large number of martial artists turned into a bloody mist, and less than 1% of them were still alive. With a roar, the shattered head of the invincible king escaped into the void with the remaining martial artists of the chasing corpse sect. An invincible king was seriously injured and fled just like that. Moreover, he was almost killed. Chapter 2587. Too strong. These invincible kings were simply too strong. Every strike made them shudder with fear. They all carried boundless power. Lin Xian also clenched his fists, and his eyes erupted with a fiery light. Invincible king. He must become an invincible king. Only then could he stand at the peak of the continent. In the sky, more than a dozen invincible kings retracted their gazes from the distance and looked down again. When they saw the corpse of the saint with his eyes open, they all frowned. Shock, extreme shock. Even though these people were invincible kings and were powerful, they still felt a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts when facing a saint. It couldn't be helped. Saints had a natural suppression on kings like them. Even if they became invincible kings, they were still kings, not saints. If they didn't surpass kings and enter the saint realm, they would never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with saints. But now, it was different. The reason for that was because that sage was not alive. Instead, he was a corpse. Although his eyes were open and he was breathing, he was still much weaker than a real living saint. The Yuhua immortal robe was indeed real. The eyes of the invincible kings of the Yi family were like two suns, blooming with light. The great guardian of the immortal palace had a solemn expression. The other's eyes also flickered, not daring to be careless. Blood. At this moment, a low and hoarse voice sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone's souls trembled. In the sky, more than a dozen invincible kings' pupils constricted. They stared down. That voice was actually from the saint's corpse. Damn it! Did this saint's corpse really come back to life? Lin Xian and the others were even more shocked. They retreated again. That was because the scene before them was simply too bizarre. It was beyond their understanding. Let's do it. The great guardian took a deep breath. Okay. The Yi family, the Gu family, and the other invincible kings all nodded. In the next moment, they quickly attacked. A long spear pierced through the void, and a golden fist was like a sun. Terrifying spatial cracks spread. At this moment, more than a dozen invincible kings didn't hold back at all. Boom. In the energy storm that filled the sky, wisps of saint power directly broke through heaven and earth, shattering all the energy. More than a dozen invincible kings were forced back. What? He was actually so powerful. Lin Xian, Leaf Daodinier, and the others were shocked. It was only a sliver of sage might, but it was enough to cut through the attacks of the invincible kings. A saint is too scary, isn't it? Beside him, Xing Tian, elderly, and the others wore solemn expressions. It couldn't be helped. Saints had transcended the heavens and earth. They were extremely terrifying, far surpassing our imaginations. This was just a wisp of sage's aura. If it was a living sage, the Tao pattern law would be earth-shattering. It was estimated that the dozen or so invincible kings in the sky would not even be able to withstand a single blow. What? The Tao pattern laws were actually so powerful? Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces full of shock. In the sky, More than a dozen invincible kings snorted coldly. A dead saint was not invincible. They also quickly used their trump cards. Some people even took out broken sage magic treasures. Lin Xian knew how terrifying the power of a saint's fragment was. Furthermore, he did not dare to completely tear open the seal. However, these invincible kings were extremely powerful. They could tear open the seal far more than Lin Xian could. Therefore, in a flash, they attacked again. The sage's corpse was still sitting there, unable to move. He couldn't move, and only his eyes could still move. However, this was already terrifying. Just his gaze alone was enough to block the attacks of more than a dozen invincible kings. For a moment, both sides were fighting to the death. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, strange runes appeared in the sky one after another. They were extremely terrifying, enveloping Leaf Daudinier, the Granxia Prince, and the others. Not good. Seeing this, the elders of the Granxia dynasty and the Gu clan screamed. Leaf Daudinier and the others were even more shocked. In an instant, they felt as if their blood was being sucked dry. Damn it! These runes were sucking their blood. What was going on? A sage. A sage was attacking. An elder screamed. He had long since realized that something was wrong. These runes were absorbing the bloodline power of the peak. Don't let him succeed. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would really come back to life. When these words were said, everyone's expression changed. In fact, it was normal. From the very beginning, they had seen all kinds of strange things. Later on, the Bloodwing Bat King attacked the geniuses with the peak bloodlines. All of this indicated that the entire ancient tomb seemed to be searching for the most powerful bloodlines. As for what it was for, they didn't know at the time. Now, it seemed that it was for the revival of the sage. At this thought, their scalps went numb. Those with peak bloodlines turned pale. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have entered even if they were beaten to death. But now, it was too late. In the face of the mysterious runes, they couldn't resist at all. Lin Xian was still fine. He didn't have the power of a bloodline. He only had the dragon sword soul, so for a while, he wasn't enveloped by the runes. However, he didn't dare to be careless. Because Morong Qingcheng and Shun Jingqiu were still enveloped. He had to think of a way to save them. He wanted to use the Black Earth. During this period of time, he had obtained a large number of natural treasures in the tomb. He could already use the Black Earth again. He wanted to use the Black Earth to attack and save Morong Qingcheng and Shin Jingqiu, then leave this place. Who cared about the sage's corpse? Everything had nothing to do with him. However, before Lin Xian could make a move, a roar suddenly came from the distance. The sound was very faint at first. It was obvious that the place where it came from was very far away. However, in the blink of an eye, it turned into boundless thunder and surged forth. Suddenly, the space where Lin Xian and the others were in collapsed. Damn it, what happened? Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others were shocked. In the sky, the dozen or so invincible kings retreated. Their faces were solemn. Crack. The void cracked, and a blue light appeared, turning into a huge coffin floating in the sky. Seeing this coffin, all the elders' scalps went numb. Damn it, it's the Big Dipper coffin. Isn't this the first coffin? Why is it here? The elders were really crazy. When the Big Dipper coffin appeared, they told the younger generation to quickly retreat. As for the elders, they were working together to kill him. In the end, they suppressed a few. Among them, the first coffin was the most mysterious and terrifying. However, nothing strange happened. When they completely left, the first coffin didn't open, which made the elders sigh in relief. But they didn't expect that the first coffin would come here. Moreover, it emitted such terrifying sound waves. Chapter 2588. Could it be that the corpse of the sage had summoned it? Everyone's expression turned ugly. The corpse of a sage was already so terrifying. If he were to summon another powerful guardian, those invincible kings would probably be defeated. However, to everyone's surprise, the first coffin of the Big Dipper didn't attack the invincible kings or Lin Xian and the others. It was the corpse of the sage. A blue lightning bolt shot out from the coffin and struck down. Its target was the corpse of the sage. Everyone was taken aback by this scene. What was going on? Shouldn't the first coffin of the Big Dipper be the guardian of the tomb? Why would it attack the corpse of the sage? This made them all confused. Lin Xian and the others were also very surprised. The corpse of the sage raised its head, and two divine lights shot out from its eyes, shattering the lightning bolt. Clang! Otherwise, the two gazes still landed on the blue light screen, which immediately caused a monstrous tremor. The coffin trembled from the impact and shattered into pieces in an instant. The surrounding void also collapsed in an instant. A blood-red figure rushed out from the blue light curtain. Everyone's scalp went numb when they saw that. The blood-red figure was a corpse. However, the skin on it was gone, and only flesh and blood were exposed. It was a blur. The blood dripped down and directly pierced through the void. One could imagine that this person must have been a very terrifying existence when he was alive. However, everyone still underestimated the blood-red corpse. That was because the expressions of the dozen or so invincible kings in the sky instantly changed. Damn it, it's the blood of a sage. A drop of blood pressed down on the surroundings, making them tremble. Only the blood of a sage could cause such a terrifying scene. They didn't expect that the corpse in the coffin was also the corpse of a sage. Damn it, there were two sages in this ancient tomb? To be honest, they were all stunned, because they never thought that this would be the result. If they used all their trump cards, they might be able to fight against the corpse of a sage. But now, they couldn't fight against the corpses of two sages. Although these sages were all dead, they couldn't resist the might and blood of the sages. For a moment, the invincible king's expressions became extremely ugly. The eyelids of Lin Xian and the others were also twitching. They didn't understand what was going on. The experts from the demon imperial palace screamed. This was demonic blood. The saint's blood contained a strong demonic aura. This was a demon saint. That's right, it was indeed a demon saint. Yin Ruyu and Hua Tiandu also had ice-cold expressions. They also felt the aura of the demon clan. The others' expressions changed. What was going on? How could it be a saint of the demon clan? Could it be that one of them was a human ancient sage and the other was a demon ancient sage? Why are these two saints together? Roar! Just as everyone was puzzled, the blood-colored sage above launched another attack. He charged towards the saint's corpse below. A huge blood-red hand covered the sky and covered the entire sky. Could it be that his target was also the Yuhua immortal robe? Everyone was shocked. This must be the case. This demon saint also wanted to snatch the Yuhua immortal robe? Ka. Below, the saints of the human race dealt with it calmly. The armor on his face made cracking sounds and retreated to both sides, revealing a face. When they saw that face, everyone exclaimed, and Lin Xian's pupils constricted, because this face was very familiar to him. It was a woman's face, as pale as a sheet of paper and very beautiful. However, everyone realized that they seemed to have seen this face before. Damn it, it was that woman in white. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He had taken the bronze key from the mouth of the woman in white before, so how could he forget this face? But why did the saint's corpse look exactly the same as that woman in white? Could it be that the two of them were originally the same person? At the side, the dark red divine dragon also said, thinking about it, that woman in white should be a clone of this person's corpse. Sending his doppelganger to guard his tomb should be the safest way. That could only be the reason. Everyone nodded, but they still couldn't understand why there were two saints. However, this was no longer important, because the two of them had already started fighting. Although both of them were corpses, they directly tore the entire sky apart as soon as they fought. Large cracks also appeared on the surrounding ancient tomb. It couldn't be helped. Just because the invincible kings couldn't break the ancient tomb didn't mean that the saints couldn't. Sure enough, the two of them had only exchanged 10 moves when the sky shattered, and the light from outside shone in. Run! Seeing this scene, the invincible kings roared angrily. They also activated the saint artifact fragments in their hands and joined the battle. For a moment, the battle became even more intense. The ancient tomb of the saints was also more and more damaged. Countless cracks spread in all directions, directly tearing the ancient tomb into pieces. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the others didn't dare to delay. They turned into a long rainbow and flew out. It was too dangerous inside, so they had to leave. When the saints fought, it was estimated that millions of miles would sink directly, or even millions of miles. They had to retreat quickly. Buzz. At this moment, the powerhouses of the great sage used their trump cards and quickly left. Boom, boom. After they left, the saints of the human race rode the purple coffin and soared into the sky. The blood-colored demon overlord chased after them. More than a dozen invincible kings also followed with treasures in their hands. They also left the ancient tomb. After leaving the ancient tomb, without the suppression of the ancient tomb's laws, this energy instantly attacked the area within a radius of 5 million miles. Immediately, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The surrounding creatures were in a terrible situation. Screams sounded one after another. Lin Xian and the others even activated the Black Demon ship and quickly retreated with all the Immortal Palace's martial artists. The Yi family, the Gu family, and all the great sects of the Holy Land did the same. They retreated 5 million miles away and didn't stop. They didn't stop until they were 10 million miles away. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They wondered how the battle was going. Someone said with a fearful expression, "It would definitely be very intense," but they didn't know who would win in the end. Let's wait and see. These people already felt safe after retreating to this point. Therefore, they wanted to wait and see how the battle was going. However, not long after, a roar sounded in the distance. Then, a ray of light pierced through heaven and earth. Even though they were 10 million miles away, everyone could still see it. Another invincible king had made his move. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful invincible king. Xing Tian, elderly, and the others exclaimed. The people of the Yi family were also shocked. This should be someone from the Great Xia dynasty, right? After all, this territory was within the Great Xia dynasty. Sure enough, after this ray of light, a few more terrifying rays of light pierced through heaven and earth. Chapter 2589. This news was spread not only by the Great Xia dynasty, but also by the various great sage lands. In an instant, the experts of the surrounding dynasties all rushed over. Even the experts of the eastern wilderness, western desert, northern plains, and southern border opened their gates and directly descended. This time, not only did they come alone, but they also brought shocking treasures and terrifying trump cards. Because this was related to the Yuhua immortal robe, they had to be serious. In fact, many supreme elders and living fossil elders had also come. Some sect masters even came in person. This was a huge shock that spread throughout the 5 continents of the true spirit world. The imagination was something that Lin Xian had never imagined before. He didn't expect that the ancient tomb of a saint would have such a huge impact. On the Immortal Palace's side, Elderly and the others also informed the other guardians. Xing Tian even took out a secret scroll to inform Xia Jiuyo. With such a big thing happening, they had to inform Xia Jiuyo. Only with the old palace master personally taking action would there be a guarantee. In the sky, jade gates opened one after another, and powerful figures descended, chasing after the corpse of the human race's saint. Their goal was the Yuhua immortal robe. Of course, there were also people who were very interested in the 2 saint corpses. After all, saints were full of secrets. If they could obtain it and study it, it would be of great help to their strength. These people had already reached the peak of the king realm, and they were just one step away from the saint realm. However, this step had trapped them for thousands of years. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could they let it go? In an instant, a great battle broke out. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everything within tens of millions of miles was affected. Wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass was left. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian and the others were shocked when they saw this scene. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Xian's side wasn't peaceful either. Powerful figures descended one after another, and terrifying killing intent spread in all directions. Among them, there were people from the 5 Elements Palace, the nine firmaments sacred emperor, the myriad thunder sacred land, and the Tai dynasty. There were also people from the Yin-Yang sect. As soon as they appeared, they surrounded Lin Xian, and terrifying killing intent spread in all directions. Elder, great elder, hurry up and kill him. He killed our holy son. The people of 5 Elements Palace, myriad lightning sacred ground, and 9 heavens sacred ground roared madly. Previously, when they sent a message to the invincible kings, they also sent a message to their holy land. Therefore, the Holy Land had sent many experts to kill Lin Xian. How dare you kill the 5 Elements Saint? Kneel down and accept your death. No one in this world can save you. The expert from the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land said coldly. I won't kill you so easily. I'll torture you for 7,790 years and let you know the feeling of living a life worse than death. The experts of the 9 firmaments Holy Emperor were like death gods. It was the same for the Yin-Yang sect and the Tai dynasty. An old man from the Yin-Yang sect made the first move. He looked down at Lin Xian from above, wanting to kill him with a palm strike. Fellow Taoist Yin-Yang, you're not being kind. You should have left this brat to us. The people from the 5 Elements Palace sneered. The people of the Tai dynasty also said, don't kill him. Capture him first and we'll torture him. Humph. Lin Xian waved his hand and the Bloodwing Bat King appeared in front of him, shattering the huge palm. What was that thing? How could it be so powerful? Seeing the new blood-red monster, the experts who had just arrived were shocked. It was a puppet, the guardian of the saint's ancient tomb. It was controlled by the brat. At the back, the disciples of the 5 Elements Palace and the Tai dynasty quickly explained. The guardian of the ancient tomb was so powerful? Many powerful elders' eyes lit up. It was really a treasure. How could such a treasure be in the hands of a piece of trash? Hand it over obediently. These people were very greedy. They stared at the Bloodwing Bat King. They knew that the things in the tomb, even if it was a pile of dirt, had endless magical uses. They regretted not entering the ancient tomb before. But now, the brat had brought out such a powerful guardian. How could they not be tempted? Elder, this brat not only has a guardian, but also the Dark Knight Immortal Gold and the Flower Protector, and all kinds of natural treasures. At the back, those disciples roared crazily. Hearing these treasures, the eyes of the surrounding elders turned red. They looked at Lin Xian. Brat, what do you have to be able to get so many treasures? That's right. Hand it over obediently, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Humph. You want to take my treasure? Do you have the life to take it? Lin Xian looked around and said coldly. These bastards really deserve to die. They actually secretly called so many experts to surround and kill him. He remembered these holy lands. In the future, he would never let these people go. Xing Tian, elderly, and the others on the side also stood out. You want to attack our palace master? You have to ask if we agree first. Your immortal palace is powerful, but can you resist the joint attack of so many of us? An expert from the 1,000 Thunder Holy Land also stood out. Lightning surrounded his body like a thunder god, looking down on the people of Immortal Palace. Humph, I killed the saint child. Why? You want revenge? Then make your move. Lin Xian sneered. Damn it, too hateful. Kill him. You must kill him. The cultivators of the 1,000 Thunder Holy Land were mad with anger. Now that so many of them had surrounded him, he still dared to be arrogant in front of them. They couldn't bear it anymore. Sure enough, the 1,000 Thunder Holy Land experts' face sank. No one dares to attack our 1,000 Thunder Holy Land, and it's even more impossible for someone to kill our saint child and live. Therefore, you should obediently kneel down and accept your death. The 1,000 Thunder Holy Land experts said coldly. You alone? You don't have the qualifications. Let your palace master come. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Reckless brat. In the sky, the experts shouted coldly. In an instant, more than a dozen giant hands reached out and pressed Lin Xian below. Courting death, do you think we don't exist? Xing Tian, elderly, and the others were enraged. They also launched a counterattack. At the same time, elderly summoned the top puppets, the decree above his head, and the terrifying pagoda floating up and down. These people also activated their powerful trump cards to resist. Lin Xian, Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the others also launched a counterattack. The dark red divine dragon roared, and the dragon's cry shook the 9 heavens. In the fierce confrontation, more than a dozen giant hands were blocked. One had to admit that Xing Tian, elderly, and the others were too strong. Moreover, they had the top puppets in decrease. Therefore, although they were fewer in number, they resisted. This scene shocked everyone. No way. This immortal palace is so powerful? The people from the other holy lands exclaimed. No Flower, Yu Wudao, and the others also had a serious expression. Kid, do you think these people can defeat you? Chapter 2590. These people looked young, but they were estimated to be 800 or 900 years old. They were very powerful, and some of them were saints and saintesses of the previous generation. Reckless kid, you killed our saint, and you want to get away unscathed? What a joke. His voice was like thunder, throbbing and shaking everyone's ears. Was he also an elite from the Thousand Thunder Sacred Ground? Today will be the day of your death. An elite from the 5 Elements Palace, surrounded by the power of the 5 elements, was so powerful that it made people tremble. You want to kill me with just you? You are too weak. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a terrifying sword chi surged from his body. Kid, you are courting death. The elites from the 9 heavens sacred ground also rushed forward. Their saint had been killed, and they could not accept it. Only by killing the kid in front of them could they vent the hatred in their hearts. Although they were not elders, they were still powerful kings. Killing the kid in front of them would be a piece of cake. They attacked wildly, but the result was beyond their expectations. Soon, someone screamed as his body was cut in half by the sword. Damn it! How could he be so powerful? These people roared crazily because they realized that the opponent's strength had surpassed the average saint. Why are you surprised? What will surprise you is yet to come. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, he took out the flower protector and tore open a corner of the seal. Then, a terrifying demonic sound whistled out. Clang, clang, boom, boom. 2 of the elite's bodies exploded, turning into a bloody mist. One of them was blasted to the point where only his head was left, and he fled into the distance. Boom. Before he could run far, he was smashed by the dark red dragon's claw. Want to kill us? Let's see if you have the right. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped in shock. The people from the 5 Elements Palace and Tai Dynasty gritted their teeth. They did not expect the other party to be able to resist. As for the newcomers, their faces were full of shock. The other party was simply too powerful, exceeding their expectations. You have gone too far. Do you really think that the 5 Elements Palace does not have any elites? At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Then, the terrifying power of the 5th form turned into a ray of light and slashed towards Lin Xian. Sensing this change, Lin Xian's expression instantly changed. His pupils shrank. Wong. Lin Xian didn't dare delay, and instantly entered the black earth. With a loud clang, the pentagram blade collided with the black earth, producing an earth-shattering sound. Soon after, the black earth was sent flying, smashing through the void and only stopping after a long distance. Palace Master, Young Master. In the distance, Xing Tian, elderly, and the others exclaimed in shock. The Crimson Divine Dragon also screamed, Brat, are you all right? The others were all alarmed. An unmatched king-level expert, another unmatched king-level expert was taking action. They're going crazy. Who would have thought that an invincible king would descend and attack Lin Xian directly? This brat was dead meat. That's right. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't block the attack of an invincible king tier. One after another, discussions sounded. In the distance, Yu Wudao, Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others were extremely nervous. The elders would save him. Save big brother Lin Xian. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu urged the peerless experts on their side. In the sky, the terrifying light of the 5 elements disappeared, and the cracks in the sky gradually healed. Everyone looked into the distance. That brat is gone, right? He must have been beaten into a bloody mist. Many people were discussing. Those from the Five Elements Palace sneered. Great, their invincible king had finally made his move. Let's see how that brat dies. However, the invincible king of the Five Elements Palace didn't relax. He even frowned, because he noticed that there was an additional black spirit ship in front of him. The light just now had blasted onto the spirit ship. It's actually fine? The invincible king frowned. The others also noticed this scene. Heavens, what is this spirit ship? How can it withstand the attack of an invincible king? Did that brat get in? He's really lucky. They didn't expect him to have such a trump card. Everyone discussed animatedly. Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu also heaved a sigh of relief. It's just a spirit ship. Do you really think I can't break it? The elder of the Five Elements Palace sneered and slapped out with his Five Elements palm. This time, he didn't hold back. The power of an invincible king instantly surged out. Clang, boom, boom. Terrifying energy blasted in all directions, and the black earth was annihilated once again. This time, that brat should be dead, right? That's for sure. Don't doubt the power of an invincible king. That's right. An invincible king wouldn't fail twice. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. However, when the light disappeared, they were dumbfounded, and their eyes almost popped out. Even the invincible king of the Five Elements Palace frowned. Nothing happened? The black spirit boat continued to float in the sky, and there wasn't even a single crack on it. Heavens, what exactly is that thing? Why is it so terrifying? Could it be that it belongs to a saint? No way. How could that brat have such a powerful treasure in his hands? That's impossible. Even if it doesn't belong to a saint, it's still an extremely terrifying treasure. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to withstand such a terrifying attack from an invincible king. Everyone was too shocked. They didn't expect that the other party would have such a treasure in his hands. Inside the Black Earth, Lin Xian was also gnashing his teeth in anger. Shameless, truly too shameless. An invincible king, an elder who had lived for thousands of years, actually attacked him. Did he have any shame? Damn old bastard, one day, I will make you pay the price. Lin Xian gnashed his teeth. The dark red dragon outside stomped its feet and cursed loudly. Fuck, how shameless. Have you been living like a dog for the past thousands of years? How dare you attack a junior? Where's the face of the Five Elements Palace? That's right. Shameless Five Elements Palace. Shameless invincible king. The warriors of the Immortal Palace also roared angrily. They were too angry. The dark red dragon sneered again. It doesn't matter if you're shameless, but don't be slapped in the face. A dignified invincible king couldn't even break a spirit boat. What a joke. Noisy, where did this snake come from? Go to hell. The invincible king was furious. He slapped out again and teleported. Whoosh! The dark red dragon instantly disappeared. He directly opened the black jade platform and teleported out. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the Black Earth. Damn it! You want to kill me? Can you kill me? He had long established a formation on his body and the Black Earth. With a thought, he would immediately teleport over. That was why he was not afraid of the invincible king. Damn it, kid. Kill him. Hurry up and kill him. I can't hold it in anymore. Use heavenly materials and earthly treasures to kill him. The dark red dragon gritted its teeth. Lin Xian's face was also cold, but soon, he raised a cold smile. Kill him? No, there was no need. Sometimes, living was worse than death. Kid, what do you mean? The dark red dragon was stunned, but when he saw Lin Xian's eyes, he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 2591. That's for sure. Just wait and see. Lin Xian sneered. The next moment, his cold voice sounded. Does it feel good to bully the young? Kid, you can't blame me for this. Blame yourself for being too weak. How dare you provoke my Five Elements Palace? That's the biggest mistake you've ever made. I'm weak? I'm an ant? Himph. If I'm an ant, then what is your Five Elements saint after I killed him? Trash among the ants? It turns out that the saint of your palace is such a trash." As soon as he said that, the martial artists of a mortal palace all laughed. Even Morong Qingcheng and Shun Jingqiu in the distance couldn't help but laugh until they bent over. "This kid is too good at talking." The surrounding people were shocked, and some gritted their teeth. What's so great about that?" No matter what he said, he was no match for an invincible king. It would be easy for an invincible king to kill him. If a saint didn't appear, an invincible king would be a peak existence. Even the current saints and saintesses couldn't defeat them. It couldn't be helped because they were too young. One had to know that these invincible kings were all saints and saintesses thousands of years ago. However, they had grown up for 1 or 2,000 years and finally became invincible kings. Bang! The invincible king of 5 elements palace attacked again. It was another terrifying fist. It blasted towards the black earth and sent it flying again. Inside the black earth, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's blood were also boiling. The two of them almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What the fuck? This guy is really too much of a bully. The dark red dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet. Lin Xian's expression was also cold. "Kid, aren't you very capable? Why are you hiding in the spirit ship? Come out, I can slap you to death with one palm." Outside, the invincible king's voice was cold. The disciples of 5 elements palace also sneered. "Damn kid, come out." "That's right, aren't you very arrogant? Where's the momentum you had when you killed our saint? Trash, you're dead." Clamoring voices could be heard. Lin Xian sneered. "Is that so? You're looking forward to me making a move, aren't you? Then, as you wish." Having said that, Lin Xian didn't hesitate at all. He took out the treasures he obtained from the tomb and gave them to Hey Tuesday. Black Earth poured them into the formation. The formation operated and converted these natural treasures into energy for the Black Earth battleship. Hey 2, don't attack that invincible king. Target the ordinary disciples of the 5 elements palace and attack them fiercely. Didn't he like to look down on others and bully the weak? Didn't he like to flaunt his seniority? I'll let him have a taste of what it means to fight the weak with the strong. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. The dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up as it listened. "Brat, this plan of yours is pretty good. Indeed, using the Black Earth to bombard an invincible king might not be able to deal much damage to the invincible king. However, if he were to attack those ordinary disciples, it would be a different story." Boom! The Black Earth launched an attack. A black beam of light flew out like a black, demonic spear and pierced through the void. The light was fast and sudden. It instantly hit the disciples of the 5 elements palace. The intense light exploded. A black sphere swept in all directions and enveloped the disciples of the 5 elements palace. Boom, boom, boom. Miserable screams rang out. Bones and blood splattered everywhere. The martial artists of the 5 elements palace couldn't resist at all. They exploded into a bloody mist. "Damn it! Run quickly!" The surrounding martial artists also screamed crazily. They fled in all directions. However, they couldn't escape at all. This attack was simply too terrifying. Therefore, in addition to the 5 elements palace, the myriad thunder sacred ground and the 9 heavens sacred ground were also affected. Quite a number of people were killed by the energy waves. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you." In the sky, the invincible king of the 5 elements palace was completely enraged. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his body emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, he formed a light shadow and enveloped the remaining people of the 5 elements palace. His lungs were about to explode from anger. Lin Xian sneered. "Why? Don't you like the feeling of beating the weak? Now, this feeling is being used on you. Does it feel good? You, die." The invincible king's expression was distorted. The people around him felt their scalps go numb as they retreated. Inside the Black Earth, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon smiled when they saw this scene. Haha, the other party was finally angry. Great. He wanted to make the other party angry. So what? Even if the other party was an invincible king, they weren't afraid. With the Black Earth, the other party couldn't break in. What they wanted was the other party to go crazy and worry about not being able to kill them. In the sky, the invincible king of the five elements palace roared and attacked crazily. The energy wave completely annihilated the Black Earth. However, the final result left him dumbfounded. Because the Black Earth wasn't damaged at all. There wasn't even a crack. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Fellow Taoist, let me help you. This should be a very special ancient treasure. It's a waste in this kid's hands. Take it and make it my spirit ship. In the sky, a few more powerful figures descended. Buzz. After the invincible king of the five elements palace appeared, the invincible king of the thousand lightning sage also appeared. The nine firmament divine emperor also came. The yin-yang sect also sent one. The four invincible kings stood in the sky, completely freezing the space around Lin Xian. The entire sky was completely shattered. If Lin Xian wasn't in the Black Earth, his body would have been torn apart by now. Even in the Black Earth, it was still fiercely attacked and kept rolling in the sky. However, the Black Earth was left behind by the successor of the Great Dragon Sword after all. It could definitely withstand the attacks of the invincible kings. However, Lin Xian's current situation was really bad, being targeted by so many invincible kings. If the Black Earth ran out of energy, it would be troublesome. The others naturally saw this scene. Immortal Palace, Elderly, Xing Tian, and the others gritted their teeth in anger. Pung pung pung. Lin Xian threw in a large number of divine crystals, and the Black Earth blasted out a few more black rays of light. Immediately, the ordinary disciples of the Thousand Lightning Sage Land, yin-yang sect, and nine firmament divine emperor screamed. A large number of martial artists were directly killed. Seeing this scene, the faces of the four invincible kings in the sky turned green. They had displayed such powerful strength, but the other party was still able to fight back? He could even kill their disciples? This was unbearable. Everyone, don't waste any more time. Let's work together. We must take down this kid. The aura of the four of them continued to rise. They even took out their weapons. The space within a radius of millions of miles froze. No one dared to stay here. Kid, go to hell. Chapter 2592. Boom. Pong. A world-shaking explosion of energy. Terrifying palms covered the sky and covered the sun. They pressed down, wanting to destroy everything. However, an even more terrifying power came from the void, directly shattering the four invincible palms. At the same time, an ice-cold voice sounded. Who dares to attack my immortal palace's master? Kill without mercy. The ice-cold voice carried terrifying killing intent, engulfing the nine heavens. The air within millions of li shattered once again. What? Did reinforcements arrive again? Unparalleled experts had arrived. When the warriors in the distance saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. In the sky, the four invincible kings also frowned. They looked at the black vortex in front of them. Who was it? Get out here. The black vortex slowly disappeared, and an old man appeared in the void. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He wore a blue Taoist robe that had been washed until it was white. However, no one dared to look down on him. Although the Taoist robe didn't release light, it emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Extremely mysterious runes flowed on it. This was a treasure. It's me. An ice-cold voice sounded from the old man's mouth. I am Immortal Palace's second protector. What? Second protector? Immortal Palace's protector came again? In the distance, those people sucked in a breath of cold air. The four invincible kings in the sky also frowned. However, soon, he revealed a trace of a sneer. A mere invincible king wants to contend against the four of us? Aren't you a bit too confident? Humph, then what if I'm included? Another ice-cold voice sounded. Immediately after, behind the second protector, a figure stood out. Another invincible king. Everyone cried out in shock, but this wasn't the end. After the second one, a third one, and a fourth one also quickly appeared. The second protector's lips curled into a sneer. Did I say that I came alone? In the end, the five protectors all descended, crushing a region of the sky. Five Elements Palace and the other four invincible kings' expressions became incomparably ugly. Five invincible kings, one more than their side. How were they supposed to fight? You like to bully with numbers. Now, I'll let you have a taste of what it means to bully with numbers. The second protector roared angrily. Then, the five invincible kings charged over. A great collision occurred between heaven and earth. 9 invincible kings were fighting in the air. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian instantly controlled the black earth to fly backwards. The others retreated as well. Right now, there was no place for anyone to stay within a radius of 20 million li. Therefore, the invincible kings quickly sent messages to their saints and saintesses to bring their disciples back. Because it was too dangerous now. After the incident with Lin Xian, they were extremely careful. If an enemy's sacred ground sent invincible kings to kill their saints and saintesses, they probably wouldn't be able to escape. After receiving the news, the Chosens hurriedly opened the teleportation gate. Now that things had developed to this point, it had already exceeded their imagination. Now, even the weakest ones were invincible kings taking action. There were even saint corpses fighting. Terrifying energy erupted between heaven and earth. Most of it was the power of saint fragments. Although the holy sons and holy daughters were also young geniuses, they could not interfere at all. Not to mention them, even those elders were unable to interfere. It was very dangerous for them to stay here. They might as well leave as soon as possible. One figure after another quickly retreated. Brother Lin, we're leaving. We'll meet again if fate wills it. No flower, Yu Wudao, and the others bid farewell. Lin Xian also waved at them. Lin Xian, Murong Qingcheng, and Shun Jingqiu were also reluctant to part. Lin Xian said telepathically, "Don't worry, I'll look for you after this incident passes." When the two of them heard this, they smiled. They followed their respective elders and quickly left. Lin Xian also gathered Xing Tian, Elderly, Peacock, and the others. They opened the teleportation gate and returned to Starry Hall. Damn it! When the people of Five Elements Palace, Thousand Thunder Sacred Ground, and Tai Dynasty saw Lin Xian retreat, they all roared like crazy. This was the best opportunity to kill the other party, but they did not expect him to escape. Moreover, what made them even angrier was that they were now at a disadvantage. Immortal Palace had sent out 6 invincible kings. It could be said that they were suppressing one side. Moreover, the other party's foundation was very strong, and they had endless trump cards in their hands. In an instant, Five Elements Palace and Tai Dynasty were forced to retreat. Whoosh! They were finally back. The world spun, and after endless darkness, Lin Xian and the others returned to the Starry Hall. It was still very quiet and peaceful here. It had nothing to do with the battle outside. Palace Master, you're back. When the martial artists saw Lin Xian and the others return, they quickly went up. From now on, collect information from outside at all times, especially information about this battle. Also, report to me every day about the whereabouts of the Yuhua Immortal Robe. Lin Xian instructed. The martial artists under him quickly responded. Lin Xian turned to look at Peacock and the others again. You've worked hard, go back and rest. When you're well rested, go and receive your corresponding rewards. Yes, thank you, Palace Master. Peacock and the others were delighted. The martial artists of Immortal Palace were even more curious. Later, he waved his hand and asked them to leave. He said to Xing Tian, Elderly, and the others again. The elders should also go and rest. Next, Lin Xian returned to Starry Hall. After returning, the dark red divine dragon also walked out of the black earth. Its body swayed as it ate. Damn, those invincible kings were too despicable. Although it was separated by the black earth, it was still very painful. Lin Xian directly threw a storage room to the dark red divine dragon. From now on, I'm going to go into seclusion. You'd better go into seclusion to break through. Lin Xian's eyes showed a hint of seriousness. Although he was now a mid-7 star, it was not enough to face powerless kings. He had to quickly break through and be able to compete with invincible kings as soon as possible, because he felt that it was getting more and more dangerous. Next, Lin Xian began to go into seclusion. This time, after experiencing so many battles, he had countless insights in his heart. Moreover, The harvest this time was too bountiful. There were so many natural treasures, enough for him to absorb continuously. This time, Lin Xian went into seclusion for a year. During this year, Lin Xian had been absorbing the energy of those natural treasures and did not come out at all. The dark red divine dragon came out once in the middle, but then it also went into seclusion. Peacock, Hu Yidao, Ghostly, and the others, after recuperating, went to the treasury to receive their respective rewards. This time, their rewards were very generous, several times more than before. This made them very happy. Then, these people also went into seclusion. Immortal Palace's intelligence system had been collecting information from the outside world. Chapter 2593. However, Lin Xian was still in seclusion, so they couldn't send the news in. They could only leave it outside the hall. They would wait for Lin Xian to come out of seclusion before watching. In fact, there was no need for them to investigate. The entire Middle Ground was talking about this matter. Not only Middle Ground, but Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Northern Plains, Southern Border, and the 5 continents of the world were all talking about this matter. That was because what had happened this time was simply too shocking. How many thousands of years had it been since so many invincible kings participated in the battle? It was a truly earth-shattering battle. Countless territories sank, seas of blood floated, and ghosts wailed and wolves howled. In fact, the corpses of 2 saints were also fighting. Once the saints' nomological powers were unleashed, it created a new world. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. It could be said to be a catastrophe. Countless territories and cities were reduced to ashes in this battle. This battle had been going on for a year. The battle was not over yet. Every day, there would be people injured and leave, and new powerhouses would join the battle. It continued. In the blink of an eye, another half a year passed. In this half a year, the battle became even more intense. Many living fossils even came out of seclusion to fight for it. It couldn't be helped. The Yuhua immortal robe was too mysterious. It was rumored that it could bring the dead back to life, and it seemed to have been proven. A saint who had been dead for tens of thousands of years was actually breathing and could still fight. This undoubtedly proved the mystery of the Yuhua immortal robe. If these living fossils could obtain it, they might really be able to live forever. Among the endless mountains, the mountain peaks stood tall like giant swords that pierced into the clouds. On the highest mountain peak, a group of people appeared there. Their expressions were cold, and their auras were powerful. Even a glance could penetrate the void. There was a man wearing golden armor standing on the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back. He looked into the distance, his eyes flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. Behind him stood dozens of figures. There were old and young, but without exception, their auras were all very powerful. At this moment, they stood respectfully behind the golden-armored man, as if waiting. At this moment, a living fossil spoke. Warlord, don't wait any longer. The Yuhua immortal robe is extremely rare. We must snatch it. Perhaps with it, our war race can truly appear on the ground again. War race. This group of people were actually from the war race. As for the middle-aged man before them, he was the war clan's current clan chief. Hearing the words Yuhua immortal robe, the battle master's eyes lit up. He naturally wanted to possess such a peerless treasure. After pondering for a moment, the battle master spoke in a low voice. This time, I will personally take action. What? Battle Lord, are you going to personally take action? The elders behind him were shocked beyond words. It had been many years since the battle master had made a move. Who would have thought that he would make a move himself this time? However, on second thought, it did make sense. The Yuhua immortal robe was such a magical item that even their battle masters would be tempted by it. Among them, quite a few elders laughed. With a war master personally taking action, this was definitely an easy task. The war master nodded. Then, his gaze turned unusually cold. What about Zhangji? Was she killed? The faces of the elders behind him also darkened. Zhangji was a genius of their war clan. She possessed an atavistic bloodline. It could be said that she was someone they nurtured with everything they had. However, He was actually killed by someone. His body and soul were destroyed, and not even a trace of his soul escaped. This drove them mad. They swore that no matter who it was, they would not forgive anyone who dared to kill the war concubine. When the war concubine was killed, many people saw it. That was why, after asking around a bit, these people from the war clan knew who the culprit was. However, when they obtained the culprit, these people could no longer remain calm, all of them about to vomit blood from anger. Lin Xian, it was Lin Xian again. This name was definitely not unfamiliar to them. It was because this fella not only killed the war concubine, but also their golden lion king before. Their two heavenly geniuses were both killed by the other party. How could they tolerate this? Bring that person back. Regardless of whether he is some immortal palace master or something else, he must be brought back. I want him to kneel before my war clan and receive the world's cruelest punishment. The battle master's voice was exceptionally cold. Yes, battle master, do not worry, we will do it right away. Behind him, those elders respectfully agreed. Among them, a man even knelt on one knee in midair. Battle master, do not worry, I will definitely personally bring that brat back. This man was precisely Zhang Wuan. Previously, he had tried to kill Lin Xian once, but the other party escaped. He did not expect that the other party would kill one of their war clan's heavenly geniuses. This time, he would definitely not let the other party go. And the battle master nodded. This time, there could not be any mishaps. Therefore, apart from Wuhan, the other three should also take action. The four of you war kings should take action together and bring that brat back. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The four war kings were the four most powerful people in their war clan. Any one of them would be able to dominate a region in the outside world. At this moment, the four of them were taking action just to capture a brat? They did not dare believe it. Thinking about it, the battle master must be extremely angry. However, when they thought about it, they also gnashed their teeth, wishing that they could tear the other party into pieces. Yes, Zhang Wuhan respectfully agreed. Beside him, three figures also walked out. None of their auras were weaker than his. They were the four war kings. The people of the war clan were relieved. With the four war kings taking action, the other party would definitely not be able to escape. On the other side, in the stellar hall, at the entrance of the hall, scrolls were piled up one after another. Each scroll represented a new piece of news from the outside world. At this moment, they were piled up like a mountain. On this day, there was finally a change in the stellar hall. A terrifying power erupted like a flash flood. Above the stellar hall, a huge vortex appeared. Countless amounts of spiritual energy instantly surged from the vortex into the stellar hall. This scene naturally attracted the attention of others. Many people soared into the air and looked into the distance. It was the stellar hall. Could it be that the palace master was breaking through? That must be it. Heavens, this was too heaven-defying, right? How long had it been since the palace master broke through? Now he was breaking through? What do you know? The palace master's harvest this time was extremely bountiful. There were so many heavenly treasures and the palace master's shocking talent. Thinking about it, he would definitely be able to break through. Many immortal palace martial artists became excited, especially the person who entered the ancient tomb with Lin Xian. He was extremely excited. That was because after returning from the ancient tomb, they had already treated Lin Xian as their idol. There was no helping it. The glory that Lin Xian displayed in the ancient tomb was too shocking. Even the people of the Peacock clan were deeply impressed. In the sky, the huge vortex lasted for about half a day. The surging power became stronger and stronger. At the 9th time, it reached a peak. Chapter 2594. Immediately after, the energy that filled the sky receded like the tide. The terrifying sword shadow also slowly dissipated. The door of the starry hall opened once again. A figure walked out of the cave. He was young, flamboyant, and his eyes were as deep as the stars. His red robe was burning like a raging fire. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. At this moment, he had a smile on his face. After a year and a half of seclusion, coupled with countless natural treasures, he finally had a breakthrough. At this moment, he had reached the late seven-star king realm. Compared to before, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Now, if he were to face a genius with an atavistic bloodline like the Zhangji, it would not be so troublesome to kill her. He could easily kill the other party. This was because his strength had increased greatly after advancing a level. More importantly, the great dragon sword soul had awakened even further. His combat strength had skyrocketed. Ordinary saints were no match for him at all. Whether the top ones could fight him or not depended on whether they had made a breakthrough in the past year and a half. If they had made a breakthrough and kept up with his pace, then they could naturally fight him. However, if they had not made a breakthrough, then they might not be Lin Xian's match. In a magnificent hall of the Yi family, Yi Wudao opened his eyes. The golden light on his body was very dazzling, and a hazy golden shadow appeared in front of him. He had finally reached the late seven-star realm. Yi Wudao walked out of the hall. As soon as he appeared, his body emitted a dazzling light, attracting the members of the Yi family. Wudao, you've made a breakthrough. The elders of the Yi family were overjoyed. Leaf Daodinier nodded, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Compared to before, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Moreover, his bloodline power had become more condensed. The current him was much stronger than before. He looked up at the sky, his eyes flickering. He wondered if those people had made a breakthrough. The people he was talking about were naturally Lin Xian, the Alcade Saint, Gu Santong, the Prince of the Great Xia, and the others. In the endless starry sky of the Gu family, a figure appeared. His face was very pale, as if he was ill. However, his eyes were incomparably deep. This person was Gu Santong. After a year and a half of cultivation, he had also broken through. He was not the only one. Most of the others had broken through as well. That was because those who came back alive from this trip to the ancient tomb were all full of rewards. The harvest was very bountiful. This was especially true for top geniuses like Yi Wudao and Gu Santong. Among them, the Prince of the Great Xia dynasty, No Flower, Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingxiu, and the others had all broken through and advanced to the next realm. Demon Imperial Palace. Hua Tiandu had also broken through. Yin Ruyu's aura had become even more mysterious. No one knew whether or not Yin Ruyu had broken through. However, when the people of the Demon Imperial Palace saw Yin Ruyu, they couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship her. In the past, they also had such feelings, but they were not as strong. But this time, they felt that they really couldn't control themselves and wanted to kneel down. It was too terrifying. These experts from the Demon Lord Hall trembled violently. They stared at Yin Ruyu with respect. Even Hua Tiandu's expression became somewhat grave. He also felt a pressure coming from his bloodline. He couldn't help but be shocked. On the other side, Yin Yang sect. The Yin Yang saint walked out of a 10,000-foot tall pagoda. His entire body emitted Yin Yang qi, like a black and white sun, shining in the sky. As soon as he appeared, he threw his head back and laughed ferociously. I broke through. I finally broke through. In the past 1.5 years, he had finally broken through to the late-stage 7-star king realm. His strength was many times stronger than before. Lin Xian, damn brat. This time, I'll definitely kill you. After breaking through, the first thing that came to the Yin Yang saint's mind was revenge. Previously, he had been defeated and almost killed by Lin Xian. He couldn't accept that. Therefore, after breaking through this time, he had to find Lin Xian for revenge. I'll go to the cave abode in the sacred ground and take a few treasures. Then, I'll kill that brat. The Yin Yang saint's figure flashed and disappeared into the sky. Eastern wilderness, among the endless mountains. Cranes flew in the sky. This was the Taishan sacred ground. The Taishan sacred ground was also a peerless sacred ground in the eastern wilderness. At this moment, a figure sat cross-legged on the highest peak of the 100 peaks in the Taishan sacred ground. This person's black hair fluttered in the wind, and he wore a blue robe. He sat there like an immortal, giving off an indescribable aura. This person was the Taishan saint of the Taishan sacred ground. Whoosh! At this moment, a hazy light appeared in the sky. It was like a celestial palace floating on the peak of the mountain. Buzz. The Taishan saint flipped his palm and took out a guqin. He started to play it gently. The sound of the guqin jumped and shook the void. Soon, a voice came from the celestial palace. It was extremely solemn. You broke through. This is the Six Pulses divine melody. You can actually reach such a level. Could it be that you've already broken through to become an 8-star king? The voice in the celestial palace was extremely shocked. It even trembled a little. Buzz. The guqin stopped, and the Taishan saint slowly stood up. You should keep this to yourself. I don't want a second person to know. Speaking of this, a cold light appeared in his eyes. The surrounding space instantly froze. The celestial palace in the sky also started to tremble violently. In just an instant, this ominous aura disappeared without a trace. Don't worry, I know. After all, we are on the same side. The figure in the celestial palace said, I still have to thank you for helping me obtain the position of Juxiao Seiko. It's good that you know. The Taishan saint said indifferently. If someone else was here, they would be extremely shocked. This mysterious palace actually belonged to the 9 heavens sacred ground. The figure in the palace should be the new Juxiao Seiko. The previous Juxiao Seiko had the celestial palace, but he was still killed. This was simply unbelievable. They had even suspected that Lin Xian was the one who did it. However, they did not know that there was a mole in the 9 heavens sacred ground. A candidate saint had even killed the Juxiao Seiko together with the Taishan saint. Perhaps no one had expected such a scene to occur. Brother Yun, you have already broken through to become an 8-star king. I'm afraid no one in the younger generation is your match. The new Juxiao Seiko said with a smile. The Taishan saint waved his hand and kept the guqin. He stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the clouds, and sighed. You have underestimated those people. Do you think that I'm the only one who has broken through to become an 8-star king? What? Hearing this, the people in the celestial palace were stunned. Then, they said, that's impossible. I've already asked around. Even Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others have only broken through to the late stage 7-star king. The Yi family and the Gu family were both clans of the ancients. Their bloodlines were so terrifying, but none of them had broken through to become an 8-star king. Chapter 2595. The Taishan saint shook his head. It seems like you really just became a saint and don't understand it at all. At this point, the suppression of one's cultivation was of great use. However, you mustn't underestimate the Yi and Gu families. Once their bloodline power erupts, the power is far beyond your imagination. Therefore, even though I've broken through and become an 8-star king, I still don't have full confidence against someone like Yi Wudao. In fact, 50% confidence is already very good. What? Is Yi Wudao so powerful? That person was shocked. He didn't expect that the Taishan saint, who was a realm higher than the other party, would only have a 50% chance of winning. This was too much of a shock to his understanding. Moreover, it's not just Yi Wudao who has to be careful. I think there's someone who should have become an 8-star king. Who is it? The people in the Immortal Palace were very curious. The Taishan saint's eyes gradually became focused, like 2 divine swords piercing through the void. He said in a deep voice, Wavering Light Saint. Wavering Light Saint. Are you saying that the Wavering Light Saint has also become an 8-star king? The figure in the Immortal Palace exclaimed in disbelief. The Taishan saint said in a deep voice, Although I have not confirmed it, according to my guess, the possibility should be above 80%. More than an 80% chance. The people in the Immortal Palace fell silent. Since the other party had said so, then there was a high chance that the Wavering Light Saint had already broken through to the 8-star king realm. Thinking of this, he fell silent. He was still only a mid-7-star. He was far behind these people. After pondering for a long time, he asked again, What about that Lin Xian? What do you think of him? According to my guess, he should have also broken through. Because his harvest this time was too rich, but it was impossible for him to break through to the 8-star king realm. Because time was too short. He should also be a late-stage 7-star king, the Taishan Saint Sun said in a low voice. However, he could not be underestimated. His swordsmanship is very strange. Although he doesn't have bloodline power, I have a feeling that there's a supreme treasure in his body. However, I still don't understand what it is. Damn it, as long as this guy is alive, he will always be a threat. The person in the immortal palace had a worried look. I have just become a Jiuxiao Seiko. With the relationship between our 9-Night Holy Land and the other party, there will definitely be a great battle. At that time, I will have no choice but to stand up for him. However, I'm no match for him right now. Don't worry, you don't need to do anything. He killed 2 of the war race's geniuses, so the war race won't let him go. Also, I don't think the Yin-Yang sect will let him go either. It had to be said that he had provoked too many forces. Indeed, the war race definitely wouldn't let him go. The new Jiuxiao Seiko sneered. As long as the war race took action, he could sit back and relax. On the other side, Starry Hall. After Lin Xian came out, he began to look at the mountain of information at the door. After his strength had increased, his soul power had also increased by a level. Now, his soul power was very close to invincible king level. Not only that, but his combat power was also very close. If he attacked with his full strength, killing a late-stage 8-star king was not a problem for him. With a thought, Lin Xian understood all the information. Then, he frowned. It had been a year and a half, but the war was still going on. Not only did it not weaken, but it became more and more intense. The various living fossils, elders, and even the sect master had taken action. And the corpses of the 2 sages were becoming more and more terrifying. Not only did their energy not weaken, but it also recovered faster. In fact, it even sucked dozens of earth spirit veins dry. This shocked everyone. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. If these 2 sages were really resurrected, they would probably be in danger. No matter how many invincible kings there were, it would not be enough. Unless the sages of the other sacred grounds took action, they might not be able to subdue them. He wondered how the 6 great protectors were doing. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The 6 great protectors of the immortal palace had also gone to search for the Yuhua immortal robe. Even the old palace master had taken action. Forget it, let's not think about this. Lin Xian shook his head. These were too far away for him. He had just broken through and consumed half of the resources in his hands. He did not absorb the rest immediately because he had just broken through, and it was not suitable for him to go into seclusion. He planned to go out for a walk and refine the realm he had just entered. However, before he went out, he still had one more thing to do. He called out the dark red divine dragon. Previously, there were 2 things in the bronze treasure box. One was the jade seal that opened the coffin of the sage, and the other was a piece of beast skin. At that time, it was snatched by the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian and the others did not have time to watch the various battles and life-and-death situations. After returning, he immediately went into seclusion. Therefore, this thing had always been in his hands and he had never seen it. Now that he had time, he called out the dark red divine dragon and the 2 of them prepared to study it together. The dark red divine dragon also came out of seclusion. He had also broken through to the late-stage 7-star king realm. His cultivation was the same as Lin Xian's, and his strength was about the same. This surprised the dark red divine dragon. His current strength was about the same as when he was at his peak. Although he was still a little short, he thought that he would be able to fully recover soon. At that time, he would be able to command the wind and clouds. Kid, why are you looking for me? Do you want to exchange a few blows? Having just broken through, the dark red divine dragon was very excited. He really wanted to find someone to fight. Therefore, he stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "Stop fooling around. I have something serious to talk to you about." As he said that, he took out the beast skin. Do you still remember this? Are you talking about the treasure you got from the bronze treasure box? Why don't I remember? I was the one who snatched it. The dark red divine dragon had a smug look on his face. Then, he waved his dragon claws and grabbed the beast skin again. Then, he opened it. Let me see what kind of treasure is in there. Do you think it's a sage's cultivation method? The sage's cultivation method was very terrifying. It had already surpassed the heaven-grade cultivation method. If they could get it, it would be of great help to their own strength. However, after opening it, the two of them frowned. There was indeed something on it. There were strange runes, but they did not recognize them. Damn it! Why are these runes so similar to the runes on the walls of the sage's ancient tomb? This should be an extremely ancient language that we can't understand at all. The dark red divine dragon sighed. He could recognize the ancient language. However, this was not an ancient language. This was even more complicated than the ancient language. Damn it! What era is this language from? Ancient? Ancient? He had no idea. In fact, he even suspected that it was an immortal pattern. Chapter 2596. The origin of Immortal Palace was mysterious and had a long history. Perhaps someone inside would recognize it. Thus, Lin Xian called for some of the Immortal Palace's elders to come over and see if they could recognize those characters. Those elders also frowned and shook their heads. They didn't recognize it. In fact, a few living fossils were also at a loss. They exclaimed. This language was too ancient, far beyond their knowledge. The six great protectors weren't here. Perhaps they knew something. An elder said. However, the living fossil elder shook his head. The six great protectors probably didn't know. Perhaps only the old palace master knew. However, because of the Yuhua immortal robe, the old palace master had already left Immortal Palace and wasn't here for the time being. Palace master, why don't you wait for the old palace master to come back and show it to him? Well, it seemed that this was the only way. Lin Xian nodded. He wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, the thing was in his hands. He would be able to crack it sooner or later. He put away the beast's skin. Then, after discussing with the dark red divine dragon, they decided to go out and see what changes there were outside. Lin Xian and the dragon left Immortal Palace and set off outside. The two of them first went to the place where the ancient tomb was located. When they arrived, there was already no one there. Originally, they thought that many people would go in to explore the ancient tomb. However, that wasn't the case. The entire ancient tomb had completely sunk and was sealed again. Without a large number of formation masters, it was impossible to break it open continuously. Therefore, those ordinary warriors couldn't enter at all. Over time, there weren't many people here. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon walked around and found that there was nothing around. The two of them looked at each other and said, "Let's go." The two of them swayed and flew into the distance. However, not long after, Lin Xian frowned. His soul power was now infinitely close to that of an invincible king. Therefore, the range of his detection was very wide. He found that there were many auras flying towards him from afar. Among them, there was the power of the five elements, the power of the nine heavens, and the power of yin and yang that he was very familiar with. Come to think of it, they should be people from these sections. He didn't expect them to be guarding here. Should he make a move? The dark red divine dragon said. Lin Xian shook his head. They were just a bunch of trash, not worth his time. Indeed, his eyesight had improved a lot compared to before, and he already looked down on those disciples of the Holy Lands. That's true. The dark red dragon swung its tail, and the two of them sped up and flew into the distance. With their speed, they quickly shook off those Holy Lands disciples. However, after flying for a while, Lin Xian frowned again. This was because he discovered that there was another force following closely behind. Moreover, the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Lin Xian frowned. Beside him, the dark red dragon asked, "Kid, what's wrong?" Lin Xian said. There were still people chasing after them. There was someone else? The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. Who was it that was so reckless? Come, come, come. This emperor wants to fight 300 rounds with him. Let's go and find a safe place. Let's see who dares to follow us. The two of them flashed and flew into the distance. Finally, they found a place that was more suitable for fighting, and the two of them stopped. It didn't fly again. Behind him, that aura also erupted abruptly and rapidly approached. Soon, a figure appeared in front of the two of them. Seeing this figure, the two of them frowned. especially Lin Xian. A cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Zhang Wuhan, it was actually him. Lin Xian had a very deep impression of this person. Last time, he fought with him. At that time, he was only an early-stage 7-star king, and the other party was a mid-stage 8-star powerhouse. In that battle, he used many trump cards and even unlocked the Saint's Handbone. However, the other party was still able to block it. If not for Xia Jiuyo, he would really be in danger. But now, that might not be the case. In a short 3 years, she had become a late-stage 7-star king. Now, he could even kill a late-stage 8-star powerhouse. Therefore, when he met Zhang Wuhan again, he wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he was a little excited. He was looking forward to it. He was going to kill this person with his own hands. It was actually him. It was someone from the war tribe again. Damned war clan. They really are like ghosts that won't disperse. The dark red dragon snorted coldly. He discovered that the other party came alone. This guy from the war tribe was really arrogant. He actually came alone. Oh no, there was also a big bird. He looked forward. Under Zhang Wuhan's feet, there was a golden rock. It spread its wings and flew over quickly. The golden rock spread its wings. It was thousands of meters long, like a golden mountain flying in the sky. Although it was big, its speed could be said to be very fast, like lightning. In an instant, it brought Zhang Wuhan to Lin Xian's vicinity. Kid, it's really you. Zhang Wuhan stood on the golden rock. He looked into the distance and sneered. Their war tribe's 4 great war kings searched from the east, west, north, and south. This time, they definitely wouldn't let the other party go. Zhang Wuhan didn't expect his luck to be so good. He actually encountered the other party. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly chased over. He didn't immediately send a message to the other 3 war kings because he felt that with his strength, it would be easy to kill the other party. This was because he had already investigated clearly. Immortal Palace's 6 great protectors had gone to search for the Yuhua Immortal Robe. Immortal Palace's old palace master, Xia Jiuyo, had also gone. This time, no one would come to save the other party. He wanted to personally capture the other party and bring him back. He wanted to let the other party know the consequences of going against his war tribe. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and accept your death. Your trump card is useless against me. You have a saint's fragment, but so do I. Zhang Wuhan stood with his hands behind his back. He stood on the golden rock like a war god, unstoppable. He looked ahead disdainfully, not putting Lin Xian in his eyes at all. This was because he had already seen Lin Xian's trump card last time. He could completely deal with it. Last time, if not for Xia Jiuyo, he would have killed the other party long ago. Kneel down and accept your death? You really think highly of yourself. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The current me is no longer the strength of 3 years ago. This time, the one who will be killed will be you. His body emitted a biting cold sword intent. The one who will be killed will be me? Hearing this, Zhang Wuhan sneered disdainfully. Kid, you're dreaming. I know that you had some fortuitous encounters in the saint's ancient tomb, but do you think that a short 3 years can make up for the distance between us? You're too naive. I'll let you know how big the gap between us is. Not to mention 3 years, you won't be my match even in 300 years. Zhang Wuhan snorted coldly, his body also emitting a terrifying aura. He didn't think that the other party could defeat him. Even with the snake beside him, they weren't his match. This was because the golden-winged rock under his feet wasn't just a mount. It was also an extremely terrifying demon king. Chapter 2597. Buzz. As expected, the golden rock flapped its wings and formed a terrifying golden storm. A terrifying power swept out from its body. Zhang Wuhan's body also surged with a terrifying aura. A golden spear appeared in his hand, emitting a dazzling light. Kill. With a furious roar, he thrust out his spear. It was like a golden dragon flying out. The golden rock under his feet also cooperated with him and quickly attacked. In an instant, Lin Xian was completely enveloped. Light tore through the clouds, and a terrifying power pierced through the void. one ruffian dragon each. Lin Xian's body glowed with sword light. The dragon's sword field enveloped him and blocked the terrifying power. And Hong, who was at the side, also laughed. All right, I'll roast this golden rock. As he spoke, he charged over. A dragon claw covered the sky and pressed down from the sky. This time, the dragon claw surged with blood chi. It was as if it could split the sky and the earth. Humph! Zhang Wuhan's body swayed. He left the golden rock and flew toward Lin Xian. He did not care about the dark red dragon because he believed that his golden rock could definitely kill it. He only needed to capture this kid in front of him. Buzz. Roar. The golden rock roared. Its golden wings were like heavenly blades. They shone brightly and directly resisted the dragon claw. The collision of the two was earth-shattering. The two beasts fought. On the other side, Lin Xian and Zhang Wuhan were also fighting. The ancient dragon abyss sword and the golden battle spear collided. Light danced in the sky, and the void was completely pierced through. Countless sword lights circled around him. Seeing that his opponent could block his attack, Zhang Wuhan snorted coldly. Kid, you've indeed become stronger. Is this what gives you the right to be so arrogant? You're too naive. I haven't even used my full strength. As he spoke, the golden light in his hand became stronger. An even more terrifying power spread out. Is that so? I haven't used my full strength either. Lin Xian snorted as well. The sword chi on his body shone brighter. Boom! With a dragon roar, the dragon's sword soul completely exploded. A terrifying sword light tore through the sky. The moment this sword chi appeared, Zhang Wuhan's pupils constricted. His expression changed. This sword chi was so powerful. Damn it! How could this brat's strength become so strong? He was simply too shocked because the current Lin Xian was several times stronger than the one he had seen 3 years ago. This was something he didn't dare to imagine. It should be known that every time one reached the level of Almighty or Peerless Almighty, it would take hundreds of years. He might not even succeed. Yet, in just 3 short years, the other party had actually improved so much. How did this kid do it? Zhang Wuhan gritted his teeth. So what if you've become stronger? I will not be defeated. He had complete confidence in himself. His cultivation was higher than the other parties, and in terms of talent and bloodline, he was superior to the other party. He didn't believe that the other party could surpass his level and defeat him. Kill! Wuhan Zhan roared. Countless rays of light appeared on his body, forming a battle diagram. This was the power of his bloodline. As soon as he activated it, a terrifying power surged out, containing a mysterious might. Buzz. The bloodline battle diagram floated out of Wuhan Zhan's body and rolled in the sky. It was as if a blood-red world had descended upon the human world. There were many mysterious and terrifying runes on it. They flickered in the sky and pressed down on Lin Xian. 5 elements sword, 5 elements as one. Lin Xian waved his sword, and the 5 elements sword flew out in the sky and intertwined, forming a terrifying 5 elements sword light. It slashed towards the sky. The 5 elements sword was extremely terrifying. In addition to the power of Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul, it was truly capable of slaying gods and Buddhas. In an instant, it collided with the terrifying bloodline battle diagram. The collision of the two was earth-shattering. At the same time, Lin Xian waved his left hand and took out Flower Protector. He shook it gently, and a corner of the seal was lifted. A terrifying demonic sound pierced through the seal. This sound was too terrifying. Not only did it impact a martial artist's body, but it could also harm their soul. Buzz. Zhang Wuhan's body trembled, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. The blood in his body was boiling, and he felt as if his body was about to explode. Damn it! What is this thing? He looked at the octagonal bell in the sky, and in the next moment, he exclaimed, "Get lost!" With a furious roar, the bloodline power in his body quickly bloomed, forming a blood-colored pagoda that enveloped his body. However, Flower Protector was refined by a sage, and it was a peerless weapon. Although only a small part of it had been lifted, it was not that easy to resist. As expected, although Zhang Wuhan had used the bloodline pagoda, it was still difficult for him to resist. Buzz. The 5 seals on the ancient dragon abyss sword were lifted, and its power skyrocketed. The terrifying ancient dragon abyss sword transformed into a giant sword that was hundreds of feet long and descended from the sky. Not good. Zhang Wuhan's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly waved his golden spear in front of him to block. With a clang, the golden spear kept trembling, and Zhang Wuhan's arm went numb. His arm was broken. His entire body was pushed back continuously, shattering the void. Bang! Bang! He only stopped after retreating for a few thousand miles. At this moment, he was in a sorry state, and his hair was disheveled. Both his arms were broken, and blood stained his armor. Crack! 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 His bloodline power surged, and his arms grew back. Zhang Wuhan roared at the sky. Damn thief! I'm going to kill you. He swore that he would kill Lin Fan and only bring his soul back. He was simply too furious. Thinking back, he had vowed solemnly that the other party would definitely not be a match for him. But now, in an instant, he was severely injured, and Lin Fan was unharmed. He could not believe it, and he could not accept it. Kid, you've completely angered me. I'll show you my true power. Zhang Wuhan's black hair danced wildly, and his eyes were as sharp as blades. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the power in his body kept rolling. Rumble. The sky split open, and dark clouds covered the surroundings. An endless sea of blood surged. Buzz. A blood-colored steel descended from the sky. This blood-colored steel was thousands of feet tall, and it was covered with mysterious runes. It emitted a powerful aura. The moment it appeared, the sky within a few million miles was completely dyed red. Countless seas of blood floated in the sky, and it even rained blood. The ground was instantly dyed red. You're just an ant. How can you fight against the war tribe? Now, go to hell for me. Zhang Wuhan stood in the sky, looking down like a demon king. He waved his hand, and the blood-colored steel in the sky quickly pressed down. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. Nothing could stop it. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. This blood-colored steel was too much of a threat to him. Moreover, the runes on it rotated, making him feel like his body was being sealed. This blood-colored steel had a suppressive effect. The space around him froze, and he could not move at all. He even felt that his blood and soul were about to be suppressed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sword chi rushed out of his body, rushing in all directions. He wanted to break through space and escape this place. However, the surrounding sea of blood wrapped tightly around the sword lights, swallowing them. Chapter 2598. Brat, don't waste your energy struggling. This blood-colored sky steel is not something you can imagine. You can't fight it. Indeed, the blood-colored steel was his bloodline ability. It was extremely terrifying. It could even kill someone with a higher cultivation level than him, not to mention a kid with a lower cultivation level than him. The blood-colored steel suppressed everything and enveloped Lin Xian. You want to suppress me with a mere steel? What a joke. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated crazily. Chaotic Sky Destroyer Sword. Sky shattering. With a slash of the sword, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. This sword slashed onto the blood-colored steel, and a shocking collision occurred. The blood-colored steel stopped descending. It was blocked by the long sword. Not only that, but a crack appeared on the steel and spread in all directions. More and more cracks appeared. With a final boom, the blood-colored steel exploded. What other tricks do you have? Use them all. Lin Xian pointed his sword at the sky. Zhang Wuhan's pupils constricted. He did not expect his blood-colored steel to be broken just like that. He could not believe it. Damn it. He quickly dodged, because Lin Xian once again brandished his sword and charged over. With a slash, the long sword landed on his armor, producing a clanking sound. His armor was cut open. Blood even oozed out from his shoulder. Whoosh! Blood dyed the sky red. If someone was here, they would definitely scream. That was because that sword strike was truly too terrifying. Lin Xian was too terrifying. He could actually hurt Zhang Wuhan. Zhang Wuhan was also shocked. He had never expected to be hurt by his opponent. "Ah!" he roared. "Get lost." The terrifying fist seemed to have turned into a starry sky as it charged toward Lin Xian. Bang! The ancient dragon abyss sword was sent flying. Bang! 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 Lin Xian also kept retreating. The blood in his body was boiling. He had to admit that Zhang Wuhan was very powerful. He was definitely a peerless battle monarch. Even a late-stage 8-star monarch would not be able to suppress him. However, Lin Xian was fearless. No matter how strong his opponent was, he could kill him today. He would not let his opponent leave. Kill. With a furious roar, Lin Xian's long sword soared through the air. The shadow of a dragon appeared beneath his feet, roaring in the void. The terrifying dragon-shaped sword Qi slashed forward towards Zhang Wuhan. Wong. Bloodline power appeared on Zhang Wuhan's body. The blood-red battle map wrapped around his body. He held the golden spear in his hand and swung it around. Boom, boom. The two of them continuously clashed, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The two of them used all of their strength, killing until the heavens and earth lost their color. Roar. After the two of them exchanged 300 moves, a miserable shriek suddenly rang out. Then, a violent demonic aura rolled out. Noticing this change, Traceless War's expression changed. Not good. He turned to look into the distance. The golden-winged Great Peng's body was cut in half. Its body, which was nearly 1,000 meters long, split open. Blood turned into a sea of blood that surged in the sky. Large amounts of feathers fell, piercing through the void. Damn it, how is this possible? Wu Hanzhan was stunned. His golden-winged rock was a peerless demon king. It was also a heaven and earth variant. It was extremely terrifying. Ordinary almighties would not be able to hurt him. But now, he was actually killed by someone. Damn it, what the hell was that snake? He realized that everything related to Lin Xian was so strange. The golden-winged Great Peng wailed. Its broken body wanted to recover. However, the dark red dragon would not give it a chance. He opened his mouth and spat out flames that covered the broken body. The golden-winged Great Peng screamed. Its body emitted the fragrance of roasted meat. The dark red dragon threw its head back and laughed. Haha, I haven't eaten roasted golden peng in a long time. I'll have a good meal today. Damn snake, go to hell for me. Wu Hanzhan was furious. He threw a punch. That was his mount. How could he allow it to be killed? However, his fist was blocked halfway. Lin Xian's sword slashed through the void. Your opponent is me. Damn it. Wu Hanzhan roared. A blood-red light bloomed on his body. The blood-red battle map floated out again. He grabbed it in his hand as if it was holding a world. He threw it forward. Boom, 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 boom. The two collided. The scene was too terrifying. The blood-red world seemed to exist as it shattered the void. It completely enveloped Lin Xian. It wanted to refine Lin Xian into a pool of blood. Lin Xian held the long sword in his hand and transformed into a giant dragon. He soared into the sky and collided with the blood-red world. Boom, 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 boom. The blood-red world collapsed. Wu Hanzhan roared. His entire body merged into the blood-red battle map. His body turned into a battle map. The battle map stabilized. Not only that, but its power also increased exponentially. Die, brat. At this moment, Wu Hanzhan activated his bloodline power to the extreme. Lin Xian also roared. He let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. He merged with the great dragon sword soul, and their huge bodies collided with each other non-stop. Not only that, but he also released terrifying sword Qi. The entire world was shattering. Boom. The blood-red world crashed into Lin Xian. He vomited blood and was sent flying. However, Lin Xian's sword Qi hit the blood-red battle map. Wu Hanzhan also vomited blood. His body had been pierced through. 3 terrifying sword Qis pierced through his body, nailing him to the void. Wu Hanzhan screamed. He let out a sizzling sound as he refined the blood-red sword Qi. On the other side, Lin Xian also stabilized his body. He destroyed all the blood-red aura on his body. The sharp light in his eyes became even brighter. Kill. Kill. Two furious roars rang out. The two of them fought fiercely again. Streaks of Dragon Star Sword Chi shot into the sky from Lin Xian's body. On the other side, Wu Henzhan also dragged the blood-red world and fought fiercely. Neither of them used their saint's fragments. They knew that it would be useless even if they used them. Because both of them used their saint's fragments, they would cancel each other out. It was better to use their own ultimate skills and fight to the death. This battle lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. Both of them were severely injured. However, Wu Henzhan was in a worse state. His body was split open twice. Once, his head was almost split open. It had even hurt his soul. This scared him out of his wits. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it in the end. He looked ahead, and his expression became extremely ugly. He did not expect this battle to be so difficult. If he had known, he would not have come alone. He would have called the other 3 battle monarchs over. If the 4 of them worked together, they could easily kill Wu Henzhan. However, it was too late to say anything now. He was summoning the other 3 battle monarchs. They probably would not arrive anytime soon. It seemed that he could only use the ancestor's shadow. Wu Henzhan's eyes turned serious. He had the atavistic bloodline. The next moment, he knelt on one knee and bit his finger. He used his blood to draw strange runes in the air, forming a law. "Welcome, ancestor." Wu Henzhan's voice rang out. The blood-red runes floated in the air. Buzz. A blood-red figure gradually took shape. Chapter 2599. He knew that this was the spirit of the ancestor of the war tribe. He had seen it on Zhangji before. At that time, the ancestor phantom that Zhangji summoned was already very powerful. Even Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. Now, Zhan Wuhan was even more terrifying than Zhangji. How terrifying would the ancestor phantom that he summoned be? Lin Xian didn't know. He decided that he couldn't wait any longer. He had to take the initiative. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, Flower Protector flew over and floated above the ancestor phantom. It let out a terrifying demonic sound. It formed rolling waves that shrouded the ancestor phantom. Buzz. Flower Protector was too terrifying. The aura that hung down was so terrifying that it even attracted the heavenly lightning. Countless lightning bolts descended, completely shrouding the ancestor phantom. The terrifying energy pierced through all directions. Humph, it's useless. You can't break my ancestor phantom. Zhan Wuhan wasn't worried about this scene. He just knelt down devoutly. The speed of his hand seals became faster and faster. As expected, the hazy figure was struck by lightning and the sound waves. It wasn't affected at all. Instead, it became more and more corporeal. With a roar, the ancestor phantom attacked. It directly shattered the heavenly lightning and sent Flower Protector flying. Buzz. A palm with a supreme aura grabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also reached out with the Azure Dragon palm. This palm seemed to have transformed into the Azure Dragon's huge claw. It was extremely ferocious. Scales appeared on it, surrounded by terrifying sword chi. The collision between the two caused the sky to crumble and the earth to crack. Lin Xian's sword chi pierced through the blood-colored palm. What ancestor phantom? It's not like I haven't killed one before. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. A golden light appeared in his eyes. Not good. A soul attack. Seeing this, Zhan Wuhan hurriedly created a pagoda to protect his soul. At the same time, he used a secret technique to resist. He knew about the other party's soul attack. He didn't dare to be careless. However, this time, he didn't attack Zhan Wuhan. Instead, he looked at the ancestor phantom. He used the divine guidance secret technique to control the ancestor phantom. However, this ancestor's phantom was extremely terrifying. Even if it was only a trace of a remnant soul, it was still not something that Lin Xian could control. However, the impact was still not a problem. Lin Xian also formed a seal with his palms. Above his head, a pair of golden eyes appeared, overlooking the earth. The power of divine attraction increased exponentially. Finally, it affected the projection of the war race's ancestor. Damn it! Zhan Wuhan's face turned green. He realized that his connection with the ancestral projection had weakened. In fact, he couldn't even command the ancestral silhouette anymore. This left him extremely shocked and in disbelief. The other party's eyes were too terrifying. What other tricks do you have? Bring them all out. If you don't, then don't blame me for being rude. Lin Xian looked down at the front, his voice cold. Damn it! Wu Hanzhan roared again. Spear War 8 Baron. He brandished his golden spear with incomparable sharpness. At the same time, Traceless War also threw out several prized artifacts. A black pagoda, a purple gourd, and a blue flying sword. These three prized artifacts were extremely terrifying. They were all heaven-grade prized artifacts. Now that they attacked together, it was truly terrifying. Lin Xian didn't hold back either. He used the Chaotic Sky Destroyer Sword and the Five Elements Sword to the extreme. Dragon-shaped sword chi flew out. He also activated Flower Protector and the Heavenly Secret Divine Eye. All kinds of secret techniques were used. The entire place was in an uproar. Everything within a radius of several million miles was struck by the shockwave and was annihilated continuously. When all the light dissipated, Zhan Wuhan was covered in blood. The light in his eyes dimmed. The projection of the ancestor was still shattered and disappeared. It was completely out of his control, and he was also seriously injured in the collision just now. If he hadn't taken out the sage's fragment to defend himself at the end, he would probably have been killed. However, so what if he had the sage's fragment? His opponent had it too. As expected, Lin Xian took out the sage's handbone and blocked Zhan Wuhan's fragment. Buzz. The great dragon sword soul appeared and was held in his hand. Like a god of death, he walked forward step by step. Damn it! Zhan Wuhan spat out a mouthful of blood, which wrapped around his body. He turned into a streak of bloody light and fled into the distance. At this point, he had to admit that he was no match for his opponent. Although he found it hard to believe that he couldn't defeat someone he could easily kill 3 years ago. He didn't know what had happened, but he had to escape now. He wanted to join forces with the other 3 war monarchs to kill his opponent again. However, he no longer had the chance. Lin Xian wouldn't let him go. The dragon sword swayed and slashed out a terrifying sword light, cutting him in half. Zhan Wuhan screamed and tried to recover. However, the great dragon sword soul was actually so easy to destroy. His body couldn't heal quickly. Buzz. Lin Xian activated the Heavenly Secret Divine Eye again. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky and looked down. The soul ignition secret technique was activated and burned Zhan Wuhan's soul. Ah! Zhan Wuhan screamed as the 2 halves of his body rolled in the air. In the end, his soul was destroyed. The 2 halves of his body fell to the ground, creating 2 deep pits. Kid, his blood is good stuff. Don't waste it. Let's see if you can refine it. The dark red dragon flew over and waved its claws. It used a dragon's divine ability and collected all of Zhan Wuhan's blood. Whoosh! Zhan Wuhan's body quickly caved in and turned into a dried corpse. Lin Xian waved his hand and took Zhan Wuhan's storage ring. He also forcefully put away the 3 heaven-grade treasures. He used the proud heaven's secret divine eye to erase the soul imprints on them. Finally, he looked up at the sky. Facing off against the sage's hand was a broken pagoda. It was also a fragment of a sage. Its power wasn't any weaker than the sage's hand. Now that Zhan Wuhan was dead, it was his. Ruffian Dragon joined forces and subdued the pagoda fragment. The Dark Red Dragon and Lin Xian joined forces and used the Great Sealing Art to seal the broken pagoda. Lin Xian gave the fragment to the Dark Red Dragon. He already had one, so it was useless to have more. That was because he didn't have enough power to control 2 sage fragments at the same time. Giving it to the Dark Red Dragon was just right. The Dark Red Dragon's strength was about the same as his. The Dark Red Dragon was his companion and had always been by his side. Giving it to the Dark Red Dragon was equivalent to increasing his own combat strength. The Dark Red Dragon didn't stand on ceremony and directly took the pagoda fragment. With this item, his strength would become even stronger. Lin Xian also put away the other 3 heaven-grade treasures. Lin Xian grabbed Zhan Wuhan and flicked a wisp of flame, burning Zhan Wuhan's body. Let's go. His figure flickered, and he turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. After flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, Lin Xian stopped and entered the Black Earth. Zhang Wuhan was a peerless king of battle. He was powerful and had a noble status. Moreover, he had been famous for many years. His storage ring must be very rich. Chapter 2600. There were hundreds of divine gems alone, and many of them were mutated. Apart from that, there were also many precious medicinal herbs. There were also finished pills. Lin Xian even found some secret pills that only the battle tribe had. This made him wild with joy. In addition to pills and divine crystals, there were also some top Earth-grade weapons. However, Lin Xian didn't take a fancy to them. The best few heavenly-grade weapons had already been put away by him. Let me see what cultivation techniques there are. Lin Xian was looking forward to the battle tribe's Abhijna cultivation techniques. Because some of the Abhijna that Zhang Wuhan had used previously made him envious and shocked. The battle tribe was born for battle. They were a very powerful fighting tribe. Their cultivation techniques were definitely not weak. As expected, Lin Xian found a few heaven-grade cultivation techniques. The heaven-battling divine fist, the golden spear art, and the nine-fold thunder sword. Among them, the golden spear art and nine-fold thunder sword were elementary heaven-grade cultivation techniques. The heaven-battling divine fist was a mid-grade heaven-grade cultivation technique. Lin Xian gave up on the golden spear art. He used a sword, so he didn't practice spear arts. The nine-fold thunder sword was suitable for him, and the heaven-battling divine fist was also useful to him. He roughly flipped through it. The nine-fold thunder sword had a total of 9 levels. Every time he succeeded in cultivating a level, the lightning sword chi would become stronger. Moreover, it could be stacked 9 times. It was extremely terrifying, even comparable to a mid-grade heaven-grade cultivation technique. This is really a good thing, Lin Xian decided to cultivate. Then, he looked at the heaven-battling divine fist. This fist technique was a secret technique of the battle tribe. It needed to be combined with the power of the bloodline to unleash 100% of its power. Lin Xian didn't care about this harsh condition because he had the great dragon sword soul and could simulate everything. Therefore, he also prepared to cultivate. Since he had nothing to do, Lin Xian didn't go out. He directly cultivated in the Black Earth. The dark red divine dragon also began to seize the saint's fragment. Just like that, a month passed. The dark red divine dragon succeeded. It was as excited as an old monster, shouting wildly. Lin Xian also opened his eyes. He had successfully cultivated the first layer of the 9-layered thunder sword. He had also grasped some superficial knowledge of the heaven-battling divine fist. He gave it a try and discovered that he could use the power of the great dragon sword spirit to replace the power of the battle race's bloodline. He was overjoyed, as he could now practice the heaven-battling godly fist to its peak. With a flash, Lin Xian exited the Black Earth. He was prepared to take a stroll around to see if there was any news or whereabouts of the Yuhua immortal robe. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from here, a group of people was sitting on a mountain peak. Suddenly, the figure at the very front opened his eyes. In front of him was an 8 trigrams formation plate. At this moment, a red dot lit up and moved quickly. It had appeared. The figure sitting cross-legged spoke. Hearing this, another young man next to him opened his eyes. Black and white energy quickly spread out from his body, looking very mysterious. Yin Yang Saint. This young man was the Yin Yang Saint. Many Yin Yang sect experts followed behind him. No wonder you're the clairvoyant master's disciple. You found that guy's whereabouts so easily. Thank you, Brother E. The Yin Yang Saint smiled at the young man sitting cross-legged beside him. The young man was wearing a Taoist robe, and his black hair was tied up with a green thread. He picked up the 8 trigrams formation plate in front of him, stood up, and nodded. The Yin Yang Saint is too polite. It's the rule of the clairvoyant sect to do things for others. He waved his hand, and the formation plate turned into a light image, floating in the sky. Since I found that guy, I'll take my leave. Take care, Brother E. The Yin Yang Saint smiled. The mysterious young man called Brother E vanished into thin air with a flicker. The Yin Saint looked at the remaining light image in the sky and smiled. Everyone listened and prepared to set off. The Yin Saint took the lead and led the Yin sect experts behind him. They quickly soared into the sky. This time, they were here to kill Lin Xian. The Yin Saint had gone into seclusion, and his strength had increased greatly. Thus, he was confident that he could kill Lin Xian. However, he did not know where Lin Xian was. So he found the clairvoyant sect's disciple. The clairvoyant sect was a very mysterious sect. They could predict everything in the world and claimed that there was nothing they did not know. The Yin Saint spent a lot of money to get them to help. Just like that, they found Lin Xian's location. Now, they were quickly chasing after Lin Xian. In the end, the Yin Saint could not wait any longer. He waved his hand, and countless Yin and Yang Qi tumbled, forming a huge jade door. It tore open the void and transported them directly. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon continued on their way. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, dozens of miles away from them, the space cracked open, and a crack that was a few thousand meters wide appeared. It was as if it was torn apart by a pair of invisible hands. From within the crack, figures walked out one after another. They were densely packed, numbering at least a few dozen people. Although there were not many of them, every one of them was a peerless expert, emitting a terrifying aura. The sight caused Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon to come to a stop. Lin Xian frowned. The dark red divine dragon looked into the distance and screamed. Fuck, it's the Yin Saint. D*M*, he's really haunting me. That's right, the Yin Saint, and his people came out of the crack. Once the Yin Saint appeared, the Yin and Yang Qi in his body circulated, dispelling the dizziness from the space. Then he looked around. In an instant, he locked onto the two figures in front of him. When he saw Lin Xian, he revealed a sinister smile. Kid, it's really you. He was too excited. For more than a year, he had dreamed of killing Lin Xian every day. Lin Xian seemed to have become a demon in his heart. If he did not kill Lin Xian, his future martial path would not be too smooth. Therefore, he had to kill Lin Xian. He wanted to let the world know that he, the Yin Saint, was the most powerful. Kid, get over here and die. The Yin Saint stepped out and instantly appeared a few hundred meters in front of Lin Xian. He looked down from high above like a Yin immortal king. Lin Xian laughed. You really don't know what's good for you. I've already struck you twice last time, and you still dare to look for me? Why? Do you think you can defeat me this time? I say, you'd better get lost. Trash like you is not worthy of my attack. But if you really provoke me, I don't mind killing you again. By then, your Yin sect will have nowhere to cry. What a sharp-tongued kid. The Yin Saint snorted. No matter what you say, you can't escape death this time. I'm no longer the same person as before. Speaking up to this point, the Yin Saint snorted. The energy in his body exploded and swept around. The energy of a late-stage 7-star king swept through the area. Seeing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I was wondering what it was. So it was you who broke through. Is this your trump card? Chapter 26:01. Stop bragging. The current me is many times stronger than before. The Yin Saint roared. He really wanted to prove his strength. Humph. Lin Xian sneered. Do you think you're the only one who broke through? Did I not break through? As he spoke, he took a step forward. Sword chi erupted from his body. Shadows of lightning swords circled around him from all directions. Late-stage 7-star king. He was also a late-stage 7-star king. This kid had also broken through. The Yin sect cultivators were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such talent and strength. The Yin Saint also frowned. But soon, he sneered. Lin Xian's breakthrough was within his expectations. He knew that Lin Xian had obtained a large number of treasures in the ancient tomb. He would definitely be able to break through. However, other than his own strength, he still had a few other trump cards up his sleeves for this trip. He had mastered two of the yin-yang sect's ultimate techniques. These two ultimate techniques were very difficult to master. Hence, he did not master them in the ancient tomb. However, after the previous failure, he had instead succeeded in cultivating these two absolute arts. This was his biggest trump card. The second trump card was the fragment of a saint that he had brought with him. This way, he would be able to block Lin Xian's sage fragment. He believed that without the saint's fragment, he would be able to kill the other party with the help of his two divine abilities. The yin-yang saint walked out. He pulled out the yin-yang sword on his back. A terrifying aura filled the air. The entire sky was boiling. This time, I will definitely kill you. The yin-yang sword slashed down. A terrifying light tore through the void. Facing the terrifying sword light, Lin Xian waved his arm. Countless lightning bolts appeared around him. Then, they turned into lightning sword chi and slashed out. This was the ninefold thunder sword that he had just learned. He wanted to see how powerful it was. Whoosh! Lightning sword chi filled the air. Lightning sword shadows lined up in the sky and turned into a sea of lightning. The yin-yang sword chi and lightning sword chi collided and tore through the void. Boom! The lightning sword chi was swept away. The yin-yang sword chi slashed down. Lin Xian's figure flashed, dodging the attack and appearing in another space. Seeing this, the yin-yang saint smiled. Kid, did you see that? My strength has changed tremendously compared to before. You are no longer a match for me. Lin Xian ignored the other party. He nodded slightly. Not bad. The power of the ninefold thunder sword had exceeded his expectations. He had only cultivated for a few days, but he already had such power. Thinking about it, after successfully cultivating it, it would definitely be extremely terrifying. Thinking of this, a few streaks of lightning appeared in his eyes. Once again, he activated the ninefold lightning sword and charged over. Streaks of thunder swords circled in the sky, forming numerous thunder beasts that roared in the void. The yin-yang saint waved his yin-yang sword and swept it in all directions. He finally gained the upper hand this time. Seeing this, the yin-yang saint was very proud. Kid, hurry up and display your ultimate move. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Wait till you hurt me before you say that. Lin Xian snorted and pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword. Thunder wound. An ultimate move flashed past like lightning. The terrifying thunder turned into a magical sword light and charged out. This ultimate move was very fast. It struck the yin-yang saint like a bolt of lightning. The yin-yang saint was shocked, but at this moment, his figure instantly disappeared. He actually dodged it? The dark red divine dragon was shocked. Lin Xian was also surprised. This thunder wound was an attack that specialized in speed. How could the other party dodge it? He had to admit that this was beyond his expectations. This guy's speed was so fast. He was no weaker than his demigods and semi-devils. The last time he saw him, he didn't seem to have such a magical footwork. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. It seems that not only did your strength increase, but you also have a new superpower. Lin Xian didn't continue attacking. Instead, he stared into the distance. In the distance, the yin-yang saint's figure appeared. He looked very proud. Of course, my yin-yang saint is very powerful. I have many superpowers. It's definitely not something you can imagine. Now, I'll show you my chaotic yin-yang inverse steps. This was a terrifying footwork. It had reached an extremely high level and was very difficult to master. So until now, the yin-yang saint had only just mastered it. But he had just mastered it. That was incredible. His power had increased by a lot. As expected, when he used the chaotic yin-yang inverse steps, his figure was very fast. In an instant, he appeared behind Lin Xian. Whoosh! The yin-yang sword lashed out at Lin Xian. However, it was blocked by Lin Xian. Lin Xian clenched his left fist and punched out. Heaven battling divine fist. Boom! With one punch, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was very terrifying. However, the chaotic yin-yang inverse steps was also very terrifying. He dodged it instantly. Buzz! Useless brat, you can't keep up with my speed now. The yin-yang saint came to the other side of Lin Xian again. He swung the yin-yang sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, He left hundreds and thousands of afterimages around Lin Xian. Every time he appeared, he launched a fierce attack. The terrifying yin-yang sword light enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian's body roared. A dragon rushed into the sky and knocked away all the yin-yang sword light. The ancient Taoist robe on Lin Xian's body burned fiercely, forming a strong defense. Chaotic yin-yang inverse steps? Very powerful indeed. You can keep up with my speed. However, you don't have any advantage. My speed isn't any weaker than yours. At this point, Lin Xian used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps with all his might. His speed also soared to the limit. The two figures appeared and disappeared in the sky. They were extremely fast. Even the yin-yang sect cultivators in the distance were shocked. Damn it, this brat is so fast. Yes, he can even catch up with our saint. Heavens, what kind of footwork is he using? How can it be comparable to our yin-yang sect's ultimate technique? These people were all stunned. The yin-yang saint's face also darkened. Originally, he had the upper hand. This feeling of suppression made him feel very good. However, he did not expect that once his opponent's speed increased, his original advantage would disappear. Damn it! Damn it! The yin-yang saint attacked wildly. However, his opponent's lightning sword chi was very terrifying. It was difficult for him to break through in a short time. Moreover, his opponent had an extremely violent fist that seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. This also threatened him. Buzz. The yin-yang saint formed a seal and activated 3 yin-yang shields. They formed a triangle and rotated in front of him. It resisted Lin Xian's terrifying attack. At the same time, he slashed out a few more yin-yang sword lights. Then he retreated and put away his yin-yang sword. He raised his hands high above his head. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.